yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. They turn birth right into paperwork. Stamped your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. Yeah, there's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. Well, my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, then sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was rolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Yeah. Fighting just the system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. And no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla.
All right, so we're back at it. We're going to cover the usual freak show circus. We got about 100 bumper stickers that are made up and ready to go. For the contributors and supporters who have been here for a while, you folks get the first grab at it. So we got Ace. He's making the next t-shirt that we're going to give away here. It's the same message. Greetings, slave. Your tax is needed to send your boys to war and your girls to Epstein Island. And of course, that is the bumper sticker as well. I may have to print up another 100 because another expert screwed me, but I'll take the accountability for it. It's not their fault. I need to know what I'm doing better than they know what I'm doing. That's self-governance. So what does that mean? Well, the bottom line is the link is dark red on this. It was the proof was one way. When they printed it out, it was a bit darker. I probably shouldn't have done it in red to begin with, but whatever. You live and you learn, right? It's the best way to learn a lesson in life is cost of your time, energy, attention, and resources. But no matter, we're still going to give those out, put them out. Hefe is a perfect example of why we need to loop here. And I'm not picking on him. I'm just showing the human condition. And because I'm not exempt from it, I can talk about it. He's still, after 5 years here and all the interactions with me and himself and God and everybody else, he still wants to know if anybody's had any positive results with trademarking and copywriting and all the rest of this. And I will ask once again, what is the difference? And see, every statement reveals the mind and the heart set of the maker and the experiencer. What's the difference? What results you got from what process, unless you're operating from a space of fear and not faith, and you want a silver bullet guarantee. See, every time you ask a question and you make a statement, you're revealing who and what you are and where you're at. And that's all that you're communicating. Hey, I'm faithless. Hey, I still don't believe or know that God's got me. Hey, I still don't believe or know that God's a part of me internally, that I am that am. Hey, I still don't believe and know that I'm good enough and valuable enough and powerful enough and inspiring enough with the truth, life, and way to just stand on it. Hey, I'm not going to practice honor and good faith and sacrifice and give up everything to be given everything back, so that I can cultivate that spirit of faith like it talks about in the scripture. God doesn't give us a spirit of fear, it gives us a spirit of faith. So again, every time you ask a question, you reveal the state of your mind and your heart set, and you reveal what your current condition or state of beingness is. And that right there is nothing but fear, because you're just too afraid to stand on the truth, life, and way and accept that maybe sometime you're not going to get the results you want, but universally we're getting the results that we need. You don't like that. It's uncomfortable for you. You want to be in control. You want to do the same thing your government wants to do and have some kind of process, program, procedure to govern a man or a woman, to allow them to do anything other than stand on who and what they are and make their claim or rebut the claim. You could do it if you like. I could point you to a whole bunch of people who think they got the answers, and even if they win 1,000 times out of 1,000, they lost the game of life, because they're not practicing honor, trust, equity, good faith. They're looking for a way out. When the lack of honor, trust, equity, good faith encourages what got you here, you can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. Stop looking for ways out and shortcuts. Get comfortable going in, or just check out already. And by check out, of course, I mean the animating contest of liberty. I would never tell somebody to end their existence, just to be clear on that, because they'll say, Paul, you just told somebody over there, check out of life. If you're going to play the game of life fully, there's certain aspects of your character you need to develop. There is no shortcut for that. You don't want a way out of that. I don't care if you don't like it and it's uncomfortable. That's where the man is made, in the adversity. Stop looking for a way out of being made a man by the universe and its process. That's what got us here. Don't worry. These are loaded, but I don't have them cocked right now. You don't want to scare the folks with the finger guns. Okay, so are you getting that? Are you feeling that? Are you feeling me and where I'm at with that? Are you starting to understand the program, the process, and procedure universally, lawfully, with common sense, co-creatively, versus the rest of what this is in and of this world? Just like folks want to tell me they want me to be a cheerleader and cheer them on while they win, but then they want to tell everybody they're doing filing fees for $500. That's not winning. That's paying to have access to something that's already prepaid through taxation that is supposed to be a guaranteed right. It's called redress of your government. How can it be liberty and justice of all if you got to pay $500 for a filing fee and only you who knows legal process can have a matter heard? That's not liberty and justice for all. That's pride and ego for you, that you get to play the game and win and get a whole bunch of cash doing it. That's what got us here. They don't understand this is a spiritual conscious of awareness and lack thereof dynamic before it ever becomes physical in and of this world. Nothing you're going to do in and of this world without that original co-creative supernatural spirit and intent is going to work ultimately over a long enough period of time. It will undo itself from within because of the nature in which it was created or co-created or experienced or engaged with. Don't you get that? No, they don't get it, because they're a bunch of ungodly, anti-Christed, anti-life, anti-truth, anti-way folks who want to be their own God here, and they don't understand that Luciferian impulse is what got us here. If you have to do anything other than stand on your God-given rights and practice courage and faith to uphold that, regardless of what they're going to do to your body, then the game is over with already anyway. Don't you get that? Imagine going back 1,000 years ago or 500 years ago to one of these great men that they wrote books and made movies about. And imagine that person sitting there and trying to learn this system and all their words and terms so they can play a bunch of games in there to avoid having to die, kill, or go to jail. Do you see how ridiculous it is? Do you see how foolish and silly it is? Do you see how cowardly and embarrassing that it is? They cannot internalize, nor can they accept if they do internalize that that's the whole point of coming here. What they're trying to avoid is the whole reason we're here, and they don't understand how that spirit continues to double and triple fuck them and their cultures and societies. You didn't come here to learn a bunch of men in suits ways of beingness so you could get in and fit in and be left alone. You came here to reject all of it, to come out of her, my people, to get under God, truth, life, and way, and surrender that they may kill you or put you in a box. That literally is the story of Jesus. See, a lot of you folks want the blessings and the grace of the story of Jesus, but you don't want the sacrifice and have to walk in the truth, life, and way like that prophet told us we're here to do, right? Just like you do with me. Paulie boy can get arrested 6 times in 5 years, face years and years in jail, have no attorney, stand on what's in his heart with a little bit of common sense, process, program, procedure when it comes to courting, and get results. And that's not good enough for them. That doesn't work for them. What? Trust, equity, faith, honor, courage? Not enough. We need the latest program, process, procedure, copyright, trademark. Don't you get it? The copyright trademark is the truth, life, and way. There is no copyright trademark from a legal system that can surpass truth, life, and way. So you want a trademark because you're a trader, like a traitor. You want to be involved in commerce and trade. You don't want the mark of God on you. See the difference? Like it talks about in scripture, once again, putting a mark on a motherfucker so that they can go off in the land of the blind, leading the blind, the underworld essentially, and somehow be okay. Wasn't that one of the stories in the scripture? Bring a Bible scholar up here because I'm far from it. Don't need to be. Truth, life, and way is that before the Bible was ever written. Because life is life on life's terms. Not on your terms. Not on your buddy's terms. Not on the legal system's terms. Not on Donnie's fucking terms. See, when you talk and you ask questions and you reveal your state of beingness, and your state of beingness is revealed to be that of fear, then you are of your daddy, the devil. You are not in alignment with God, truth, life, and way. You are not practicing faith. You are caught by the web of fear. And when you're caught in the web of fear, you can't act in trust, honor, equity, and good faith. You get desperate, and you get worldly, and you get selfish, and you get fleshly. Don't I know it? Don't we all know it? Okay? So again, every time you get into that space, you need to stop looking at the logic and what you're looking for and look at the intention and how you're searching. And if you come across fear, you need to remind yourself, I am that am, and I am with the truth, life, and way, and I'm going to reflect that, and that is all I can do and be here, and I must surrender the rest because I don't get to control what the evil, corrupt scum ultimately do to me and my property here, nor are you supposed to. You're supposed to control and govern yourself, and you're supposed to show up as a shining example of something to them that would make them want to fucking serve you, and I haven't seen it yet with 8 out of 10 folks that I meet. Let's just be clear about it, and it's not a pride ego statement. It's a statement based on exactly what is shown and what is. Argue with me all you like, feel however which way you want about it. Just like when they come to me and tell me all about what it is when they never been to court. Paulie boy, you want us to go in there? They're going to thrash us. You're telling me, someone who's done it over and over again, what they're going to do when you haven't done it yet. There's your spirit of fear. That's why they don't respect you. That's why you're not going to be honored. That's why they can't trust you. They can't work in trust. See, you verified yourself to be another one of the masses of rabble slaves who makes all their decisions out of fear rather than faith and honor. You can't be trusted to govern yourself at that point. So don't ask me about some fucking process, program, and procedure. You get results based on what you deserve. The word is deserve. Based on what you serve and are of service to, based on it, is the basis of who and what you become. And then is the basis of how folks receive you in any venue, including at court. So cut the games. When you show up to court and they slap you around, it's because they think you're a bitch ass hoe. And the reason they think that is because you put it on record 10 ways to Sunday and you don't want to fucking look at it and acknowledge it. And guess what? Just like me, they don't give a fuck. And nor should they. Why? Let's go to your founding daddy. Then we're going to circle back. We're going to play an intro from me for 3 or 4 years ago where I accurately laid out how they're going to do the World War III scenario to get you deeper into statism and fascism and collectivism and corporatism while they bring in a new central government and economy, and you folks are going to suck that right up, 8 out of 10 of you, like you do with every psyop. I've had to accept that and surrender that over because why? This truth, life, and way is not only not for everybody, it's not for most people, it's for a minority of folks who are going to set brush fires in the minds of men, as the founders pointed out. And again, I'm not one of these people who licks founder boot or calls them my daddy either, because they got their own set of problems and issues and hypocrisies, and I'm sure that's all of us. Okay? The point is there's a redeemable spirit here that we can tap into that saves us in grace with the truth, life, and way, and it is not fixated upon one religion or one system either. It's universal, it would seem to me. So now I just lost my train of thought here. All right, you know what? Let's go to that. Let's hit the chat. I'm seeing the chat is rather active today. You sure are leveraging a few that is 3 silly instances in trivial traffic courts, making it sound like a far bigger deal. Okay, so I'm going to remove you because you're another person who comes here regularly, and you don't come here for interaction. You come here to project and demean and devalue. I'm not interested in what you or anybody else thinks about my half a dozen court presentments in 5 years. That somehow, some way all worked out for me, even though I took them all in different ways. I handled them all in different ways. Not interested. O ye of little faith. See, if you let these folks, their spirit of fear, they'll project onto you, and or they'll call you crazy because you practice having a spirit of faith over fear. And that's got to be an insane person to walk into what seems to be certain death or incarceration to practice bravery and courage and your freedom, because America was supposed to be the land of the free and the brave. Oh, he's got to be an insane, crazy person, or somebody on a path of actualization, realization. I don't care what you and others think and feel, because you want to project your fear onto me and have me stop walking in faith when this is what keeps me alive and inspired and co-creative. Not interested. I don't understand why you guys feel the need to come here regularly and do what you do. Oh, wait, I do, because spiritually this is all holographic and reflective. You are essentially a demon, is what they would have called you 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, right? You don't want me to be inspired and empowered and aligned with God and my free will to be free and brave, to become what I'm meant to be here. You don't want it because you don't have access to it, and you're not going to do it because you're an absolute coward at your core. Just accept that. Just be that. Let me be, but you can't, right? You can't. So that's why I got to remove a lot of you. Never cared. This is what you need to understand about me. Never gave a fuck about what any of you punk ass lying cowards to yourselves and each other thought or felt about me. Go above and beyond it and take whatever you throw at me over and over again since like 12 years old. Okay? Don't waste your time coming to my chat box. I'm not on drugs. I'm just a patriot libturd. Don't know what that means. Probably more projections. Thank you for subscribing. I set the chat to subscribers only now. So now if you want to troll and project and hate, you got to subscribe to do it. I'm going to make you folks work for me and or the truth, life, and way, one way or the other, since you're not going to do it on your own. Trump or Bush 3.0, if only those cowards could show proof of how they are different, right? What a joke. We are cooked here in this country. No, it's not a we anything. Okay. We're all going to experience it to some degree on a macro level, but like some of us have guns and ammo. Some of us, if necessary, will survive no matter what is thrown at us. Right. You know, if we have to, we'll hunt. I don't do that. I don't like to kill animals, and I don't. If I have to, I will to survive. Some of us have a network of good people who understand rights and freedoms and have a bit of courage in them still left, aren't complete cowards. Okay. So don't sit there and talk about we. There's no we. If I am that am, and I'm aligned with the God force and truth, life, and way, and I have recognition of what this is and what we're doing here, then I'm already out on some level and able to go deeper in. Excuse me. Because I see the game of what this is. And more I'm going to get in alignment and more comfortable with that, because that's my program, practice, process, procedure. Okay, so the cooking that you're talking about is absolutely necessary. It's why Marina Abramovic and the rest of these folks do what they call spirit cooking. See, every time they do something and you point a finger at them, you're neglecting your own work and what the reflection is for you. The reason they're spirit cooking and doing everything they're doing with the children is because you refuse to light your spirit back on fire. You won't do your own spirit cooking to get in alignment with, to conjure that, to get that inspiration going with God, truth, life, and way. So they got to do their dark forces version of spirit cooking. Light your ass on fire externally. Since you won't get your eternal flame lit internally, they got to light you and your children on fire externally, right? You did that. You created that. You serve that indirectly. You manifest that. Whether you like that or not, I don't care. It's a universal holographic reflective dynamic. So again, you can sit here and whine and cry and complain and come from a spirit of fear, or you can understand this shit is all meant to happen exactly how it's happening for certain reasons, because everything happens for a reason. And through that, through the virtue of that being its own baked in process, program, procedure, and plan, more will be revealed to you and everybody else. And I'm sure more alignment will be had after the test, challenges, pain, and suffering that we experience. How can I watch stream in X2? You can't because it's live, but I'm going to help you out. Okay. Watching doesn't require you typing. It's not a we against them. Wrong again. How many times can we be wrong in one statement and just project from our feelers and then reveal and condemn ourselves? There is no us versus them. There's, if anything, a you versus you. Why are you making it out to be like you've been free and brave this whole time and you didn't get the results you wanted and needed? You didn't. You haven't. When the day comes when you and all your buddies who come here are free in the mind and heart first and live like it and act like it, and you practice bravery and courage and good faith and honor, you get whatever results are meant for you, then you come back and talk to me. Stop telling me what you think it is while you're not engaged with the actual dynamic. You're deceived. There's no us versus them. There's what everybody is choosing in this life for themselves and how that's going to affect self and every other self here to varying degrees. That's not an us versus them dynamic, because I don't get to have control over what anyone else chooses, nor what I want to. See, you're afraid that they're going to choose a reality for you and already have that you're going to have to experience. You better surrender in faith. You better do the next right thing. You better focus on yourself and what you can do and not do. Another realization that folks don't want to accept is that the road to enlightenment and co-creative alignment is built on suffering and darkness. You don't want to accept that. You don't want to accept that the reason the planets come into beingness, like the sun and the stars, to shine bright in their positively charged brightness, is because a absolute void of darkness and despair, seeming despair, exists, right? To bring forth that reality. You don't want to accept that. I don't care. The universe doesn't care. Whoever runs this place doesn't care. Seen it and done it all before. It knows all your 5 emotions you feel that are all rooted in fucking 1 anyway, or 2 anyway. Boring, mechanized, predictable, robotic, same garbage over and over again. And you guys are out here like you're your own person. You're like You're like looking for some like special clue. You're like going to become unique and different. Just a bunch of fucking nonsense. You get an opportunity while you're here to reflect and display and embody and experience certain archetypal power and value dynamics. You want that and you're going to be that, or you're not. If you want that and you're going to be that, the chances go up infinitely in probability that your culture, community, and society are going to be better than they were. You don't want that, you're going to a living hell. It's pretty simple, internally and externally. And that's exactly the way it's supposed to be. So stop looking outside of yourself and pointing to all these people, places, and things and talking about how you feel about it, instead of realizing that it's all holographic reflections of self and what self does and doesn't do and why it does it to generate a result so that you can make another choice. Us versus them. The fucking universe, God, and every agent here is dying for a man or a woman to show up as a man or a woman completely. You want me to show here? Well, let's go to the old woman. I got so many things up there, and I can tell I'm going to wind up ranting and doing audience engagement. I'm never going to get to anything, and I want to clear out some of this stuff up there. Let's see if we can find it. There we go. They want programs, processes, and procedures where I can go back 40 years to a woman who stood up and said, no, I'm under God. I got rights. I don't even need to know completely what they are. I just know I didn't do wrong, and I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do here because I'm not doing wrong, and you don't have a right to interfere with that. She was practicing medicine without a license. You think that this woman, I'm going to show you the woman. Just tell me, just while you're listening and watching, tell me if you think the woman sat around looking for some guru's loser program, process, and procedure that works every time. Let me know if you think she was sitting around with her spirit and her energy waiting for somebody else to create a reality that she can experience instead of just embodying that and experiencing that and surrendering the rest. And by the way, this is exactly why she and others like her are successful at court without an attorney, without knowing legal process and procedure, because they have a spirit of honor and righteousness and good faith, aka love and care. And they're willing to sacrifice for it. And that's who the universe backs 9 out of 10 times.
They say you were doing?
They said I was practicing medicine without a license.
Did you agree?
Of course not. It's true. I didn't have a license. I don't want a license. One of their main complaints against me was that I'm qualified to have all different licenses, but I refused to take one because I realized that when I took a license, I would be under their control, and I did not want to be under their control. I don't have to have a license to do what I'm doing. And I've been doing this successfully for 32 years. You see, their definition of practicing medicine is diagnosing, prescribing. I was charged with what they call Business and Profession Code 2052, that's a felony, and Business and Profession Code 2053. And interesting enough, they don't mention practicing medicine in those two codes.
Do those codes apply to you as a state citizen?
They do not apply to me at all.
And you made that argument in your papers, didn't you?
Yes. The first time around, I need to tell you this, that my case was dismissed once when I was in.
By the way, you don't show up to court the way I do a broadcast either. I got to say that 1,000 times. 612, I see you. I'm going to call you back. I'll get to you. That's your second missed call. I'm here. So you don't show up like I do this broadcast at court either, or they will fucking teach you a lesson. There can't be any shred of anything that feels and sounds like it may even be bitterness, resentment, anger, passion, any of that. Don't even really need it. It's arguable whether I even needed to do this broadcast or not. I might be lying to myself. Might be another self-deception. You show up to court like this woman, you're going to win 9 out of fucking 10 times. She's got nothing but care. She's completely surrendered to the outcome. You can't put fear on her, and she doesn't believe she needs to know any of their crap that doesn't matter to her. She is the ultimate threat. She's going to win without fighting. They're going to beat themselves before they ever start by trying to accuse a good woman of doing wrong when she has no claimant on the other side, when there's no valid verified claim. And they can't energetically get her into a space where they can presume her to be a wrongdoer. Dishonorable, bad faith, etc., right? So let's be very clear what I say, because he'll say, Paulie boy, you come on here, you talk a certain way and you rattle shit off and you act like we're supposed to show up to court. First of all, I argue, should you even be in the court at all? Do you even know what court you're at? What jurisdiction, how many jurisdictions they preside over? What jurisdiction they're going to try you in? Is it administrative court? Is this an extension of a private administrative prison or jail? At least 3 of my court cases, I went the first time, put some stuff on record, never went back, never heard anything again. Because most likely they don't have the proper jurisdiction and arraignment. As the woman said, as a state citizen, as she calls herself, somebody born on the land who's not subject to the legal society or United States corporations' dictates and obligations. Most of these court hearings are administrative procedure. They're commercial endeavors. There is no actual crime or wrongdoing. They're not lawful courts of what we would call America. So there's your first. Okay, this person is calling back to back like an insane person. So let's take their call. 612, are you there?
Yeah, you said your prompts that America's a traitor to America.
Sure. Is there a reason you're calling back to back?
Yeah, what the fuck? Why don't you just pick up, you pussy?
Because I'm in the middle of saying something?
No, you're actually not saying anything. You're just fucking bloviating to nobody.
Okay, so since I'm bloviating and I'm not making any sense, why don't you go ahead and explain it all, how it works to us?
I'll explain everything. So you say that Trump is a traitor to America?
Sure. Do we even want to try to understand
is that your claim?
Do we even want to try to understand what I mean by that, or are you just going to go?
Is that your fucking claim? Is that your claim?
Okay, go off into your feelers. Go off into your feelers and tell us all about it. Then we'll circle back and I'll tell you what I mean by it.
That's my feelers, is me asking you to fucking say, is that your fucking position?
How is he not a traitor to everything that we see as good and great when it comes to rights and freedoms and due process?
Great, I'll explain this. Do you want to know why? It's because everything you leftists value and hold like
dear. Can I stop you?
Yeah, that is what we are attacking.
Can I stop you?
That's what we are fucking attacking.
Can I stop you?
Retard.
I'm not a leftist.
I don't give a shit.
I know you don't give a shit. You don't care about.
That's what we are attacking, and that's why you're mad.
Are you ready now to actually have a back and forth? Like I said, I knew you were going to go into your feelings. You're now talking from your feelers about a reality that I'm not a part of. So do you want to get back to our reality, or are you just going to continue to rave like a crazy person from your feelers?
I don't give a fuck about your ginger cope.
I'm not a leftist. I've never voted in.
I don't give a fuck about your cope.
You're talking over me because you don't want to talk about the facts and the truth. You just want to spill your feelers. So if you'd like, I'm here for you. Continue on. Spill your feelers, then we'll circle back and get to the facts.
He's considered a traitor to you because he goes against every one of your values, and that's exactly what we voted for.
What are my values? What are my values?
I'm assuming you probably, I agree probably with you on the Iran war, just like every fucking American.
First step, you agreed with me now. Instead of you're talking like you're angry with me and I'm doing wrong, but now your first statement is you probably agree with me. I asked you what my values are. Your key word was you're assuming. You don't even know. And here we are again. We're back in your feels. You don't even know what my values are.
I'm eliminating your one that you would critique right away, right off the bat. So you are in, you want ICE to stop.
Let's say I did want ICE to stop. Why do I want that?
Because you're a fucking retard?
No, because I'm not in favor of collectivism, which is anti-conservatism and republicanism. Going around telling everyone they have to produce papers is Nazism. See,
why would I be mad about people having to produce their citizenship in America?
You're cutting me off now. We can't cut each other off. So I'm a true conservative, what you would call Republican. MAGA is way too leftist and collectivist for me. It's fascinating. You're going to tell me you know my values when, if we actually get down to it, it's rights, freedom, principles.
That's not conservative, dude. What are you talking about? Why would it be conservative to be worried about proving your citizenship? Are you a fucking retard?
Because multiple United States citizens have been...
That's not conservative,
You're cutting
you
me
fucking
off
idiot.
again. I have to let you go if you're going to talk over me because you don't want to have the dialogue. You're disingenuous.
Well, don't lie.
I'm not lying. Multiple U.S.
That's not a conservative position.
U.S. citizens have been killed or had their rights interfered with since the ICE campaign has started. I'm not.
You guys just learned that obstructing federal law has complications to go with it. Wow, good job, you fucking leftist.
Did you ever learn that there's a thing called checks and balances where the individual and the state is free to ignore federal policy and code when it's not based in the actual law of the land and due process?
There should be more fuckers shot.
Yeah, we know that historically. This is the way it always goes. The collectivism.
There should be more.
You're talking over me. We got one more time, and I'm going to let you go. It's a shame because you're a perfect retard to make the point of what I'm doing here and to display your ignorance, but you can't control your emotions, so we're not able to.
You're claiming you're a conservative while crying about having to prove your citizenship. That's completely retarded.
It's retarded to you because you don't understand the difference between legal and lawful. You don't understand the difference between United States, self-defense.
I understand your cope.
You're cutting me off again. You're not letting me.
Oh, sweet.
You don't want to learn. You're just going to bring this to a resistance point where you get to run or I have to throw you out and then you claim that you won. This is all that you folks are. And you've already shown your ignorance and arrogance by projecting onto me that I'm a leftist and that you know my values.
You already gave me a leftist position.
No, that's not leftist position. You can't even explain why. Why is it a leftist position?
Because leftists don't believe that citizenship is a thing at all, and you're scared about people being checked if they're a citizenship correctly.
Let's go to your Lady Liberty.
Or not.
Let's go to your Lady Liberty.
Hey,
that you all cherish so much.
Do we have drunk checkpoints?
Let's go to your Lady Liberty. Here at the bottom of your Lady Liberty is a philosophy. Keep your ancient lands in your storied pomp. Give me your tired, your poor. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free.
I don't give a fuck about what a statue says.
I know you don't give a fuck about the foundation.
That's not an argument, dude.
I know you don't you didn't want me to go to the legal and lawful argument. You cut me off to ignore it.
That's not an argument, bro. A fucking statue isn't an argument.
Again, at some point here, they incorporated a corporation and they put a president, a vice president, and a treasurer and a secretary there. Those are all corporate positions. They wrote up a code called U.S. Code, and in there it defines the United States as a corporation. I have multiple congressmen and senators pointing out the United States as a corporation, and you seem to think the policy of a corporation is more important than the law of the land and the philosophy that made that land great before the corporation ever completely took over. See, you have no idea.
Your view sounds like some flat earth shit.
I know, it sounds like some you didn't do any research and don't know anything, so you're gonna marginalize me because you're a moron who just repeats mainstream talking points. Right, I'm the idiot.
What mainstream talking point did I say?
Donald Trump just signed the NDAA to merge the state of Israel military with America's, or supposedly United States corporations military to do New World Order. Are you for that jerk off Republican conservative? Are you for New World Order and globalism?
I'm not a peasant. I don't go by this ideology of.
Yeah, you won't answer the question because if I take you down the road of what your daddy's done this whole time, you're not going to have any answers, but you're still going to be culted the fuck out because you have no other option. You have no other option.
Do you want an explanation?
I don't need an explanation. I already know you better than you know yourself.
I understand you like to fucking fabricate bullshit in your head because that's how you defeat your opponent.
That's you.
I'm talking to you, you dumbass. I called your show, fucking retard.
You haven't made a point yet. You've just displayed your ignorance.
If I didn't make a point, why are you arguing with me then?
I do this broadcast to put people like you on the left and right on display, that you're all collectivists, that you don't know the law.
I'm not making,
you're not Americans, you're traitors, and you're the reason why the slavery and genocide is off the charts. People like you.
You're absolutely correct that I want you to view me as anti-American because I hate everything you stand for.
I don't care. You don't do anything in life other than vote and pay slave tax. You're not involved in any way. You're just another placeholder slave cuck. You don't do anything. You're not a part of anything.
I love how you have to guess what I've done in my life.
I don't care. I could tell by your voice and your energy. You're an absolute fucking coward. You wouldn't stand anywhere in your life. You wouldn't give your rights. You wouldn't give your
You can manifest some bullshit in your head because your feelings are hurt.
Would you like to talk about the issues, or I'm going to let you go? The only reason I have you folks on here is to prove that you're collectivists and that you're mind and heart controlled. You already did that, so I'm pretty much I can be done with you, right? You already showed.
The only reason you have me on is because nobody else is calling you. You fucking ginger.
I don't need anybody else to call me. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, then why have a debate show, dumbass?
Again, try listening again. I open the lines to put on display how folks on the left and the right are anti-American United States corporation collectivists who are destroying.
Dude, you're a leftist.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah. Why you lie about being a leftist?
You're now doubling and tripling down on the projection because everything you just said about me is true for you. I have to be a leftist so you can argue with me and defeat me.
You gave me a leftist political position, so I'm calling you a leftist.
Your right-wing media told you was leftist, that you repeated.
What right-wing media did I bring up?
I don't know, but you're calling me a leftist.
Then why are you saying I brought up right-wing media?
Calling me a leftist. This is what it's like talking to a retarded person. You can't get anywhere.
Because you are
worse than talking to a child. He's got a feeling he holds and a conviction, but it's not based on any facts, and he can't explain it. All he knows is I'm a leftist. He hates libtard.
The condition is you gave me a leftist position, and that's the fact.
I'm for rights and freedoms and lawful due process.
You can't even define what the fuck rights are.
You keep cutting me off.
You can't even define what rights are. You use it as a cudgel.
Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Does that ring a bell?
Shit. What does that even mean?
What does it even mean? There you go. You don't care. It doesn't matter to you.
Because you can't even explain it, you fucking retard. That's why you asked, you dumb ginger.
I could, but you don't want me to.
No, you can't. That's why you keep obfuscating from the question.
Are you ready?
Go.
The ability to live, do what you want to do, if you don't cause loss, injury, and harm, and you pay all your debts.
We can do what we want to do?
You just cut me off again.
But you just said, you just completely made up bullshit. We can do what we want to do.
Sure, remember? You don't remember this because your mother.
That's all right.
You don't
do what you want to do. That's all right.
Why is it not a right action? Why is it not a right under God or a right action for us to do what we want to do if we're not causing loss, injury, or harm? Can you explain it to me?
What if I wanted to drug you and stomp you on your nuts while you're drugged out?
Loss, injury, or harm. It's like it's not even talking to a child. It's talking to a retarded person. He can't even understand the words I'm using. He can't. He's not even in the room with us.
Is it cool to have two brothers have sex?
I don't know. Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah, because you can't answer because you have such a shit ideology.
Okay, so according to you, if two brothers have sex, we should do what?
Probably trying to prevent it.
How do we do that?
If we see signs of it happening, we fucking try to prevent it forcefully.
You don't even have an answer. You want us to criminalize somebody based on their ethics that you don't like, even though there's no loss, injury, and harm.
Yes, we should criminalize.
It's a consensual behavior between two people, and you want harm done to them because they're involved in a consensual behavior you don't like or think is proper. Perfect. You just explained collectivism, fascism, socialism, communism, and every other ism. You're scared. You're scared of people. Shut the fuck up, or I'm going to throw you out of here. You're scared of people in private having free choice and doing what they want, even if it's consensual. And you want to criminalize people because you're scared of what they're doing. That's
You
the
support
problem.
two brothers having sex. You support two brothers
I
having
don't
sex,
support it.
I win. That was great.
You're too
That was
retarded.
great, man.
You're too retarded to understand that not criminalizing something doesn't mean I'm supporting it, because you're in a black and white state of beingness, right? That's everything. Everything's got to be black and white to you. I didn't say it was wrong. I didn't say it was wrong. Define wrong.
Well, if it's not wrong, then why are you trying to stop it?
Define wrong, retard who uses words and don't know what they mean. Define your words from now on so we can meet on common ground, because you don't know what.
Why would I go with your Cope Define game? Why would I go with your Cope Define game?
It's not a game. It's only a game because you're playing right now and you're not serious about the facts. No. So I'll define it for you. A wrong is when you cause
two brothers having sex, bro.
I don't support it because I'm not willing for the state to criminalize it. You don't understand the difference.
Yeah, we shouldn't criminalize two brothers having gay sex. That's a great idea. I like that position.
It's not criminalized now, I don't believe.
You don't think incest is criminalized?
I don't. I think some places it's not. I don't know.
All right, bro. I'll leave it there.
He ran because he doesn't want me to now go do the research to what states it's criminalized through legal system and what states it's not. And again, furthermore, this presumption that we need thousands and millions of policies and codes to try to stop men and women from doing what they want to do if they're not creating a victim is anti-American. It's literally the reason for the Declaration of Independence and Bill of Rights. And the reason it's such a general statement is we didn't want a state that elects a bunch of actual rich predators who are trafficking children to decide what me and my family can do in private at home because they think that it's creepy and weird, while again, they're doing endless wars and genocide, sticking you at 15 shots and trafficking children and women. This is beyond laughable. His biggest issue and problem that he could think of and feel in the moment was, what if two brothers decide to have sex while his leaders he's supporting and paying and complying with are doing endless wars, genociding their own people, and trafficking women and children? But he's not mind controlled by the right wing. He's not uploaded with propaganda, right? He's pointing at homosexuals and transgenders and illegal immigrants, while his whole country is being destroyed from within by the reprobate, bad faith, dishonorable traitors and central banker cabals doing New World Order. They just signed NDAA yesterday, as I just told them, and he didn't even care. The thing we've been talking about for 20 years, they're going to sign, that's going to link all the continents with superhighways as they're doing wildfires everywhere. It's all right there. We laid it all out for the last decade. Would you like me to play the intro as Rubio came on the news yesterday and said, we're shocked and surprised that Russia just jumped in with Iran toward a war? I predicted, based on the timeline, the historicity, and the declaration by the Luciferians, exactly what was going to go on. I haven't been wrong yet, but you're going to come here and tell me about the propaganda and the programming they gave you. Beyond ignorant and arrogant. Let's do that right now. Let's play the video of Rubio. No, let's play the video of me calling out. This is a video made by Gorilla Gems 2 years ago with clips from 2 years before that. So like 3 to 4 years already ago, before this was ever on the horizon, I said, they're going to do global government. They're going to do economic hits, the economic hitmen. They're going to stage attacks. And they're going to implode economies with planned inflation, and they're going to do endless wars to drive the debt up while they print up the currency backed by nothing ad infinitum so they can inflate it, so they can rig the markets, so they can do wealth transfer, so they can do a Greater Depression 2.0, 100 years from the first one by 1929, going into Agenda 2030. Okay. And part of doing that is they have to establish certain things. So one of them is they have to continue the superhighways that link the continents. Ergo, all the wildfires you see that are just randomly all happening at certain positions where when we overlay the map, they're exactly where they plan to build the highways. Coinky dink, I'm sure. Right? Another one is, again, we have to have world distrust in the dollar and this whole petrodollar mirroring, so we can get people onto crypto, central banking, digital currencies with some stability that can't be manipulated according to the game, according to what they're going to tell you. They're already edging that in. They need the endless wars where they all sign on to mutually destroy each other to some extent, if not physically, economically, so they can come in and fund the nations all over again, the central bankers, like they always do, and then impose their policies and procedures on the states. This time it's going to be a single state solution. CDC, NIH, WHO, world governance, if you let them. And it's so silly because the same thing goes on there that's been going on this whole time. What? The other nations want to do expansionism or don't want to get involved with expansionism, so they just shut up and look the other way as certain nations bomb shit and take over and claim everyone else as a terrorist? Yeah, your courts don't matter if it's filled with a bunch of dishonorable, bad faith, corrupt slaves or wannabe slave masters, right? Your courts don't fucking matter, world court or local court anymore. It's just, it's just common sense, right? So, yeah, let's play that. We'll play that. Then we'll go to Rubio. We'll do a couple minutes of Rubio, however much I can stomach of him, because it's beyond laughable. The propaganda on multiple levels. And then if you want, more of you magatards and left-winger libtards can call in. You can project onto me that I'm the opposing side of who you're fighting and battling when you were never supposed to fight and battle your countrymen to begin with. So you're so retarded you can't even figure out. Your masters have you so pimped and gamed, you're fighting your fellow countrymen while they're all taking your rights and property and signing on for endless wars and building a world government and putting flock cameras up all around you to track you and trace you and criminalize your every movement. If you don't do what they say, right? Which is literally the definition of terrorism, by the way. When the politicians get together to put their political process onto the individual at the expense of their rights and property. So instead of the magatard coming here and saying, we no longer on America have a right to own guns because many states have criminalized it. That's a cold civil war. We need to stop that. We need to restore rights on every state to bear arms without a permit, without permission, because it's a natural right. No, that's not on his radar. It doesn't matter. Right to travel without asking permission from your government doesn't matter. Get the licenses, registration, insurance, plates, be a fucking slave. Go deeper into the tracking and tracing and begging modality. He doesn't come here and say, Paul, we no longer have a right to own property on this land because you got to pay tax, not only sales tax, but you got to pay yearly tax. And if you don't pay the $200 yearly, they come and take your fucking house and your land and resell it to somebody. That is Marxism, because you're no longer allowed by definition to own private property. It's not private property if you can never be debt free and own it actually outright. And if you got to pay on it in perpetuity or lose it, then you can't own it outright. So there goes property ownership, right? And then he doesn't come here and say, man, we're deep in Marxism. We don't have a right to own property. And they'll come and take the property and sell it to somebody else half price. That's a redistribution of wealth. That's socialism. He doesn't come to me as a magatard and say what I've been talking about here for a decade, the real problems that we're losing our rights and freedom because we don't have principles anymore and we're not good faith. We're dishonorable and corrupt, and we keep electing rich predators. Not me. I've never voted for an election yet because I've always saw through the game. Trying to get you slaves who keep begging and paying for your own slavery and genocide potentially to see through the game and do the next right thing. Come out of her, my people, just like the prophet said 2,000 years ago. Stop giving it your time, energy, attention. Stop complying and stop voting for masters. It hasn't made anything better yet. It only makes it worse because that's what it's meant to. This is a holographic, reflective, spiritual simulation, whether you all can see that, feel that, or understand that and like that or not. So there really is only one truth, life, and way here when you get right down to it. Nothing else is going to sublimate or substitute for that. And therein lies the greatest dynamic of all that we touched on when we first came here, as we usually do when we loop. This idea of going with God and the truth versus trying to become your own God with your cult of personality and their truth, which is actually a lie. Okay? So again, your biggest issue isn't a transgender wants to cut their penis off and a brother wants to have sex with another brother. Your biggest issue, if you're a true conservative Republican under God who wants your God-given rights, is the fact that both sides are criminalizing your rights and freedom with statute, policy, and code while working as a corporation. That's the definition of fascism, the merger of state and corporate powers. They're now begging for it more than ever. Do you see how it works historically? If we go back and we look at Hitler and all the rest of it, they're now right on time, now coming out in the open again and saying Hitler was a great guy. We want more fascism, socialism, Nazism, collectivism. We want more concentration camps and private prisons. Yeah, the magotard conservative doesn't come here and tell me we got a big problem, Paulie boy. The whole nation's been taken over by private prisons and private courts. We're criminalizing your rights. Doesn't matter to him. Doesn't matter. I played the article last week, or I showed the article last week, that the state of Arizona is suing, the private prison company on the state of Arizona is suing the state of Arizona for not sending them enough slaves. And they say, quote, in the article, we don't care if they're doing illegal stuff or not. You signed a contract to put slaves in our jail cells. Put them there. That's a big problem, folks. That's a lot bigger of a problem than some brother somewhere decided to have sex with his brother. The fact that there are private corporations on this land who are establishing private courts to put people in private prisons to generate revenue, modern day slavery and genocide and concentration camps, and are saying, quote, we don't even care if they break the law or not. We want to fulfill our contracts to generate our revenue. That's literally Mammon and Molech, by the way, in scripture. Doesn't get any more Babylonian than that. Trading in the souls of men for the coins in the temple. It's all right there. That's how you know you're duped and deceived and programmed and mind controlled. All the things that do matter, not even on your radar. When I bring them up, you tell me who cares. All the things that don't matter, that are distractions and demeaning and devaluing from the real problem and the solution, that's what you front run. That's what gets all your time, energy, attention, and resources, right? So you may want to step back and go look at that. Take out about 1,000 hours, like I have, and go look at psychology, sociology, spirituality, physics, metaphysics, anthropology, theology, eschatology. You might want to take out about 1,000 fucking hours and go and sit with all of the understanding and the history and the material so you can cognize what's really going on in cause and effect, rather than you projecting onto everyone and everything what you feel that it is from a subconscious state that has been uploaded into you by your false prophet media system, who's very heavily into culture creation, by the way. They're really good at it too. Right. Paul Unwavering, 4 year ago clip. 2 years ago made it into a intro outlining exactly what we found out this week, just by happenstance happened to come up, proving why we're on the money here for decades before this shit ever happens. And then indirectly proving why 85% of folks who come here don't know jack shit and can't find their ass with two hands, but they're going to project onto me and call me a bunch of names and all the rest of it.
Greetings, folks. We're back at it again, doing the best broadcast ever in history. It'd have to be that way because your humble narrator and trusty broadcast host is here at One Paul Unslaved. Shadow banned as I am, they cannot stop the white gorilla because, you got to own it. To me, my apprehension, not much else to do other than speak the truth, live the truth, uphold God's law, and to question and or rebuke the infidels who want to gaslight and manipulate and deceive and disempower. Again, these folks, the ubiquitous they that the conspiracy theorists talk about, I don't perceive them, if they do exist, to be all powerful. Just a collection of psychopaths and sociopaths who are cowardly and weak without their groups and resources, just like the public. So there's really not much of a difference between any of these human scum who populate this realm. They're all basically one personality with various disorders, and they're looking for power in this world, just like the public. And they're going to get it the same way a lot of the public would if they knew how and or were willing, which they're not willing to do anything. Right? A year and a half ago, I told you we're going to do World War III. Iran is going to be one of the players, which will lead to Israel, Russia, and Ukraine, of course. Once we saw that start up. See, that was my signal. That was my canary in the coal mine. Once I saw Russia, Ukraine, I go, oh, I know where this goes. The last 3 years were your fucking official wake-up call. If you didn't get the message, you're fucked.
You paid to
bill for your own slavery and genocide. How do you feel? Yeah, I mean, how much smoke before there's a fire? And how much fire before folks start to batten down the hatches, so to speak. These are crazy, zealot, dogmatics. They're tapped into some force they think is God. I contend it's the devil, the dark one, whatever entity or state of consciousness runs this place from the beginning of time. And they're going to cause their own destruction and destruction of others with some misguided spiritual pursuit. They're being avatared and used, is what it seems to me. We got Fox Noise saying that World War III is officially started. Axes of evil time. They're going to connect Russia with China and Iran. A few other folks. They're going to connect the United States, United Kingdom, Israel, and a few other folks. And then everyone else will be forced to choose sides for a time. And we'll get back to one world order, some folks might say. So the storm is coming. You're all giggling and laughing, acting cavalier like something's going to be solved. No, the storm's been coming, like I said, 1.5 years ago. They're going to shut this place down. They're going to torch the economy. They're going to move the floor under you. And a lot of you are going to be out in the street begging for food. It's called Greater Depression. It's called economic collapse. It's called centralized digital currency moving in with social credit system. This is not new. One world currency, one world religion, if they have their way. And I'm not interested in folks who want to ignore it and act like everything's going to always stay the same in their naivete. You know, it's just middle ground every time. The Tao is the middle way. Walk the middle ground. Moderation in all things, preparation, careful, surrendering in faith after we've done the next right thing.
All right, whatever. Let's go to Rubio, because Rubio and others just found out today spontaneously, even though I and very few others, but I'm sure some others. I don't, you know, they could say it's my arrogance and ego and all the rest. Maybe it is, but I just, again, most of the time go on the facts. And I can only go on what I experience. So if there's a whole other world there I'm not experiencing that would lead me to new facts, then you know, give that to me. But most of these places I'm not hearing and seeing it. Most of these news outlets and organizations underground or supposedly above ground, I'm not hearing and seeing it. I'm not seeing the actual breakdown. There's a glass ceiling. At best, they only go so far. We'll talk about the collectivism and the fascism, but they won't talk about the historicity of it, how long it's been here, the spirituality behind it, the physics and the quantum physics, the metaphysics is really what it is behind all of it. I don't hear it and see it, like, at all. So I'm wondering what that's all about. And I get it, because on one level, the deeper you go into this, the further it goes and the more expansive the understanding and the breakdown is. And the more there's a holographic reflective relativity, the harder it is for the average person to conceive of, let alone accept what it is that I'm putting forth and talking about. So not only by being censored and shadow banned do we have a limited audience here, but just by the nature of conscious and awareness and lack thereof itself puts a glass ceiling on my ability to reach certain amount of people, because again, most people could never conceive of and would never accept the idea that this place is a holographic reflective simulation where you can choose to breathe, and when you don't choose, you are breathed. That's crazy. That's schizophrenic, right? Unless you're Brandon and you talk in tongues and you say it's Jesus doing it, and you say it's got to be Jesus and God and Bible, right? Only when you cite and source man's written down word, policies, programs, procedures, do you get legitimacy and credibility here. When you talk about your own near-death experiences, firsthand experiences, leaving the body, your experiences of being conscious and aware, lack thereof, intuition, instinct, and when you don't attach that to anything worldly and identifiable, most slaves can't compute, right? This is the baked in inherent failing of most endeavors, is that without something to identify with, people can't walk in truth, life, and way and with God, and therefore are cut off from truth, life, way, and God. See the paradox? It's why people come here and go, well, what are you? Give me an ism that I can identify you by, so that I can like put you in a box and claim to understand. How could you put me in a box and claim to understand in a finite position the world of the infinite? You see the paradox of the fool? Thinks that by limiting and labeling, he's going to understand more, when it's not possible to limit the limitless, nor is it possible to understand and comprehend beyond a certain point. And once you try to limit the limitless to comprehend it, you cut yourself off from experiencing the rest of it to where it would open itself up to you and a new perspective of a new world would emerge. It's a game in a way. It is a law in a way. It is a courting process in a way. You get what you give. You'll receive what you receive, and that will be based on what you perceive. This is why in the scripture it talks about the unbeliever. Some of these folks can't get to truth, life, and way because they believe in something that's not true and cut themselves off from believing or knowing an ultimate truth or true enough. The experience that we would call God. Let's go to the NDAA situation. No, we got to go to Rubio. Let's go to Rubio. I got to keep me on track. What good are the eyes when the mind is blind? I think it's more of a heart-based thing, but I get it, you know. Because again, when you push these people or you hit them over the head with the truth, they always confess like that guy just did right there. I don't care. I know you don't care. See, I'll say the same thing. When you push me far enough, I'll do it from the opposite side. I'll say, I don't care. But you have to get the context and the nuance, right? What do I not care about? What you think and what you feel that you can't explain, that is in opposition to what I can see and feel and explain, that makes the most sense and can't be rebutted or refuted? Right. I care ultimately about the truth, life, and way. When you put it in front of these people who only care about their truth and their way, they tell you, I don't care about that. Right. Based on who and what we are, what we care about, and what we serve will determine who and what we are, what we have access to when it comes to power and value on the false side and on the true side. So the reason a lot of you don't have access to an ultimate truth is because if you get inside of who and what you are consciously or subconsciously, you really don't care. You're really not inspired and caring enough to seek the truth to be set free. What you are is wanton. See? Somewhere in you, if I was to analyze you and ask you questions, you're not even aware of it. But like on the couch, if I ask you enough questions and you answer them honestly, you're going to reveal the core of what it really is. You're wanton. You want something. You're entitled to something. Is what it is, right? You want rights and freedoms. You're entitled to that, but you ain't going to sacrifice to get it. You ain't going to walk in truth, life, and way to be that and get it. Ain't that right, girlfriend? Then you're going to get treated like a hoe by the universe and everybody in it, including me. One way or the other. See, that's how you get double and triple fucked in this life. You don't even understand there's a universal law that limits your ability and progress based on your intention and your results. And then you want to blame somebody else or something else. Oh, the liberal leftards are the reason why prosperity is going down the drain. There's no more goodness and greatness. No, you're the reason for that because you put a limiting factor on you and what you're going to achieve and be. And you bought into a lie and a deception. So you've manifested that reality. You can't have an empowered, co-creative, successful, prosperous society made up of a bunch of men and women who are cowardly, disturbed, ignorant, and arrogant. Can't happen. Can't have a prosperous, co-creative, successful, empowered society when the majority of men and women believe that their power lies outside of themselves with a bunch of clowns in suits and a bunch of systems that are built to fail. Thoughts on that? Open invitation. I'll throw the link in even though it's pinned. Questions, comments, concerns? Did I get it wrong? Do you have some amazing understanding we haven't seen or heard yet? Or just one we continue to see and hear, but we need to hear it again because we don't really understand how life on life's terms works. So feel free to call in, click the link, tell me all about how we need to vote for masters on both sides, because they're going to bring us our rights and freedom somehow, some way. And we're going to be even safer for doing it. You know, we love that here. Let's go Rubio. This is what you really want. This is what you need.
We had a good conversation, a frank conversation. I'm not going to tell you what we talked about because these diplomacy doesn't work well when you run to the microphones afterwards. Suffice it to say, I'll tell you what I told you yesterday. The United States, the president's been clear that we want.
Got to stop them ready, because I have experience with this. Starting to do what I do, I've now been involved in politics indirectly. I see the dynamics of politics, and I know why diplomacy doesn't work well when you're in private talking to people and then you run to the microphone, because people are full of shit. Imagine that. So you got to learn to read between the lines and presume and assume until it's rebutted, right? Don't presume and assume without putting it before him. See, if I was right in front of Rubio, I just presume and assume and let him rebut it. And based on his rebuttal and his body language, I'm going to make another presumption and assumption, because he's never going to tell you the truth, even if he wanted to. The presumption is that he would even know the truth or be in alignment with it. I suspect not. That's another running theme here, right? If we learn from history that most folks don't learn from history. So even if they wanted to tell the truth, they couldn't tell the truth because they don't know it. They don't care to know it. Doesn't matter. What matters is how they're going to get what they want and what's wanted by everyone around them, right? That's the fucking beginning and ending of all this. So yeah, diplomacy doesn't work well if you get done and run to a microphone. If when you were away from the microphone, everybody was full of shit. I know that dynamic well. People don't like when they know you're talking about them and what they've said and done when they're full of shit on some level. They get nervous and they get antsy. See, when you are who you are in every venue and you stand on that understanding and you even draw inspiration from that, you got no problem doing diplomacy public and private, because I'm going to tell you back there the same thing I'm going to tell you up here. What's the problem? What's the issue with diplomacy exactly? Yeah, I know. I see it with all your content creators that I've dealt with, all your legal gurus and scholars who want to grift on all the audience, sell products, and take people through a legalistic, corporatistic system without ever introducing themselves or their audience to God, truth, life and way, trust, equity and faith, honor, and all the bedrock foundational philosophy of what gave way to the legalistic courting procedure. The foundations of law and order. That's concerning. If you don't know that and you don't live that and you don't speak that, but you want to tell people how to court, I got a problem with that. I'm going to doubt that. I'm going to doubt that you actually understand what it really is and what it all means and what the implications are on a metaphysical level, on a quantum level, on a universal level. That's how you win at court, in man's court, and you lose in God's court, by the way, in case you're wondering. That's how your society and culture becomes really clever and legalistic, but lacks common sense and ability to tap into the communal and the co-creative. That's what got us here, by the way, in case you're wondering. Got it, need more.
We are prepared to play a constructive role in bringing about an end to a senseless war, and we're ready to do that. And we, of course, express.
Brian O'Shea is fine. I've heard from him recently. He's doing his thing. He's got his tests and challenges like we all do. He's going to respond to that how he needs to. You know? But we do have proof of life up to at least a couple weeks ago on Brian O'Shea.
That, and we've expressed it in other means. So we talked about other things as well.
Did you talk to him about Russia sharing information with Iran targeting U.S. troops?
Well, who says that they are?
Are they not?
Who says they are?
Pike said the knowledge that Russia was enabling in some ways, Russia and
China. Yeah, but that's a different question from what you just asked me. Who said they're doing that?
The of these people, they come here and it's like I just talk and it goes on deaf ears. They ask me, what is the truth? Did I not just fucking lay that out? Did you miss it? The truth is, I'll try again. The truth is, you can never go to a system or a set of circumstances to make you and what you've created better. That's a deception and a fraud. Period. Did you get that? Did you get that? Or is that too simple yet complicated for you to internalize and accept? It's simple because it doesn't have a bunch of policies, codes, motions, and games to play. It's challenging because the implication is you and everyone around you is going to have to do and be to get better. There's actual work here. Imagine that, right? But that's not true. They say, Beauchene comes in here yesterday. There is no such thing as absolute truth. Really, Boshaney? Then refute what the fuck I just said. If I'm claiming there is certain absolute truths or true enough that can't be refuted because they're based in cause and effect and common sense, why don't you guys get up here and refute it? Just simply explain to me and everybody else here how we're going to do and be better individually and together without doing and being better. What system of people, places, and things is going to make that happen? How's that going to work and how does it look? You can't fucking do it because it doesn't exist. But you won't cop to it because you want to believe it exists. Because at your core, you're just too fucking weak and lazy to do the motherfucking work on yourself and with each other. So you get nothing because the word is deserve. What you deserve is more slavery and genocide. Because the only people who deserve prosperity are those of honor and good faith and righteousness. And that is not most people here. They don't even care to know it. They want to win. They want to be better than the next guy. But they don't want to do and be better for themselves as themselves. They want to prove something to the world and everybody else without being proofed by the Creator. See, in everything that we do, either God's handiwork is all over it or it's absent from it. And when it's absent from it, your handiwork is all over it. And absent from the Creator's handiwork, you are corrupt and reprobate, dishonorable, and bad faith. Don't believe me? Look around at 85% who locked you down, shot you, enslaved you, and told me to go to jail. Look at the rest of the 15% who want to use statute, policy, and code to get us out of what it got us into and make a whole bunch of money while doing it. Because they act like coming on here for rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith was supposed to be their fucking main career. It wasn't. It's supposed to be a process, a program, a practice, a procedure of becoming. It's supposed to be a passion of yours. It's supposed to be the whole purpose for your existence. It wasn't supposed to be a fucking career. So you missed the point. You are everything that you reflect, that you complain about, and you don't want to face it, and you don't want to recreate it or be recreated by that force in truth with the life that you still have in the way that I'm speaking that is based in common sense. I just triggered a thought from your boy there. I got the Castro 1.2 live viewers came up in my algorithm yesterday when I was doom scrolling. 1.2 thousand live viewers for him to beg everyone to continue to buy his trifolds that he can't even use when he goes to court. You know why? Because of everything I just spoke here. They don't want the truth. They don't want to have to live a better life. They don't want to have to walk in the way and practice courage and faith. They want to buy a fucking trifold that doesn't even work for the guy selling it. That is the Christed dynamic, by the way. You ever decide to get the fuck up off your fat ass like I did and start actually doing something different, don't expect the majority of folks here to take notice of it. And if they do take notice of it, only to try to use you and that energy for their reprobate, corrupt purposes. 8 out of 10 times. Don't expect the majority and the masses here to ever to want to or actually decide to walk in truth, life, and way. And don't expect them to honor it and give you or even I am that am credit for it. It's not going to happen. So again, this is something that you turn yourself over to because there's nothing else left to do here. There is no other purpose and meaning, value, and power system here that makes sense to you. That's the revelation, right? It's choice without choice. Because this is God's plan and God's creation. I'm just being revealed to it more and more by seeking the truth to be set free. See, most of the people who are doing this, for profit or not, they're not doing it for that reason. They're doing it because they want something out of this. They're not doing it because they realize they're in a covenant with the Creator and they have no other option but to do what the fuck has been put forth. That's the law. They're not law-abiding, cosmically, universally. They abide by their feelers and their wantonness. That's the problem. That's why they need to lose all their pretty and nice things from time to time. We all do. We all got to have our pretty and nice things. We all got to have our safety and our comfort taken. We all got to be put into dis-ease to remind us of what the real program, process, procedure, meaning, purpose, value, and power is here, because we get lost. We get off on our own shit.
Reporting in the media?
Yeah.
Oh, then it must be true.
So is it
It's in
not?
the media. It's a leaker. I'm not going to, let's imagine that were true. I certainly wouldn't discuss it in the press. I've already told you guys yesterday something, and I was very clear about it. Nothing that Iran is doing, nothing that anyone's doing to help Iran is in any way increasing their ability to target Americans. What you need to all understand, because we've explained this repeatedly, is Iran has spent the better part of 20 years not just sponsoring terrorism, but building long-range rockets, short-range missiles,
That's you.
and drones.
That's
and they
you.
were intending to build them a lot more. They were intending to double their stockpile. The stuff you're seeing them use now, they were going to double that. And they were going to use that and hide behind that to say, we're untouchable. We can now do a nuclear weapon and you guys can't touch it.
This is exactly the same kind of dynamic as when a guy on the middle of nowhere starts buying a bunch of guns and government somewhere says, we're getting real scared. This guy's buying a bunch of guns and he's saying he thinks the government's going to come do something to me. And the government shows up and does something to him and says, well, we had to show up and kill him or put him in a box. He kept buying all them guns. He was buying the guns because he had a feeling you were going to come and try to take his life and his property. And you did. And you blamed him preparing for it for the reason why you did it. It is beyond laughable.
Just or overwhelm your air defenses, which is why the president had to address this threat. And he did, and he should have. Another president should have done it earlier. The world will be a safer place because we addressed it. Unfortunately,
It's very Randy Weaverish, no?
Disruptions, but you know what's really disruptive? A nuclear weapon in the hands of these radicals.
In Ukraine, do you sense that the momentum is shifting a little bit in the conflict? And if so, does that manifest itself?
I think it's a bloody war. I think
Guys.
it's a very bloody war.
Guys, there's this group of millions of terrorists who've been waiting for a reason or even coming up with reasons to attack us. So we decided to attack them first because we want to keep everybody safe, right? Can anybody I'm dying for someone to make some sense out of how this all works. They've been saying for 40 years, these people are so bad and evil, they're going to attack us any moment. So you decided to go and take a chunk out of the hornet's nest instead of just let it be. Right? Like we even in my little old dumpy trailer over here, there's hornet's nests outside and I just let them be. I just let them do their thing. They exist, they live, they're kind of scary, but they're over there. And they, for the most part, leave me alone. No, we decided the hornet's nest is really scary. They got a bunch of stuff in there that could poison us and sting us. We're going to go over there and bite a quarter of the fucking nest off and see what the fuck happens for safety, right?
Or I think, Russia's now
Totally
suffering
makes sense.
strikes deep in their territory. That's something you didn't see. At the end of the year, the winter's still going to hit Ukraine, and they're, obviously going to have to defend their airspace. People suffering every day. I think it's the only conflict I've been told.
Oh, by the way, if you're wondering why they do the mocking humiliation rituals for multiple reasons, like they do in prison when they gave Rubio the dress shoes. That was a whole thing, right? Like we'll buy, and again, I don't know if it's Donnie doing it or who runs Donnie, whether it's corporately who runs him or spiritually who runs him, but I know jail pimp games, prison games when I see them, and I know what they signify, right? Because again, it's Luciferian games. It's a spirit that inhabits folks in prison the same way it inhabits these con men in chief. So basically what it is it's pimping and hoeing again, because we got to stay with the theme of the channel. And again, it is that. If I give you shoes that are 3 sizes too big and you walk around in them and don't tell anybody and don't make it an issue, it's proof you'll do whatever I want you to do. See? The same way a pimp does to a hoe. He goes out of his way to get her to do wacky, crazy, wild shit to turn her out so that he knows in the back of his mind, okay, now I can use this bitch when the time comes because she'll do whatever the fuck I want her to do. Just more low-level pimping and hoeing tactics, right? They all can't figure out why. Why did they give Rubio the shoes? Well, because they want to know if he'll do anything and everything for the crew, for the mission, for the cause. That's one way to find out. We're going to send you out there in shoes that are 3 sizes too big and let everybody mock you and ridicule you. See what you will and won't put up with, right? If you're willing to look like a fool and humiliate yourself to keep the false peace, then what won't you do or be a part of, right? Just like a housewife at home who does what they're told by the husband who beats the wife and the children. Don't talk about the big shoes, Rubio. Daddy might get mad. He gets abusive, right? Better just go along to get along. That's the spirit that runs this whole nation, this whole world, ultimately. From the ground up, top down.
It's the only conflict that anyone
Cowards.
in the military can recall where the killed in action rate is higher than the casualty rate. That's how bloody it is. The Russians, I believe, are losing upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 soldiers a week. That's a staggering number.
Does Lavrov sort of express that? Or
Well, look, guys, I mean, when I have these talks, these things don't work well unless I come out here and characterize what the other side is saying. Suffice it to say that I think it's obvious to everyone that this war is very bloody. And look, Ukraine's paid a tremendous price as well. I mean, we've seen, civilian deaths, strikes in Kyiv. We've seen some of that increase. Certainly, I mean, this war has not been good for Ukraine either. So I think both sides should have an incentive to bring it to an end. That's been the challenge, is an end that both sides can accept. And we've tried and we'll continue to try to see if we can, find a middle ground that brings this about. And we're prepared to play that role. The opportunity presents itself. We expressed that today and we've expressed it in the past.
Russia launched live fire drills in the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah.
And apparently used water cannon on Philippine vessels near Scarborough Shoal.
Yeah, those are two separate incidents.
Two separate incidents, right, as your Chinese.
Yeah, look, I mean, they know where we feel about those issues. Obviously, we publicly expressed ourselves on the missile launch. It's a destabilizing event. And what's happened with the Philippines, obviously we saw that too. The whole world saw it, and it's disturbing, and these challenges and these claims of sovereignty over territory are a growing challenge. It's why we continue to reiterate our commitment to our treaty partners, but also our commitment to freedom of navigation and respect for territorial rights in the region. And it's one of the cornerstones of our engagement in the Indo-Pacific and especially via ASEAN. And I made that point in every forum that we've had here.
Sir, President Trump, he said on Truth Social that the U.S. is going to bomb and destroy a bridge for power.
Person in chat writes, and this is how you know you're so deep in the domestication slave program. Person in chat writes, I've never been a fan of guns, but I'm starting to rethink it. Again, you don't know what it's like to live in an actual reality or real world because you've never been born in one. You like if you went back 1,000 years ago and said, and again, obviously not the gun, but the sword, it's the same thing. It's called a sidearm. It's what they call it. Whether it's gun, sword, whatever. It's characterized as a weapon, but it's a tool. Only a modern day inauthentic corporate male and female could have the luxury to sit there and say they're not into their sidearm. If you were born in a real world where you had to survive and thrive and put off evil and predators as well, you don't get an option to like them or not. You're dead already. Don't you get that? How do you not get that? Let's try again. Let's take the magic slave bus loop down and back one more time. Because with these folks, you got to repeat. You got to loop here. Got to repeat. Even with the looping and the repeating, they can't fucking get it. How out of touch they are. Go back 100, 200 years ago and tell a man out on the land that he's not into guns. He'd have laughed at you. He'd have laughed at you and asked you to get as far away from his reality as possible because you'd have to be a liability. Something's wrong with you. Only a modern, inauthentic corporate male and female could have a luxury to not feel some kind of way about a sidearm, which at one point was the difference between you living and dying. Whether it was from the coyote that's going to come and take your child, whether it's from the bandit on the side of the road that wants your cash, on and on. Whether it was to just hunt and gather. These are great equalizers for survival. But again, a race that has no more survival instincts, they're definitely not thriving. And they have no more survival instincts. They're like the 5th generation of obese rats in the cage when they do the simulation, when they do the scientific method on them. They do the experiments. These are the 5th generation obese, domesticated, docile rats who don't even have an instinct to survive anymore. And it doesn't even occur to them. If we go back to reality tomorrow, you don't get an option to feel some kind of way about guns and knives. You're going to need them to survive, or your life's going to be about being somebody else's bitch. But you're so used to that. You're just so fucking used to being somebody's pet and domesticated. It doesn't even bother you. It doesn't occur to you. Somebody else will hunt it for me. Somebody else will kill it for me. Somebody else will put down the threat for me. Somebody else is going to feed me like the state, like Daddy Walmart. Beyond embarrassing. We're back there again. See, we almost got away and then we're back again. How you guys type this shit and say this shit is like, it's great for us because we get to do the content here at times. Content, but how you guys with a straight face type this shit and write this shit and say this shit is like fascinating to me. I got 15 guns, all of which I'm hoping to never have to use. Haven't used them yet. Many of them haven't even shot them one time just because they hold value. You're going in, you're already into inflation slavery territory where every asset, anything of any kind of value is going up. Your cash is losing value as we speak. Because it doesn't have value and is backed by nothing. Right. Mindfuck central. The reason they have value is because all of modern civilization is predicated upon these inventions. But he doesn't really feel anything about them. He doesn't have them, doesn't need them, didn't really like them. And they wonder how I say they're not a man. Just by definition, by in cause and effect, based on reality, not the world you live in. Where a bunch of weak-ass, lying, cowardly slaves can not only be kept alive, but fucking thrive and take over the place. Not in that world, in the real world. When all the delusion, deception, denial, desperation, the running here and there together and all these endeavors trying to keep the plates spinning. When all that shit goes away and you're back to you, your family, the land, God, your community, and what the fuck you can create. There it is. That's why the Amish folks will be here when you're long dead and enslaved, because they would never come out of their fucking mouth something so stupid or weak and pathetic and embarrassing and domesticated like, I don't like and don't really feel the need for guns and swords and shit like that. Well, it's good though. He's starting to change his mind though. Part of what we do here at Unslavia is we bring perspectives that are very challenging and triggering, and we force or facilitate a change of mind and heart at times. And by the way, I'm not somebody, as you know, according to Lewis, I destroyed my health because I don't even want to be involved in eating animals that have been killed. So obviously I'm not like some Billy badass tough guy who's like, I got guns and I'm looking forward to shooting shit out with people. You know, I think there's a morbid, curious aspect to me, if not everybody, that I'm curious to see everything and anything that goes on in this life just to experience it. But as far as seeking that, wanting that, being into that, or being able to like simulate that and knowing where I'll be at if that ever took place, I don't want that. I'm not into that. I don't like that. It doesn't turn me on. As a matter of fact, that's when you're at your worst and at your lowest point, right? When you got nothing else left to do and offer. So, yeah, because folks will saw Pauly Boy, you know, he's just one of them people. He loves guns because he's got a killing fetish and fixation of no. Quite the opposite. But I'm not going to ignore that these things, if nothing else, hold value. And if these things, if nothing else, hold the key to my survival if I ever need it. Right? If nothing else, like I said, somebody who doesn't hunt or eat animals, if I had to survive, I would entertain hunting again. You know, good luck trying to do that without any tools or implements that they want to say are dangerous and unsafe. I don't know who this person is, what they're saying, who they're talking about. We have Keith Williams, who is another person, sounds like he's almost double my age, wrote me an email, made a statement, said he wasn't going to bother me anymore, wasn't going to come around, he's going to block me. And just like every other inauthentic corporate male who reaches out to me, he lied, he didn't stick to his word. he doesn't see an issue and a problem with that. And he also doesn't see why that's one of many reasons why I don't respect him, why I like talk down to him and many others, because you can tell when you meet these people just by how they look and sound. 9 out of 10 times you can tell how they're going to act and what they're going to do. You can say that's shallow. Sometime you got to get shallow to get deep. I don't think it's shallow because it's more of an energy and an intuition than it is a judgment on their physical presentment, right? 8 or 9 out of 10 times when I meet these people, I look at them and what they're wearing and what they're driving, how they speak, what they care about, how they respond to what I throw at them. I make a determination I'm 85 to 90% correct. They're dishonorable, bad faith, cowardly people, and they will project onto you when they don't get what they want to try to play some power game with you because they lack true power and value and care at their core. And that's why they name drop like Keith does. Oh, I know this person and that person. And I don't care, Keith. That's another thing that drives you guys crazy. I don't give a fuck who you know and how much cash they have. It don't mean nothing to me. What are you about? What do you stand for? You can't buy your way in or out with me. See? Burns them up. They think when they call me and have private conversations, I know this guy and that guy, but they think that I'm over there like them, getting turned on and excited. I don't care. I know you're trying to manipulate me. I see right through you. I'm gonna double reverse Uno you. I'm not even gonna play, actually. If I'm gonna play, I'm a double reverse Uno. But most of the time, I'm not even gonna play, bro. I know what you're doing and what you're up to and why you're doing it. That's why you get the response you get from me, and you think it's me. No, I see you, and I respond accordingly. Because I tell you folks ahead of time, don't contact me or interact with me privately if you're going to do one of 5 things, and you guys do it every fucking time. So then I got to go, okay, you must not think that I can see it and know it for what it is. Maybe you don't see it and know it for what it is. I'm going to turn it into content nonsense. It's just like hundreds and thousands of you folks who all do the same things for the same reasons, and you think you're your own person. And once you have the correlations down and the computations and the probabilities, life just becomes boring because it's all predictable and you already know what you're going to get, or it becomes exciting because you take that predictability and play off of it. Right? You start to make things a little bit more interesting and exciting. We're now doing the thing. This is what Keith wants because he's like double my age, but his mommy and daddy didn't pay him enough attention. So he comes to places like this so he can be the center of attention. And because Paulie's one of the few who entertains that and allows that, he can't get enough here, right? You just lied, Paul. My emails to you never said that, and I can't see any reason for you to misrepresent my words. So Keith, you never told me that you were gonna. Okay, I want to look at this right now. Because I want to see live on the air. It doesn't matter anyway. We're out of the algorithm today. It's mostly the folks who've been here from the beginning. I don't really have to present. I don't anyway, but I feel more pressure to present. We're in the algorithm to like make a point and, play the game. But let's look right now here live. So I want to know how fucking distorted anything's possible, man. I've learned that in life. We're all distorted and deceived at times. We all miss the point. Okay, so I got your email about etymology of government because you're going to tell me what it is and what it's not, as if I haven't looked at it over and over again, as if I don't have an intuitive component to me. I'm going to accept what you say that it is based on your citation, right? So that's where it started. And again, why this is such an important thing, you had to email me about the word government, say it doesn't mean mind control. By the way, little sus. Little fatty, little agency, little sus. Why out of all the things we talk about is that your biggest issue? You got to email. Paul, you keep saying government means mind control. It doesn't mean that. And here's some citation that proves it. And it's cherry picked. It's cherry picked as if I need the term government to actually mean governare mente, mind control. I don't. Just look at what it does and how it operates. Look at the people who come here. It is actually mind control. So why even argue with me about the etymology when in fact, in functionality, it is in fact what I'm describing it to be? Just a big time waste is all you are. I could tell that from the first email. Your priorities are off. Your attention's off. Your intention's off. And your biggest gripe is going to be something you're going to nitpick and try to fight me about while you're fucking wrong. And who knows why? Well, let's get to it. Paul, please advise your PayPal username. So then we went to the thing of I'm going to pay you now to change how you're dealing with me. A lot of people do that with me. It never works. And I tell them ahead of time, don't waste your money or time. Here's another email, you asking me if I plan to stream tonight when it's obvious you know when I'm planning to stream because you see me planning or I'm not there. Asking me is like what a bitch does. Telling me you want me to stream, but doing it as a question. See, your 3 messages, now I don't even remember this, but now that I go back in the email, I remember why you annoy me and I don't like you and I don't respect you and I talk down to you and I don't even take your money to be whatever with you. I take your money if you want to give it and then tell you I still don't like you and respect you and here's why. And you can shove that up your ass or do whatever you want with it. That's why I'm honorable here in good faith, even if I'm nasty and mean, because I don't do what the castrated and all the rest do. Is take your money over and over again and change my tune with you because I want to game you and pimp you. No, I'd rather us get to the truth or you not like me and go away. Has to be that way. So again, you want to email me like a bitch would do, doing power games and mind games. Hey, Paul, are you going to do something you didn't tell us you were going to do that you're not planning on doing because I want you to do it? No. Then I respond, no. Most likely tomorrow, maybe every 4 days. So now I got to take time out of my night to explain to you why I'm not doing what you already knew I wasn't doing because you wanted it when you wanted it, even though it wasn't part of my arrangement. See? And by the way, Keith, here's a clue. You think you're the only codependent coward projector who does this crap with me? You're not. I know you think you are because you live in a world where everything revolves around you. You're far from the only person who does this crap with me. And by the way, I tell you all from the beginning, I see right through you. I don't like it. Don't play the games with me. Just be direct with me. Get whatever the fuck you need out of me and leave me the fuck alone. And it's going to be the greatest relationship ever because we're going to be bonded in truth, life, and way and how I love to come here and entertain motherfuckers and make a fool out of myself. All the rest of this extra shit, go to your mommy and daddy and a therapist with that. Tired of it. Been tired of it. Got to deal with it in every fucking relationship. Don't like it, don't want it. Got to shut it down day 1. Day 50, day 500, at some point it drives me or them away. Because they just can't get a fucking clue. Some people, I guess, in life weren't Irish and Italian, born on New York. It's just they can't fucking get it. The rest of the world and the country, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a me problem rather than a me solution. Let's continue on. Because Keith and other well-to-do good white people around this nation can't figure out why most of them, I really don't want them around me. They irk me. They make me uncomfortable for many reasons. And then there's various different ways they like to try to play me and game me because they think they're smarter than me. I don't know what gives them this perspective. I think it's because they make more money, they think, and a lot of them do. It's because they have a graduated certificate from some institution, I guess. It's because they know a bunch of other morons like them who they think are active in culture and society. They're moving and shaking. They all think they're more intelligent than me and can play games with me and manipulate me. And by the way, there's text messages too from you where you did something similar. And if you want, we can go over those and I could break those down and show you why. Again, I don't respect you, don't honor you. You remind me of my father and other inauthentic corporate males in my life who just can't shoot straight. And if I shoot straight, you run for the hills because you can't deal with truth. So why would I have you around me? To waste my fucking time and run us in circles and play games? If I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that with some fairly attractive bitches and hoes. I'm not going to do it with men twice my age. I don't even do it with the bitches and hoes that I want to fuck because I don't fuck them. That's another walk, right? That might be why I'm a bit bitter and resentful at times because I got a different walk here. The point is, if I'm not going to entertain females who my dick wants attention with, because I don't think it's the right thing to do for any of us, I'm not going to entertain your garbage as a grown man twice my age. Because you're not my hoe and you're not my bitch. And then on top of it, you want to come here acting like my hoe and my bitch and tell me how to do my broadcast and what I should do in it and what I should say and not and all the rest of it. You have some fucking nerve. And again, this is another person who, when you get them on camera and on screen, they're boring as all fucking get out. I'd rather watch molasses drip down a tree. I'd rather go on YouTube and watch one of those boxes where a fucking bird sits in it all day and walks around and lays eggs and sits on the egg. You're absolute broadcasting kryptonite. Don't worry, I'm going to find it here. Next one. This is your next message to me. The last one I sent you about the government and the rest and where I'm sitting was enough. You wanted further follow-up 3 months later. 3 months later, hi, Paul, for further follow-up. And then we have a paragraph. This is what he sends me. And I'm supposed to sit there and read fucking 5 paragraphs of your garbage and bullshit when I didn't ask, because you want to do further follow-up. You want to service the account. Further follow-up on the etymology of the word government. I am writing to address the narrative shared among your many acolytes. There's the dig. See the passive-aggressive digs that either he's not aware of or doesn't think I'm aware of that just puts me off. Now I go to the dark place. I go to the dark African-American place. That's why they call me the white Negro. I start entertaining old ways and ideas. And then I go, stop it, Paulie boy. Get out of there. Get back to your focus and your inspiration, your way of beingness, because God's going to fuck you if you don't. That's what keeps me in line. Because I start going to places like, Keith Williams, he's bragging about knowing all these people and having all this money, and he wants to talk down to me and the audience who comes here, who contribute and support for years and walk the path. And he wants to like dig, like you and your many acolytes. And they wonder why at one point, when I was on that borderline town between the suburban white folks who were all like Keith Williams and the absolute crack house ghetto where we used to buy and sell PCP and run around town, and I'm not going to get into what went on, but all types of things that went on. They wonder why at some point those African American folks, they get around these people and they say, why are we entertaining this crap? Because Keith Williams and these white people think the black folks are stupid just like me, or that they can just play in their face and that we don't know what's going on, right? Talking down to everybody and your ignorance and arrogance. I got acolytes here, right, jerk off? Because a bunch of people come here resonate with what I do. They're in alignment and they agree with me. I have acolytes now, another bitter, resentful cult leader wannabe who's projecting that onto me. Fuckface. That's why the black folks at some point when they're at the cookout party, you say like 3 to 5 things that you either don't know or don't care, don't think we're aware of what you're doing. And then they go, we're going to take this motherfucker's shoes just because we want to see the look on his face when it happens. And then I'm going to put his shoes on and I'm going to go fuck his wife on their kitchen island around 2 a.m. tonight when everyone's like drunk and passed out, or like, I've decided I'm taking his shoes, fucking his wife on the kitchen island right next to the slap chop and the juicer. And I'm getting in his Porsche, I'm taking the plate off and I'm riding it down the block to my buddy who's going to put another plate on it. And we're going to go chop it up. Because fuck you. See? Then Keith Williams and everyone goes off to tell stories how we had these dirty black people in here. We tried to love them and care for them. We brought them in here and talked down to them and disrespected them and dishonored them and projected onto them. And they took my New Balance sneakers, fucked my wife on my kitchen island next to my juicer, and stole my Porsche. Yeah, because you're a douchebag, and you're disrespectful, and you're dishonorable, and you're corrupt, and you're bad faith, and you're a fucking punk coward at your heart. And you have some nerve talking down on people who are like that in some shape, form, or fashion. Now, when it comes to me, I'm not talking robberies and thug shit. I'm not on that. Never really was on that. When I was there doing that, my heart always told me something was wrong. And at one point, I went and talked to one of the gang people, and he explained to me that we're not so different. That in his heart, he knew this behavior was wrong. It has to change. This is just how everybody comes up, and it becomes acceptable, but it's all wrong and evil and wicked. Okay? But again, when we refocus on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, legal and lawful, producing results at court, entertaining motherfuckers for hours at a time, you ain't got it, and you got some nerve playing these fucking games with me and coming around to be codependent, playing power games and telling me what to do and what it is. Let's continue on. We've now given Keith exactly what he wants indirectly, whether he knows it or not. Keith Williams, not Keith Wizard. He needs a daddy, wants a daddy, and needs a lot of attention here. Needs special care. So now we're going to follow up. Federal appellate courts. Here now he's mentioning at Jeeps in the chat. Assets. And they always talk like they maximize and minimize, right? Your many acolytes, like Jeeps. He probably has one example, Jeeps, but it's many acolytes, right? You're full of shit. This is why your women don't respect you, and after a certain point, take half your shit and leave. See? They can't trust you either. Now, after we talk about Jeeps and my many other acolytes and what they accept and don't accept in chat, we got federal appellate courts, including Seventh Circuit, blah, 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 have mandated that these quote-unquote sovereign citizen theories be read. I don't care. How do I stop an inauthentic corporate white bitch mid-sentence and remind them? I don't care what you and your society of legalist corporatists have determined for me and everyone else. I'm not your slave. I don't have to believe what you believe. You don't have to believe what I believe. I'm going to do what I want to do because that's my right. And you could do whatever the fuck you want to do to me. We didn't set out doing this to win. We set out doing this to make a statement, put it on record, and prove the point of who and what we are and what we're not. Don't you get it? Don't you get, unlike your bitch ass, I charged into this expecting to die or go to prison. The fact that I haven't yet shocked the shit out of me more than anybody. Imagine the mind and heart set of someone like that. Imagine it very unsafe. You don't want to be around me, Keith Williams. I'm very unpredictable at times. I'm very unsafe. Imagine how could only imagine how little value for themselves and life somebody would have to charge into almost certain imprisonment and death and do it over and over again, even though Seventh Circuit of Appellate Appeals, blah, blah, blah court decided for all of us. Yeah, Keith Williams. Maybe now you realize why all the black people they say I'm lying about used to love me and respect me. They couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. All their buddies were so gangster and tough. When it came time to stand on something, willing to die, kill, or go to jail, we couldn't find any of them, hardly. Weirdest thing ever. And I'm guessing you're one of them, Keith Williams. Coming at me with arguments from a fear space when it's the antithesis of what the fuck I'm doing here and the whole point of me living. How many times do I have to tell you folks that before you get it through your head and heart and realize you're not for me and I'm not for you? Because you ain't for I am that am. You're for you and your feelers. What you want it to be. What you think it is. Proving why you're a fucking slave in your mind and your heart, by the way, because you come to me, somebody who's talking from firsthand experience, intuition and instinct, conscience that the creator put there, and you want to counter that and debate that with Seventh Circuit Appeal Court jerk off and address decided. Ungodly, bad faith, dishonorable motherfucker. You can't counter with that. And if you'd like, I'll give you your fucking $200 back or whatever it is that you contributed to me so you can get the fuck on your way and down the road. I wouldn't want to ever be accused of taking something from you and not delivering, even though I don't put a charge financially on what I do here. I put a charge spiritually on what I do here. If you can feel it, sure you can. See, it's interesting too. The charge that I put on this broadcast, when I do this broadcast, to some folks, it feels like inspiration. To others, it feels like fear. I wonder what the difference is there. If you'd like, we could do the breakdown. If you'd like, you could just fucking break down and confess and profess, all you professors. What is it that you profess exactly? Let's continue on. By ignoring the clarity of the citations below, blah, 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 this is where I check out. I'm not even going to continue to read it now, and I probably did the same thing that night. In case you're wondering. Save you and me and everyone else a bunch of fucking time. We'll get to it here. Okay, so no, I didn't. I wrote you a paragraph back, read all your garbage, wrote you back because I didn't want to be impolite and disrespectful. And by the way, I was courteous. And well, you know what? I'll just read my response to you. Why not? I don't encourage anyone to bring up what it seems to be defined as at court. It's two different conversations. However, I do believe a similar idea applies across the board, i.e. commercial versus common law, public versus private. Dual jurisdiction was confirmed to me at court by an administrator. With that said, you provided me someone's opinion that day doesn't equate to anything other than that. And I'm sure if I look long and far enough, I can find many of them that contradict each other because it's just that. Some guy's opinion that day or what judgment will be made and put on record. I happen to believe there is in fact a corporate takeover that has been perfected on this land, and that in fact these are corporations converting men and women with rights into corporate entities involved with business proceedings at the expense of rights in the name of providing safety as a service. Again, you quoting some guy in a costume doesn't mean it is or it isn't something. He now goes on to reveal himself and what the core of his attraction is to me, like Jack Talcott and so many others who swarm and parasite around me for so long. He doesn't realize he's revealing himself. You are a person with power and stature, as evidenced by your audience, which returns again and again. You are evidence of someone who's not, by the way, just so you know. I should start getting more real and therefore rude in my responses to you folks privately. See? No matter. That's one of the reasons I respect you, right? So one of the reasons you respect me is for what I can do that you can't do, which is draw an audience, right? That's one of the reasons I don't respect you and don't like you. Because many of you only came to find me and what I'm doing once you realized there was some worldly power or value there. Again, why I don't like or respect you. Why when you come around me, I feel the energy of you and I'm put off by you because I know a user and an addict when I see one. I am one. How about that? Got to tell on myself. I am and was. I won't say am, although it probably lives in me. They teach you that at NAAA, to tell on yourself, because whatever you see inside of others also lives within you, and you have to acknowledge it in order to check it and govern it. So listen, I know a user and addict because I was one before I had the revelation of truth, life, and way. And this is the only thing that refocused me and gave me purpose and meaning and value and power in my life. So I know you feel and see that. Great. Do it and be it. Stay the fuck away from me. I don't have anything to give you and you don't have anything to give me. We go on this walk together or we go it alone, right? That's what the important part of this is. It ain't about me. And again, the wise man isn't moved by praise nor blame. I don't care. You don't think that I know that a bunch of inauthentic corporate white males and females think that I'm powerful and valuable because they see an audience come back here day after day and contribute and support. Oh, I know that all too well. Notice what you say is oriented toward that rather than everything else. See, that's how I know you. When you start to compliment me and praise me, you're still revealing yourself, and I start to know who and what you are and what makes you tick. That's not the reason you're supposed to think that I'm powerful and respect me. It's because I have an audience that comes back over and over again. I'll point you to 50 people who have audiences that come back over and over again. They're powerless and they're valueless when it comes down to cause and effect and generating results. They're a bunch of sheepish cowards like you. But you revealed yourself again. This is, by the way, I'm showing you how courting works. This is how you lose at court before you ever speak, because everything you put on record reveals the mind and heart set of the revealer and the experiencer and the explainer. And it reveals your state of beingness, and then you convict yourself. You don't say you respect me because I'm powerful and valuable, that I'm able to look imprisonment and death in the face and practice good faith and go past it over and over again with the grace of God. That's the true power and value you're supposed to be seeing, and that's not completely me. But you don't genuflect to that. You don't point that out. You ignore that to point to the worldly ways that I get 80 or 100 or 150 people to come back here regularly and a couple thousand after the fact. That don't mean jack shit when this is all said and done. Okay? But thank you for revealing yourself again. By ignoring the clarity of the citations below from the Supreme Court of the United States and by omitting those from what you believe, discounting their judgments in favor of what some clerk in traffic court may have said to you. You lost the plot again. I wasn't taking what someone said to me in court for favor of what someone else over here said. That's you. All your power and values outside of you. That's why you chase me. The way you live anywhere is the way you live everywhere. You're not fooling anybody. Well, you're fooling a lot of people in your life, I'm sure. Your wife, your children, other folks, to some extent, although they know the real you and they don't respect you and value either. But you're definitely not fooling me. Okay? So, again, most of these people don't even know what they're doing and saying and why they're doing it and saying it. I don't presume this to be conscious and aware behavior. It's unconscious and unaware. That makes it even more valuable, powerful, and important to look at. He doesn't even know what he's doing and saying and why he's doing it and saying it. That's what's so fascinating about the human condition. He thinks he does, but he doesn't. And all of human history shows that, by the way. If you think that's a crazy idea, we could break that down in 3 seconds. W. Somerset Maugham wrote, now he's quoting some author. He doesn't understand why I don't like him, respect him, or honor him, because all of his belief, all of his power and value and conviction is a non-conviction. It comes from somebody else's experience and writings. None of these inauthentic corporate males and females can ever just fucking talk from the heart, talk straight, talk honest, with honor and good faith. They can't do it, and it's why they fucking lose at court all day, every day. That's why when they go to court, the woman doesn't say nothing. She gets up and goes, I want half of all his shit because I put X amount of time with this bitch-ass motherfucker. They go over to him. They ask him 5 questions. He reveals himself without him even knowing, and then he convicts himself, and they go, take it, sweetie. We'll see you later. Then they all go off to cry about how unjust the court system is. No, you just don't understand what happened. You completely revealed yourself and convicted yourself. The administrator knows you're dishonorable and bad faith, and therefore, the only person left they can defer to is the person on the other side making the claim, which is usually the woman. It's just that simple. She doesn't win because she's so great at her claim and her prosecution. She wins because you're so bad at being a fucking man in any venue. You don't even know it. You think you're accomplished. You think that you're some type of adept being and you want to project onto others. We think we have acolytes and cults and all the rest of this. You want to tell me you meet with fucking Paul Wolfowitz or whoever the fuck else? I don't care. It makes me like you less. I think you're a Fed and an agent. I think you're a coward because you got to get together with other guys in business suits. You don't even roll up your sleeves or do any fucking real work in life. God, we couldn't be any more far apart as far as the worlds that we occupy, what we value, where we see power, and the way we want to live. Right? We couldn't be on any more opposite planets. Here he goes. Paul Wolfowitz, political scientist, former United States. He's got to give me all the accolades and achievements before he tells me about the guy he knows that I don't give a fuck about. That the more he lists their accomplishments, the more I believe that this is a selfish, ambitious, worldly, corporatist slave who doesn't care about the truth, life, and way, and only cares about making money and being seen as a leader, which is most of you, by the way, when push comes to shove. Learn much more by being wrong than by being right. You totally ignored the point on Iran where you were out to line and clearly weak-minded. If you can't handle a dig at what you're saying, it means your point is not very strong. Right, because I don't want to sit around and entertain you projecting onto me and doing subtle, indirect, or direct digs at me. I must not be strong in my position. No, I think you're a jerk off and you're like a fly buzzing around my head. Go buzz off, kid. Buzz off, kid. You bother me. Who is that? They used to say that. Mae West? You should remember that. That's even before your time. I'm bringing it back to the classics. But this is why your wife wins at court too, because you take us 2 days or 5 weeks or 5 years to go to court, and then at some point everything you say you didn't say comes out in the wash, and you're shown to be dishonorable, bad faith, or you're shown to be incompetent, incapable because you can't remember what happened. But this guy who smokes a ton of reefer can verbatim. But you can't. But you're the inauthentic corporate white male who's got the suits and the certifications and the graduation and all the cash, and you got the network. But when it comes down to being competent and capable and testifying honorably with good faith, you can't get it done because you said, Keith Williams, that you never said you blocked me. And now we came after 15 fucking messages of you being a dick to the point where, guess what? Take a guess, folks. on who was right again. That's why this channel needs to be changed. Change all the bumper stickers, all the shirts. It's know-it-all Paul, like my father used to call me. I know why he called me that, because I used to burn him up too. So he had to try to mock it to take back ownership over it. Paulie knows it all, doesn't he? So easy with you folks. It's not that I'm so intelligent and so great. It's that you're so fucking stupid or so corrupt. You make my job so fucking simple and easy here. Thank you. And you prove all my other points to be true, that you write me for 30 minutes at a time, hours at a time, arguing aren't true. You just proved them in our experience, by the way, whether you know it or not. So here we go. You have it completely backwards. You totally ignored the point on Iran where you were out of line and clearly weak-minded. If you can't handle a dig at what you're saying, it means your point is not very strong. You get defensive where a wise man would learn. Now he's my dad. Now he's going to tell me what a wise man is and how I should learn. You apparently are unable to learn. Right. This is the same thing my father and other white males in my life used to do to me with their corporatism, project onto me they knew something and they were going to train me, and I just refused to learn because I didn't want to end up living and being like you, so I wouldn't listen to what you have to say. And rather than you just accept that, I don't like you, respect you, and want to be like you, so I'm not going to listen to you, you project onto me, like my father did, that it's my ADHD, that it's my depression, that it's my schizophrenia, that it's the drugs I'm using, everything but just accepting you're a dishonorable, bad faith, cowardly male who I don't trust, and I don't want to listen to you because I don't want to become like you. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So here he goes now. And by the way, this is, when was this? April 22nd. April 22nd. More bullshit, waste of time, lies where you're back here sucking my feet. I'll say goodbye now, and you are blocked because I've learned your mind is too weak and small to bother with. There's the projection. I'm weak. I'm small-minded and stupid. He's going to block me because he can't train me and teach me how to be a version of Keith Williams that's going to better me for the whole world, don't you know? So there you go. You took out all that time to go over how you're a fool power gamer who's dishonorable, disrespectful, and a projector, a demeanor and a devaluer, likes all the things I talk about with all the slaves who come here to parasite off me, and you ended it all by proving you're wrong again. You fucking lied again. You said you didn't say that you blocked me. You mocked me for saying you said that you blocked me, and there it is in black and white. Would you like me to pull it up? Or now, after me getting you out in the open, are you finally willing to cop that you did fucking say it, you punk coward? And this is why I missed my calling as a detective or as an attorney, as a prosecutor, because I get all of you slaves out in the open at some point. I get you all. It's like that. I don't even need to sit around and strategize. Back of my mind, 2 to 3 different pieces of information that's logged. I pull up the file. I pull those pieces of information. I go over the track record, and you're right there in black and white every fucking time. By the way, this is how I whoop you at court. It's not what I say and don't say. It's pointing out all the shit you've said and what it means about you and how you're living. Once I get you in dishonor and bad faith, it don't matter. Well, I got nothing to say. I'm on a walk with God, administrator. I might be dishonorable and bad faith too. I'm just trying to work in trust, equity, and faith here and do the right thing so I can repent, reform myself, because I ain't shit without the glory of God. I'm just trying to get it together. You're the antithesis of that. So it's so easy to whoop you. It's not what I say and don't say. It's the way that I'm living and the energy I show up with and the reflection of that is you. How to win without fighting, how to be beaten before you've ever started. The energy and the intention and the consciousness and awareness and lack thereof that you hold or embody. That's all it is. Is Keith still down there? Keith, who was going to block me and not come back because I'm so dumb and weak-minded and can't be taught and trained, but I didn't say that. He didn't say that, but now he did. Is he still down there? Not seeing him. Oh, well. I'm sure he's not sitting there now pretending to not be there, but watching and listening because I made a whole broadcast about him, and that's more than his wife and children are going to do. Because just like for the same reasons with me, they don't trust and respect him and they can't honor him because he's dishonorable. Oh, here we go. We're back up, 20 minutes ago. There we go. Let's see what the last thing from Keith Williams 20 minutes ago. Jeep person. He's still on with Jeeps. This is a rather unimaginative and weak response. Perhaps consistent with your intellect. That's all they have. That's all the inauthentic corporate white males and females have, is talking down and projecting and making statements they're never going to live up to. And they wonder why their government is the way that it is, because they reflect it from cover to cover. Beyond fascinatingly, tragically, entertainingly comedic. Thoughts on any of that? Questions, comments, concerns, thoughts? It's always the same power and value dynamics over and over again. It's always the same psychology and sub-psychology. Spirituality does have a psychology that intertwines with it. This is sociology and anthropology, and what I'm showing you, this is how it works. I didn't need an indoctrinated gradual certification to look and see and understand and be able to presume and assume and rebut the presumptions and assumptions of others. By the way, that's how you do court. I don't even need to make a fucking claim. I whoop you so easily by just rebutting your presumptions and assumptions. Did you say I was this? Did you say you're doing that? Is this the reason why? Bam, dishonor and bad faith. Are you claiming I'm this? Well, you just presumed and assumed. That's dishonor and bad faith, because I'm actually this, just like I did with the caller before you. I'm a liberal libtard, and my value system, bam, gotcha, dishonor, bad faith, projection, deception, demeaning, devalue, dishonor, convicted. I like this. I missed my calling as an administrator too, because I get you guys to convict yourselves over and over again. I don't even have to go to the record of how you live. I don't even need any facts on paper. I say, come on up, tell me who and what you are. Let's put it on record. By virtue of who and what you are and you speaking, you reveal who and what you are, and there's your conviction every time. And they think it's some kind of game I'm playing here, that I'm making it up, right? That's really how pathetic it is. A little bit more, Rubio. We got to end before the third hour here. I only plan to do an hour, and as usual, I couldn't help but to do 3. My unwavering, unquenchable zest for doing service to get folks like Keith Williams and the other callers and writers, correspondents to go to the next level. We love doing our mirrored service here. Okay, did we do NDAA yet? No, we didn't. Wonder what Paul Wolfowitz, Keith Williams' friend. By the way, Keith Williams, one more thing. Next time you write an email to someone, this is another thing too. You don't get it. You really just don't get it on any level. Don't fucking send me this is the energy inside of me right now in these moments is it's beyond red coat betrayal, right? Is what it is internally. This energy, and I know I have to go with God with it, because this energy is what gets slaves like you hung and lined up at the firing squad. Because you thought you were going to come into my email and tell me about Paul Wolfowitz like there was some clout behind that. When that motherfucker, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the people in the neoconservative documents that got revealed and exposed who was involved behind 9/11. You fucking disgusting sheep slave. You know what? I think I'm going to go through my records tonight and find out what you gave me and just send it back whether you want it or not. I don't even want your fucking dirty money. I don't need it. I don't. There's such caring and in alignment, godly people here, or people who want to be godly and want truth, who come here, who contribute and support. I don't even need to take anything or deal with the likes of you on any level. But again, it's beyond entertainingly, tragically fascinating that you thought you were going to have clout by emailing me and telling me you know people, and one of the people you want to brag about knowing is a guy who's in what's the document called? Project for a New American Century, if I remember correctly, where Paul Wolfowitz and a bunch of other neocons, Cheney, the Bushes and all the rest, sat around talking about how they're going to blow shit up and blame it on people to go to war. And it's in the fucking documents that were declassified. Think I give a fuck about you and him, scumbag? You think I'd stand next to you or work with you for 3 seconds, lowlife? I would have you turned over to some kind of federal agency to line you up and give you the 20 years in prison or put a fucking bullet in your head for treason and sedition. But I don't even think that's enough for you. I'd rather turn you over to God. Let it allow the shaitan and the deceiver who runs your whole life to torture your whole fucking family from generation to generation, including you. Have you watch it. Some fucking nerve and balls, these Babylonian swine who come here have some fucking balls and nerve. When I got people whose fucking father died in the goddamn World Trade Center, and you're going to come here and try to clout chase with me off of it. Absolute traitorous redcoat swine scum corporatists. You are the reason why this whole nation is slated to go into ruination and needs to. Karmically, cosmically, spiritually, needs to. She could be reminded of what really fucking matters, what's really valuable and true power, not the rest of this crap that you've been deceived into buying into. Wants to brag about a modern day Nazi fucking war criminal. Just like the Castro and every one of these fucking clowns. I don't give a fuck how much money and numbers you get. You're absolute swine. And the God and the devil as an archetypal force and energy is going to deal with your bitch ass. Bet on it. Motherfuckers don't even learn. They 180 your ass and you go back there and get pumped full of some loving. And you still don't fucking learn back there what it's all really about. That's what really amazes me. In your fucking arrogance, ignorance, and hubris, just like Icarus with his wax wings, you want to fly to the sun. All that Icarus has to do is recognize that there's a solar plexus within him and that the world is holographic and reflective. You don't have to go out there to fly to the sun. You can find a solar plexus within. See? Revelation of as within, so without, as above, so below, holographic and reflective, solves all your fucking problems and your arrogance. Imagine somebody who's got the sun within them flying up to the sun to try to prove something about it, being undone within that dynamic. Because you missed going inward to find the sun within. It's the same thing they call God's Son, the Christed beingness. And they come here and they say, do the math on the trifolds, Playboy. Why do you think I got 1 million subscribers and 1.2 thousand live viewers? Because the majority of the world is just like you, deceived and loving it like McDonald's. They want to have it their way like BK. They want a 4 for 4 like Wendy's. Every 4 years, vote in another rich predator. Save your fucking life from what you created. That's why. Because the Christed being can manifest here, incarnate, and still would only have a minority of folks walking in the truth, life, and way. The rest of you are dyed in the wool Babylonians. You love the lie. You not only perpetrate it, you love it. You perpetuate it, you love it, and you project onto me and hate. Just like with the Christed being, you rather put your head in the dark and turn from the light because it's uncomfortable to you. We're going to see about that uncomfortable and what you like and don't like during this great reset. That's absolutely necessary. Think liberty and justice for all was about spending money and making money. Money that ain't even money. Thank you, Julian Barbary, for your voluntary contribution, because we don't do income here and we don't charge for anything. We work with the charge and the charge is energetic. And because it is truly valuable and powerful, the non-beingness converts itself into beingness when it comes to true power and value in the world, not of it. So thank you for that, sir. Another thing the slave can't figure out when it prints up a fucking brochure for $5 and charges people $25, you just put a limit on the truth, life, and way and true value and power. You must not really believe that what you got in that brochure is that, or you must not know the true value and power of that. If you did, you wouldn't limit the value and power to just 25 little old bucks. They thought they were making a score and getting ahead with something. See, with what I'm doing and what I'm talking, you could change motherfuckers' lives. You could either grift 1,000 people for $25, or you could change one person's life for $25K in one shot, based in true value and power. That's the difference. You don't really believe in who and what you are and what you're doing. If you did, you'd do exactly like I've done, and you would see the reaping of the reward and the blessings. When your hustling hit is actually a limiter on you because you front like you got power and value, but you limit yourself because you don't even know your true power and value and how infinite it really is. More Rubio. Should I go? Let's go to your boy since I brought him up. Why not? I was doom scrolling yesterday, and then your boy came up in my algorithm, 1.2 thousand views, and right as I pull in there, right as I pull in on the screen, I'm not looking for him. I just can't avoid him at this point. He's in there. Get them trifold, playboy. Buy them products, get them services. Like they're all, you can feel the desperation in these people, man. They act like nobody can feel this and see this. I get it that most of your audience can't because they're dyed-in-the-wool sheep slaves who just have no intuition and instinct. Don't you ever sit around and think that a motherfucker like me is watching you and what I think and feel about you? How desperate and embarrassing you look, trying to sell everything that's not nailed down while everything goes to shit. Instead of just reordering and refocusing now and downsizing and getting ready for what's coming, you want to go deeper in. You want to expose yourself. And it doesn't matter, again, because most of the audience doesn't care. It's not an expose. If they're just like you, they think that's the American way. Yeah, grift. Yeah, sell shitty products and services that don't work. Yeah, lie about who and what you are in your track record, right? That's what presidents do. Didn't you see Donnie with his shitty crypto coin? Everybody got scammed on his $700 Nike sneakers and all the rest of it. Yeah, this is what we all do here in Babylonia. Don't you know? Paulie's the fool. He's going to wind up broke one day financially because he works in trust, equity, and faith and true power and value systems. He surrenders that whatever's meant for him is going to come back if he just does the right thing and brings actual value to people's lives. What a fool. Doesn't he know we got to lie and grift on these people and lie on our own dick and everything else about ourselves to make people think we're something we're not? Instead of just remind the people of what they forgot about that they are? Right, because you haven't done that process yet, so you can't give away what you don't have. I got it.
Let me give a trifold away.
Trifold. This is exactly where I came in.
What's going on, Playboy? Oh, man, thank you.
Playboy.
Dude. I appreciate that, Josh. Let me give away a free trifold. Is it Yunez? Yunez in Ohio. Yunez in Ohio. Yunez, I'm sending you off a free trifold in the mail to Ohio. They won't ship until tomorrow. It'll take 7 or 8 days, snail mail.
Wanted some nostalgia.
Yunez, I got you coming out. You got a free trifold, my friend.
Trifold.
That's the only one. We need to do a couple more. You guys, a couple more people got to go buy a trifold. I got at least 3 more I want to give away. Let's get 3 more sales. I'll give away 3 more trifolds. 3 sales of trifolds. I'll give away 3 more trifolds. Fair enough?
Right, it's totally fair. If you buy the brochure that costs $5 to print for $25 and you buy 3 of them, he'll give away 3 because he's still doubling and tripling his money, right? DeCastro, this is what I love about this life, whether I like it or not. You can't hate the player or the game. You gotta, if they like it, you gotta love it. They love to be hustled and pimped and gamed on, right? That's all you learn about these interactions. That's all you learn about it. He's giving you a great deal, don't you know? This is what you people, this is what most of you like and love, and this is what you identify with. This is what makes you feel comfortable and safe when you walk into the used car lot, when you walk into the law office. It's not me testing and challenging you, asking you to be humbled by the force and be honest and really go through it and do the work. No. They avoid that all their life. They take drugs and alcohol to ignore that even. This is what makes you feel at home and safe. Some guy with everything in place, with all the merch and the branding, hawking and projecting and pushing, scamming and telling you he's giving you a great deal. This is the slaved out American
Let me
way.
know who's going to buy one. If you have $25, don't email me for a free one. There are people who are driving a 1999 Chevy that don't have an extra $25. They're driving a 2001 Honda and they don't have an extra 25.
Oh, is that me, DeCastro? Because you know my video, I got arrested in 2001. Is that me? Is that I'm so poor and broke that I don't have enough? I drive 2001s and 2007s. You know why? There's his elitism again. They just revealed it again. He just revealed it. I had plenty of money in the bank, not money in the bank. I drive a 2001 or a 2007 Maximum truck because they're affordable. They're not jacked through the roof. The parts are better. They're easier to repair. And you're not going to lose as much value on the resale. It's just smarter and better all around to buy used, especially between certain years for the quality and reliability. But you know, you're poor and broke and you're like a lowlife if you drive 2001 or 2007 and actually like get your shit fixed or fix it yourself and not have a face scanner up your ass and not pay 60 grand for like something that's going to be worth 10 in 5 years, which is the dumbest fucking decision you can make as far as purchasing when it comes to owning a vehicle. Anybody knows that, DeCastro. Another financial genius here, by the way. You're supposed to own what appreciates and lease what depreciates. But if you're going to own the car, you go used because you don't take a hit on 85% on the resale value. But I know you guys are all just so balling out of control that fuck it. We'll pay 60 grand and resell it for 10 in 5 years. Why not? We got it like that, baby. Right. That's why you got to sit on here lying and grifting and selling everything but the kitchen sink all day, every day. Because you all live beyond your means. You don't use common sense and you don't do what makes sense that others have been doing based on wisdom for the longest time, right?
Bucks. They're just
25. Imagine this: $25 for a pamphlet brochure about shit we all already know that you could look up on the internet. Imagine how much of a loser, low-life sucker he thinks you are. He just has some shitty brochure printed out. Costs literally $3 to $5 if you look it up to print out. He's going to charge $25 for it, and on it is all the shit he can't use when he stopped or at his own court hearings that we could just print off of Google right now if we wanted to.
getting by. They're working a day
he's
job.
A law scholar.
DoorDash at night. If you have the $25,
again.
it's flat. There's no shipping. You get.
If you're really poor and ghetto and broke and you don't lie and grift on people all day, every day and sell fake ass products while you fail, maybe you drive a 2001 in DoorDash. That was me in that video, in those videos. Yep. I know I'm such a low life to cash flow because I had 50 grand in the bank and decided to like live within my means and be debt free and not live off credit cards and actually work hard and save and reinvest and actually fucking be a man some way, somehow, and get it the long and hard way because it's the right way. Imagine that. Imagine that maybe I didn't believe I had an extra $25 lying around for a fucking trifold, trifold, cryfold. Maybe next time fold. The balls on you in this economy to charge $25 for a fucking pamphlet that doesn't even work. Let me try to think of something that's around here that costs $25 that I rather. Anything. Literally anything. This fucking Pyrex glass. 2-cup measuring cup, and because I'm such a ghetto white gorilla, I drink out of it. Like black people used to do when I go over their house. They don't have glasses, you drink out of a fucking butter container. You drink out of a pickle jar that's been maybe washed out if you're lucky. Okay? So there you go, right there. Perfect example. I had it. I didn't want to spend an extra $25 to get an actual glass. So I use a measuring cup that doubles as a glass. That's a 2-in-1. Still way more valuable than that trifold. I can measure shit with that. I just said I can drink out of it. I might even be able to urinate into it if I had to. And then we've completed the cycle of life. I drink my own urine like the white women in the forest tell me to do because it's creating stem cells for me. You can't do any of that with your trifold. It doesn't work at court. If I pull it out of court, they're going to say, boom, 180. I guess what I'm really learning here is I should fucking be sending out trifolds. I don't even need 3 folds. I could get it done in 2 folds. Duo fold, bifold. There it is, bifold. All right. We got bifold over here. We eliminated 1 extra fold. We condensed it, and we actually get results here and get dismissals. Guess I shouldn't be hating on him. I should just be starting my own, and I should charge 50 for my bifold. 1 less fold, but double the price because it actually fucking works. But I don't. What else do we have? Or this brush. This brush is probably $5 or $10. I could buy 3 to 5 of these brushes, and I could overnight. I could drastically improve the hair quality of the African Americans in the tri-state area. Because this is one of the, because I am the white gorilla, I also have to have black people brush. They tell me this is black people brush. I bought it for my beard, but it's got hard bristles. I guess it's for coarse hair. I guess I bought it for both, come to think of it. But $3 to $5 for this brush. I could buy 5 of these brushes. I could disseminate them and immediately have a drastic change on African American hairstyles. Not in the tri-state area. I got a little bit, maximized a little bit there in my vicinity, in the area. What else do we have around here? Right, we got the bumper stickers. We went over those. For $25, I get 25 bumper stickers. Instead of 1 trifold, I get 25 of these bumper stickers right here. Okay? This is way better than your trifold. This is actually based in truth. This is not for sale either. You cannot get this. I will not sell this to you. I dare you to try to buy this from me right now. I will not sell it. It's not for sale. I couldn't put a price on this. I'm giving them away. They're invaluable. Okay? This is based in truth. This is going to trigger some fucking slaves. This is going to make them consider their slavish, pathetic reality. Your trifold is an example of a slavish, pathetic reality. I wouldn't wipe my ass with it because I wouldn't want the energy to be transferred onto me through my bunghole. They tell me, the white women in the forest tell me, you got to be very careful about energy transfer, Paulie boy. It's not, everything is not what you think it is here. There's more to the story. And I say, you're probably right, Catherine. All right, let me put those somewhere because I can tell it's going to get bad. They're going to get all over. Right. All right, where are we at? You're going to get my car keyed up, bro. It doesn't matter because Klaus Schwab's going to repossess your fucking car at some point. You're going to own nothing and be happy. You already technically don't own the car. And if you got a loan, the bank definitely owns the car. If you don't have a loan, you have a title that gives the state interest in your property. So they technically own it because they can control it and administrate that property via codes and policy. So it doesn't really matter, sir. You can't own anything anyway at this point. Worst case scenario is the state's car is going to get keyed up and, I guess we'll just have to vote harder on that one. Solve that problem. So yeah, again, this is not for folks who are worried about their car getting keyed up because they're in slavery and genocide. Not for you. Just say it just like that. Put it right out there. We're not mincing words here. All right, let's get back to your boy. I can't even get through 3 seconds or 5 seconds of these people without the thing in me. I guess that's the demiurge. That's the prerequisite to even doing this broadcast is whatever that urge in me that comes up to just comment on their corrupt insanity while I engage in potentially corrupt insanity. It may even be getting me. While I'm trying to call it out and expose it or defeat it, I'm becoming it. See, isn't this always the way?
2. It's $25. It's $25. And you get 2. So that means you can get 1 and you have 1 for a friend. Don't ask me where I'm coming from. Don't ask me where I'm going. Don't ask me where I've been. Don't ask me if I've been drinking. Don't ask me if I have a gun. I'll take no tests, no searches or seizures.
Trifold
Use the address on my ID. I'll give no additional information. Everything I need to provide
This is the point. If you have to pull out a trifold to use common sense and know how to be a man, it means you're not a man, and the trifold is rendered useless and illegitimate. These are the same people who think pointing to the Constitution is going to get you your rights and freedom secured. It's not. It's just an indictment on how embarrassing and pathetic you are. That's all this is. Hold on, officer. Let me pull out my pamphlet that I can read off of that tells me how and what a man looks like and should be. These are for people, again, who vote for presidents who are not men, who read off teleprompters and try to convince you they are men. This is this whole culture and society. They just keep convicting themselves.
Is in the slip below. And then you have your shit together just like this. Your license, registration, proof of insurance.
Yeah.
Just like that. If you're like this, it goes up in your visor, cop pulls you over, you're in touchdown position just like this. The touchdown position is also now in the trifold.
Okay, I'm now coming out with do it bifold, and I'm coming out with hike position. I can't get on. At some point, we may have to. It's hike position where you're just thoroughly bent over. You can imagine, yeah. You're bent over. You're thoroughly bent over, like you know how in football. Oh, let's see if we can pull it up. This is the real position. This is the real position that people need to be in to do this kind of legal scholar work. Let's see if I can get it right off the bat. Hike position. Foosball. Mama say foosball to devil. There it is. But I want it from the back. I want it from the back, playboy. Yeah. You know what? That'll do. I think that'll do. It's pretty decent. Are we seeing that? Are we getting a good view of this right now? That's the position that I need you in to do corporatism and statism and to comply and cooperate and not be killed by police. Just now, ignore those other black fellows in the black uniforms. You see that one Caucasian gentleman in the blue pants and the orange socks? He's not even in the best version of touchdown. No, sorry, hike position. What do they call that when they hike the ball? Is there a name for that? Yeah, I need you. He's not. I need a better picture. This isn't the best version of that. He's not really on his mark the way he should be. We need you completely bent over and receiving. There it is. That's even better. Notice, I want you to notice right here. You can see my pointer. This is key. Almost 40-degree angle on the back. Or 90 degrees, right? And then we come in for a 40 and then down. And then I want you to notice how pushed out and plumped out the rectum is right here. And then I want you to notice this man, he's ready to give and receive all at the same time. They're both ready to give and receive. This is hiking position is what you need. So the cop stops you. He's already interfered with your rights under color of law. Who cares if that's against federal code and the law of the land, whatever. He's stopping you. I'm sure he's got a reason. You don't want to get shot, do you? Or have anything uncomfortable and unsafe happen? Bam. Reach right up into the visor, take out all your documentation proving that you're a good slave and that you given title to your body and your property over to the state. And then I want you to right into hike position, because we're probably going to have to take you out of the car. We're going to have to search you a little bit. We're going to take a few more rights to push policy and code on you, but whatever, we're staying safe. We're safe. Nobody's getting hurt. That's the most important thing. This is what happens when your whole culture and society is run by inauthentic corporate males who brag about beating people up on the street, but are scared to give their life or go to a box for what's right and want to encourage you to bend over and take it because you may have to water the tree of liberty with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Didn't your fucking founding daddy say that you like to quote all the time? Again, there's a disconnect when it comes to them quoting their daddies, what their daddy actually said versus what they're actually doing and willing to do and not do. It's all right there. You don't get guaranteed safety to Castro. And the fact that you want to create guaranteed safety for these people while upholding their rights and the law proves you're an exact reflection of the nanny state. Does it work that way? You don't get a guarantee of freedom and a guarantee of safety. You're going to have to sacrifice one for the other. That's the whole game here. That's the point of coming here. And again, the whole point of American values was, will we always err on the side of dangerous freedom rather than comfortable safety and slavery? Let's get back. I'm not a constitutional law scholar. I have actual experiences with myself and others, but it doesn't matter. I don't have 1 million subscribers and thousands of live viewers. I don't sell the products. So he's the real thing. I'm just some clown in a trailer somewhere LARPing and pretending, thinking I'm funny, right? I'm doing a cult over here, obviously. We know that.
Fold. Cop has you pulled over. You're at touchdown position. Touchdown position. Left hand grabs your information. Right hand grabs your phone. Right there. Just like that. Left hand grabs your trifold and your documents. Right hand is filming just like that.
Left and right hand grabs your cheeks. You spread them open and you get ready to take
just like
it.
the referees in football, I'm at touchdown position.
Yeah.
Now I'm not going to get shot.
Yeah. Ooh.
I got you East Carbon exposed, and I gave a trifold to Yunez in Ohio in your name, my friend. In
Not
your
gonna
name.
get shot. You're just going to get raped and slaved forever.
So then
okay.
E-I-L. How do I say your name? Delete laws.
Paul,
While
he's gonna
certainly
eat
there's
people
no lack of work to be done, could you offer some positive, amazing things you see happening like never before, please? Yes, I can. But I can't tell you exactly what it is right now because I got to get permission from the confidential informant who gave it to me. I have some amazing information to give you, but I have to follow a process because I cannot expose the confidential informant until that.
You're a fucking lying moron. This is all bullshit. We brought the truth, life, and way. We brought the results. There are counties and whole states now that won't enforce policy and code. They won't even take people who have warrants if they're not causing loss, injury, and harm. We have prosecutors on record saying we're not going to prosecute anybody anymore if they're not causing loss, injury, and harm. That's the movement. It's not mine. I aligned with it. It's real. It's true. It's powerful. There's results there. Your way is garbage. It's what got us here. I rebuke you, and everyone else should rebuke you as well, and stop buying your shit and giving their most precious resource, their time and energy and attention. They can't get it back. And start doing what needs to be done so we can become an exemplary embodiment of this idea whose time has come, okay? Stop with the whole we want to be kept safe garbage. That's what got us here. I can't say it enough. Radical authenticity and freedom with unwavering care in honorability and good faith is what's going to get us out of this, because those things are what was missing that got us here.
Person is ready.
And I don't give a fuck how many people are going to call me a jealous, envious hater. Every time that I click not interested on DeCastro's videos and they still push him to me while unsubscribing my viewership and not sending notifications, he's being pushed to people who are saying we don't want to see his programming. I'm being not allowed to be seen by people who want to see the programming. So when he comes up in my algorithm, I will be typing in the chat and in comments, don't care how everyone else sees me and the fact that they don't want to do it. That's part of the problem here. You are a lying, grifting coward. And I will continue to do hours of broadcasting on you as YouTube and Google pushes your fraud and grift in my face while it shadow bans and censors our real results and movement. Okay? From God with the truth, life, and way. Not mine, our, I am that am. I have to make that abundantly clear. For me, I have to do that. Because then if not, I become like you. I get lost in the sauce, right?
For me to say it out loud, okay? But there is something amazing going on. I don't know how to say your username. Thank you for the super chat. EIOL. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. Oh, Lucas, you got kicked out? Or you didn't get, you just were spamming, Lucas. Mikey B is in the chat. Mikey B is in the chat. What's up, Playboy? Mikey B, we only need Chevy. We need V. Boyer, Danelle, Liberty Lane. Right on. Right Way Ministries. I hope that you're here sometime, my friend. Like LOL. Oh, okay. So it's LOL. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I hate being pulled over because I have a cool wrap on my vehicle, said Dat Raider. Dat Raider, dude, if you have a wrap on your vehicle, go to my website and buy a trifold. If you really want to upgrade and you don't want the polypropylene because it's not made of paper, it's polypropylene, get the plaque for your wrap car. This plaque is badass. You see that? It's made out of acrylic. And you got to peel the sticker off. There's a sticker on it when you get it. It's a clear sticker. It kind of has a weird film. Peel the sticker off, front and back. You hear me? Dat Raider. I hate getting pulled over because I have a cool wrap on my car. So if you know they're going to pull you over, then prepare yourself. Get ready. Get ready. Who's going to buy 3? Who's going to buy 3? I need to sell 3 more trifolds. I'm going to give 3 more away. Let's sell 3. I'm going to give away 3. Go to my website, deletelawz.com with a Z.
Okay, so in an effort to not be like these swine scum, who this guy has $1 million house, he called me on air and admitted to it, and he wants to know how he can. That's when he called me, wanted to know how he can get out of paying tax for his $1 million house. That's what he like many is only interested in the law when it comes down to getting more money, right? So yeah, we're gonna in an effort to not be like them. We're gonna, because Ace just hit me up yesterday. He said he's making the shirt, right? So we're gonna be giving away these shirts here because it's promotion anyway, and I think that they're interesting shirts that spread awareness in a sense. They generate an energy or a conversation. So we're just gonna give that away because folks have been so great at contributing and supporting for so long, where they find actual power and value and result. We don't have to sell, nor are we going to grift off the audience and be desperate and beg. We're going to give that away because we have faith that value and power is here and present and will continue to flow. So we're going to give these away as well. These are polyethylene propylene glycol as well. Okay. I got to know what material it's made of so I can sell you on it. We're going to give these away too. They're nice and shiny. We're not going to have to sell any of this. Okay. That's what happens when you work in trust, equity, and faith. You don't have to constantly scam and grift and be desperate on your broadcasts. And also because we're not in debt, we live within our means here. We're very dirty sometimes. We're not as nice and kind and pretty and cute and clean as all the rest of the civilized, sophisticated content creators. We just get it done when the time comes, and we got the goods if you need the product, right? So to speak. Metaphorically, metaversally, metaphysically. So there we go. Is that it might be acrylic, actually. I have to double check on that. I'm not as good of a salesman as DeCastro. I'm not as good at convincing you that you need what I have that's supposedly life-changing that I can't use for myself. I got a contributor here. Scott B., a very generous man. Long time. For the long snapper position, hut, big boy, low. Okay, so the snapper, that's his, he's calling it snap position. Hike position, snapper position. I'll accept that. We can go with that. All right, let me double check here. I think I'm about done with the castrated. I could barely stomach him. He's not really someone on the world stage anyway, beyond a certain point. He has a lot more attention and notoriety than he should, according to me. But again, I'm just a trailer gorilla from the net. I'm just Jenny from the block, you know? All right, you know what? Let's take a hit of some vaporized cannabis, because why not? We're getting more and more civilized and sophisticated lately. Vaporized cannabis, no more blunts, no more copious amounts of smoke. It's unsafe. It's not pretty. A toast to Mr. DeCastro. We have a Brian from High Impact Flicks up there as well, and you know, hopefully Brian from High Impact Flicks understands, along with DeCastro and others, why I am the way I am, why I present the way that I do, why it matters, why it's important. And understand that ultimately, I'm not your enemy, okay? I present in a way where I come across as your enemy because I deem you to be an enemy of truth. So really, my presentment and my content and the way that I focus on it is meant to inspire you to do and be and have better. You could argue this is the best that I got when it comes to loving and caring about you, is loving and caring about the truth and having a passion for it and reminding you of how we all fall short when we don't do the right thing, and reminding us that that's what got us here. And by here, it just means anytime we find wrongdoing in our lives, our situation, our community. Okay, so as a man, separate from what you like and don't like, want and don't want, as a man, you should totally be able to respect that. Because I'm one of the few, if not one of the only people on here who's not for sale. I'm not willing to cuck out, not willing to cop out, to keep false peace, to go along, to get along. I'm not willing to grift on and use an audience. I'm not willing to sit next to people who I can't respect because they want to talk about something we all face, but don't want to actually face it and get in the game and actually work on being victors rather than victims and grifting from that position of fear, right? I really, once I see this and feel this and got certain results, I almost wouldn't be who and what I'm formed to be and meant to be as far as I could tell if I didn't bring this to you the way that I'm bringing it to you. I got to bring it to you like a father would bring it to you in tough love, who's disappointed at you because he knows the greatness and the value and the power you're capable of and is watching you throw it all away to play games in and of the world. Knowing that you got the same heart that daddy does and that you know better, but you don't want to do better because it scares you. And because you know you're going to have to potentially say goodbye to a whole bunch of people, places, and things that are going to leave you when you stop lying to yourself and everybody else. I know the walk all too well. I just been on it for so long that I got used to it. So yeah, I mean, whenever you're ready for that, I'm here for you in love and care. Whenever you're ready for that, the God force, I believe, is there for you in love and care and truth. More will be revealed to you. And we could actually go to the next level when it comes to doing more work here. These folks don't understand how influential and inspiring and empowering they could be if they really went to the next level here. You know, really practice checking their fear and practicing faith and encouraging everybody else to do the same, instead of just telling people you're going to be their hero like Enrique and try to sell them a product when you ain't that. See, that's the thing. Do you really want to change our life here and our experience here, or do you just want to change your life here and your experience? Do you really want to be used by God and the force, or do you want to use God, the force, and the people? That's the main set of dynamics we got going on here, and that's why things are the way they are on all sides.
Let's sell 3 more. Let's give 3 more away.
3 more.
Let's go. Another video. Thank you, Jennifer Hill, for sending me this video. Okay, so this video is kind of long. We're gonna watch a bit of it, but here it is.
No, I'm not. We're not.
Oh my God! Get on the ground!
We're not gonna watch it. You know why? Because I'm hip to your game, whether even you know what you're doing or not. I suspect you do. I'm not gonna allow you to prey on this audience and put them in a state of fear and vulnerability so you can turn around and give them a sales pitch. It's a well-known sales tactic, and he does it all the time. As a matter of fact, that's all he does. And yeah, I'm not even going to go along with it. I'm not even going to subject this audience to it. You know, maybe I will for a few moments just to show the tactic for the idea of the education and the revelation. Okay, so beware of these folks in life, just like the politicians who show you all the scary shit and then tell you the answer is some product or service from them at a fee, no less. Rather than them telling you, hey, you're going to have to go and do this and be this and create this for this to all get better ground up, right? Encouraging actual responsibility and accountability versus grifting shitty products and services. Because this is how they do it. Put you in a state of fear in order to get you in a state of suggestibility, get your guard down right, get you feeling something, and then bring in their grift and their fraud as a supposed answer. And because you're in that state of fear and camaraderie and bonding, trauma bonding with others, you go for something you would have normally went for, right? That's just corrupt salesman tactics 101. That's exactly why when I give you all the bottomless pit here, I remind you have wings, and then I remind you it's your responsibility and accountability, and I don't sell anything here, because then I would be accused of the same thing. That I'm trying to scare you with all this and then tell you the answer is my limited monopoly on a certain product or service or understanding. I tell you the opposite. You can't walk into court and get results if you're going to take me in there with you instead of I am that is you in there with you. And there is no way to get to that other than to work with it and become it, right? There is no course, there is no program, there is no bifold that can get you there. It's just direct experience and cultivation and co-creation. It's like Fight Club, right? This is back to the Fight Club allegory. Leave and don't come back. I see you outside. You ain't ready. No, I want to come in. No, you ain't ready. I'm telling you, get the fuck out of here. Okay. I really want to come in. Okay, you're not ready, but I'm going to let you in anyway. And let me give you a clue here. You don't get a way in other than the experience. The same way we all got it. This is like joining a gang. You don't get into this except the same way that we got into it, with the principles and the values. And putting up on that, right? You could argue every organization, whether it's, respectable or not, has this sort of this program and process built within it. It's just almost naturally. So, yeah, if you want to call yourself an American and you want to say you want to be part of liberty, the animating contest of liberty, rights, and freedoms, that means the prerequisite is you got to put your life and your freedom on the line. You got to give everything up to get that back. There's nothing else that I can give you, show you, or sell you that is a substitute for that. You got to actually put in the work, go through the fight, and come out the other side, right? That's the whole allegory of Fight Club. That unlike society, even though they were in a broken down building, there was no furniture in the building. There's leaks coming through the ceiling. Nobody'd want to live there. Yet that's where they've chosen to thrive. Because the practice is going past your fears and being faithful and working in trust and equity, faith. They'll say, how is it working in trust, equity, and faith in Fight Club? Because the dynamics are still there. Equity is essentially you give what you expect to get. In a fight, that's exactly what the fuck you're doing. You're trusting that you have everything that it takes to give them what they're going to give you, and have faith that it's all going to work out and you're going to come out on top. You can't buy that internal space and experience. You can't get that anywhere else but in the Fight Club. Everywhere else outside of Fight Club, they strive to ignore that and escape that. And they think it's powerful and valuable. It's the one thing that disempowers them and limits their value. So once you start to call yourself something, legal constitutional scholar, you miss the way. Once you go get a constitutional lawyer or scholar, you miss the way. Once you tell me it's got to be legal corporatistic process in order to get a result, you miss the way. And again, there is no other experience other than the way to get you to become what you're meant to become. All other experiences fall short of that experience and are the reason why we're seeing a lack of success here. They can't be the answer to it. But again, imagine a broadcast where you had to show up every day or regularly only to tell the audience that we all need to do and be and have better, and that you don't have all the answers and there is no product or service that I could give you to get us there. I can only give you the word that can inspire you from within, that you should be able to tap into yourself to get you to be where you need to be, right? As soon as I need to bring money into it, you've missed the way again. There should be no amount of money here that inspires and motivates you to get up and do the right thing, because doing the right thing makes you into the man that you're meant to be. That's the reward. That's the value. If you got to get paid to do the thing that gets you the true reward and value, you've lost the plot. You have a corrupt value system. Trying to explain this to Cameron yesterday. He didn't want to hear it. He's too busy wanting to win. Oh, Paul, just cheer me on so I can win this thing. I'm not a cheerleader, first and foremost, if you haven't noticed. If anything, I'm a cheer for the real leader, and that ain't you or me. Let's get down to that. And I'm not going to cheer you on so that you can win at the court, in man's court, and lose in God's court, because I wouldn't want that for me. That's not what's going to work for me, and that's not what's going to work for any of us. So again, filing $500 cases to have a injustice heard or seen is what got us here. That can't be the solution. See, you want to beat these people in a rigged game. I'm saying that the purpose is to expose and stop the rigging of the game. Liberty and justice for all. They'll ask me, who radicalized you, Paulie boy? Well, every single day when they brought me in a public fool system, they told me with liberty and justice for all. I guess I was foolish enough to believe it. So liberty and justice for all is when they stop doing wrong to you and everybody else. And if you got to pay to get access to redress the government by filing a suit, then that's the furthest thing from liberty and justice for all. That's commerce for those who can afford it. And all you're doing is paying them to be able to violate rights and square it and justify it. And then these folks want to sell packets and programs for hundreds of dollars to people. For what? Because you want to buy more and have more. Instead of letting go of more physically so you can do more and be more. That's the fucking problem. That's what got us here. And you think that's going to be a solution when that's the problem itself. Liberty and justice for all doesn't have a price tag on it. If you put a price tag on it, then you've taken us away from the original intent, meaning, purpose, and true value systems and power. That's liberty and justice for those who can afford it. We'll figure it out here. We'll figure it out here at some point. When they can't beg, borrow, and steal and sell enough products and services to buy all the shit they think is going to complete them in this life, and get back to all the places they're incomplete within themselves, and realize that the satisfaction comes from within, as within, so without, as above, so below. We'll stop all this nonsense. We'll just do the right thing that needs to be done and surrender the rest, and everything will be as it's supposed to be. Believe that or not. I'm a perfect example of it. God uses the least among us. You don't even understand, by selling documents to people that you claim are going to work, you're in a way indirectly preaching against what I'm talking about here. I try not to take it personal, because forgive them, they know not what they do. I like to presume you folks don't know what you're doing. So the sad part is you actually might know what you're doing and just not give a fuck. When you draw in a market of people who are willing to pay for documents because they want to present them at court and win, you just supported a dynamic of fear over faith. The reason they're buying your documents is that they're too scared to show up as themselves and put the truth and their truth on record. That's the problem. How could your documents be a solution to the problem that you're not facing? They don't get it yet. They're not getting it. Your whole journey should be a journey back to self and realization and actualization of self. Your whole journey with other selves should be the promoting of actualization and realization. Actualization and realization is not buying someone else's documents and presenting them at court. That's the antithesis of that. You think you're walking in the truth, life, and way when you're actually preaching and serving against it. They look with their eyes, they don't see with the ears, listen, and don't hear with the heart. They don't fucking get the sense of it. I guess you guys didn't think that I could have sold hundreds of dollar documents, huh? I guess you never sat around and asked yourself, why doesn't Paulie Boy have a bunch of documents he's over there selling? I guess you thought that I couldn't do that. I didn't have that market. No, I did. I chose not to do that. Because I understand that if I have to write up a claim in a document and sell it to somebody else for them to present at court, they're already dishonorable in bad faith. They don't have an alignment with the truth, life, and way. That is not a substitute for a godly experience and a proper claim. Doesn't matter how much money it makes me. If I make a whole bunch of money and I lose my soul in the process and I'm the antithesis of the truth, life, and way, what is it all for anyway? See? A lot of you fucking bozos don't realize that early on in this, when my video was seen 10 million times, that I had everybody and their brother up my ass to try to sell them everything under the sun. I never did it one time. But you're going to do it because you got an opportunity and you got something nobody else has, right? And people are just begging you to give it to them for a fee. You don't understand the spirit of the force that's using you and them behind it. You don't even want to look at it. The spirit of kill, steal, destroy, corruption. Mammon and Molech. Can't serve two masters. It's all right there. Doesn't mean you can't make a living in this life. Be careful when you turn the truth, life, and way into your way of making a living. It's a very slippery slope. Be careful when you turn liberty and justice for all into liberty and justice in a commercial setting for those who can afford it. That's what got us here. How could that be the answer? I always wonder that if they ever sit around and ask themselves, when Paulie was seen 10 million times on flatearth.com and had thousands of people pouring into his inbox asking him to sell them documents on how to court or just how to be a man on some level, why he didn't ever do that. Because, you know, I just didn't want or need money to live in this world as much as you do, right? Right. I wasn't willing to trade the truth, life, and way that you don't even see and understand for a profit and lose my soul in the process. Because that wasn't what the fuck this was about. It can't work anyway. Doesn't matter how many times I loop it, they can't figure out it can't work. It doesn't matter if you show up at court and you win at the court. You lost as a man or a woman. You use somebody else's claim as your claim. You don't even understand it or what it means. It's not personal to you. It's not private to you. You're not privy to it. So you want to act, you want to operate as a mass formation Stockholm syndrome replication slave and think that somehow prosperity is going to come to you. I have a hard time believing that. Hard time buying into that one. I think that's what got us here. No shortcuts in this, no easy way out. The only way out is in. Most of your learning is unlearning if you just give up all this crap. Get back to common sense and the basics. That's all that this spirit wants from you. Too difficult because you might show up at the court and stand as a respectable, honorable man, but not be recognized by a group of inauthentic corporate males. Oh my, what a horrible fate. You may have to actually go to a box or give your fucking life for what's true and what's right. Oh my gosh, the price of greatness and glory. Yeah. Then don't tell me about wanting a glorious life, and don't tell me about making America great again. Great people don't show up to court or anywhere in their life and present somebody else's words and claim without their own firsthand experience and a fucking spirit to back it. This is why at some point, if I'm too lazy and I couldn't get it done anyway morally, but I really should go become an administrator, fuck everybody's mind and heart up here, and then just play the game like they play it based on the energetics, power and value systems. Every one of you guys who go to these gurus, whether I like them or not and believe in the cause or not, I just fuck you every single time, because the core of what you're showing me and convicting yourself as is somebody who's not a man or a woman, and that's the only way you can get your God-given rights. I'm not here to save a hoe. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. Remember that one? I'm not Captain Save a Hoe. When you meet a hoe, you pimp on them because that's what they love and want. If they didn't, they do something different. And when they show up as a woman, they get treated like one. This is the flaw in the whole treat people how they want to be treated or how you want to be treated versus treat people how they deserve to be treated. People start getting the game and reality all fucked up. You don't get honor and respect by being disrespectful and dishonorable and disreputable. You're not entitled to that. So yeah, I mean, you should be glad a lot of these administrators, they play along with you. They entertain you. They let you even have your way. You hire me to be an administrator and I go to this court and watch you guys walk in every day with your wantonness because you want your rights and you want to be free. But when I asked you who and what you are, what you stand on, put your fucking paper away, show it to me, tell it to me, make me feel it. You ain't got it. But you deserve to be treated like the reflection of the creator, right? When you're a corrupter, you're not a co-creator, you're a corrupter. You took somebody else's words and beingness without your own spirit and experience and tried to pass it off as your own. That's called a politician. That's what got us here. So I just slave you all day, every day at court. And they go, man, we don't understand. We keep coming at it this way and this way and this way and this way. And Paulie boy keeps kicking us back out. Keeps slaving us. And then after each court case, I give you a last speech like I do here. And I go, listen, you keep coming at it from this way, this way, this way. But the one way you won't come at it is the only way that's going to get you favor and respect with another man. You want me to observe the common law, right? You want me to recognize you as a man acting as an administrator, man first. You wanted me to recognize you as a man with God-given rights, right? Then fucking show up as one. See, you want me to be like your daddy and say, Junior, you run the house now because you jumped up on the coffee table. That ain't reality. I know it sounds good. It feels good. It's inclusive. Junior gets to feel like he's included, but it's not reality. You want to say you own the house and run the house, bear the burden, obligation, the liability, and the results of it. Again, the maxim in law, your credibility is equal to your sacrifice. A person who doesn't want to show up to court with whatever's in their heart and speak it is not willing to sacrifice being recognized by the legal society. Guess what? Every time you're recognized by the legal society with someone else's paperwork, you're dishonoring the living God. And God says, go away from me. I never knew you. Because I, the creator, put a spirit of the law in your heart and you could have spoke from that and stood on that. What the fuck makes you think this clown next to you's legal paperwork is more powerful and valuable than that? Do you know what it's like as a father to look down on your child and know you gave him everything and watch him trust a low life next to him who's just like him for an answer instead of the truth, life, and way you fucking showed him the whole time? That became part of him? Yeah, it's a bit disappointing. Oh, well, another teachable event coming. See how it works? They don't understand, know, or believe in a God or a godly experience, and they're too busy worried about being recognized and validated by a bunch of corrupt clowns at the court and in a corporatist society. That's one thing I never gave a fuck about, never cared. Go back into my history, look at the difference between me and these people. It's right there. And I get it. I was an absolute fucking lowlife in many aspects. Won't deny it. It's another reason I can't even describe it any other way is that my skin crawls. My spirit is put off from day one getting around these people. And I've later deduced that this is what it must be. That something is put in me to read the energy of these people, to know not to intercourse with them is the banking term. Not to go beyond a certain point with them because they have a reprobate, corrupt mind and heart. They don't know God in a godly experience, but they will use God in a godly experience to profit in this world while living in and of it. And claiming that that's a solution. That's what got us here. Paul Enslaved made me do it, right? It's another version of that. No, simple bitch ass motherfucker. The God within you made you do it because you looked around and you saw right from wrong to some level and you knew it was incumbent upon you to bear the obligation, the duty, and the liability of walking in the truth, life, and way. And then when it didn't go right for you, it went right for creation, but didn't go right for you. It's Paul Enslaved made me do it. That's why I'm a God of all media here, tongue in cheek. Even in their confession of blaming me for why their spirit is inspired, they deny the spirit that God put there and therefore deny the living God. And they elevate me to a status of godhood, all unknowingly in one moment. They blaspheme. That's why I mock it. And I say, I'm God of all media. I'm your daddy here. I'm all those things. I'm mocking you in the experience because based on what you do and say and don't do and say, that's the dynamic that's being communicated. There are a couple good judges out there still. Again, you want to put the power and the value out there. I'm not interested. First of all, there's probably way more than that. It's not a couple left. There's probably a ton of people out there who are dying and waiting just like I am for you bitch ass motherfuckers to show up as real men and women and cut the games. Be something that they can respect and serve. Why don't you tell me about the good and great people you are and the people around you and tell me what that looks and feels like. Tell me how that shows up. Don't worry about the administrators. They know what role they're here to play. They're doing a damn good job of it. They got the whole fucking world to convict themselves on record as a bunch of punk ass slaves and cowards. People love that game too. Because again, they don't want the obligation, the liability, responsibility, accountability, and they don't want the bad press. They don't want people to catch feelings about them. Why don't you be really honest with yourself about the average slave and what they do and don't do, stand for and don't stand for, and what makes you think they deserve to be treated any other way than they've been treated? How would you know? How would you know? It's just like when you deal with me. How would you know that there are no good judges out there, very few, when you won't show up in the capacity of goodness or greatness, knowing that what you put out is what you get back? Same way they do with me. They show up here dishonorable, bad faith, in their confusion, projecting, playing power games, and wonder why I talk to them like they're a low-life piece of shit, because I know me, so I know you on both sides, dual jurisdiction. You couldn't know if I was good or not if you watched an interaction between me and a bad slave. You would think, Paulie Boy is just the most angry, nastiest, wicked, evil, and to some extent, though that may be aspects of me, can be at times. How do you know how many good or great administrators and supposed judges there are out there when so few of you show up to embody and reflect goodness and greatness? I know that because I deal with you. You can't argue it. That's why I'm all in one moment your best ally and best friend and your worst fucking enemy, because I see both sides of it. Administrators sit around with the prosecutors, they laugh at you. They say these bitch ass motherfuckers want to complain about us being dishonorable and bad faith when they show up every day in dishonor and bad faith, pretending to be something they're not, dressing up in their favorite Easter outfit to try to put on a show here. Are you kidding? You guys are fucking convicted before you ever speak. You think because they wink and nod at you and give you validation that they ain't pimping and hoeing and macking on some level. They know what it is. They ain't going to tell you. It's inherent in creation. They don't have to tell you. Shouldn't have to. You inherently archetypally don't respect a man as much who shows up to court with a whole bunch of bling bling and suits on to try to put on a performance than you do Paulie Boy the Gorilla showing up in his black t-shirt the same way he lives all day, every day. Cut the games. Daddy's not impressed because you wore your best dress, princess. Do the fucking dance or get the fuck out. Tired of people talking from their feelers about goodness and greatness when they know little to nothing about it completely, in a holistic sense. And every other word and action that they engage in proves that and shows that. It's also mockery and humiliation, by the way. You want to get down to it on some level? Every time you folks dress up in a suit with English parliamentary genuflection, because that's where this shit all comes out of, English parliamentary process and procedure. Every time you dress up in that shit, you're essentially saying that you want the validation of a quasi-Masonic, Jesuit, Saturnian fraternal order, right? You're sucking dick is essentially what it is. This is a culture. This is a cult. This is society. They have a way of dress, and that dress is supposed to indicate allegiance and affirmations. Okay? You can even get the breakdown of the suit in and of itself. It's a square and compass. Look at the collar. Look at the collar and the breast, square and compass. And again, I'm not down on Freemasonry. Original Freemasonry is everything I'm talking about and living. I'm just saying they don't respect that like I don't respect it, because it ain't you. Whoever, whatever you are, that ain't it. That's our shit. You know? It's like stepdaddy. He's in the house now. You don't really like him or respect him, but he's in the house now. He's fucking your mom, and you want to show up to talk to stepdad dressed like him because you think it's going to validate you. Is that really the validation you want? I'm trying to give an analogy off the top of my head. It may not compute, right? But yeah, you got your hangman's noose. That's the tie. It's your hangman's noose. That's the it's the first 3 stages of Masonic initiation. A lot of these, just like the judge has the 3 stairs, 3 steps leading up. These are all reflections of the fraternal order and their Masonic rituals. And somehow, I guess you guys think there's power and value in showing up dressed as some fraternal order acolyte, as Keith used the word earlier, and just projecting how powerful and valuable you are because you'll reflect some crap you don't even know what it is that's put there to mock you and humiliate you. Right? So the idea is, and again, it starts out Freemasonry like all things based in the spirit, just like the spirit of America. It turns into fraternal order. So, the original idea was we're Freemasons because we observe the grand architect, the big G. Again, your collar and when the suit is buttoned, it is a compass and square. And then you have the tie that comes through in the place of where the G would be in the grand architect symbol. And then you have the hangman's noose around your neck symbolizing a certain death if you betray the order. Now, the original law and order is cosmic universal law. Leads to us being free Masons, free builders of a world that is under God's law and order. Now we have the corruption, of course, the collectivists and the fraternal orders, who you will surely hang if you violate the order of the fraternity, not God's order, the order of the fraternity. See, worldly endeavor, worldly premise. So, again, rather than you want to show up in your purest form as closest to God as you can without, I guess, showing up naked to court, although that'd be hell of a content piece, don't you think? You don't want to show up as pure and as close to your supernatural form as possible. You want to dress everything up in all these fraternal order symbols and rituals and talismans, when ultimately you're not even living that completely. If we get down to the origin of what Freemasonry actually is spiritually and the spirit that inhabits it, like inhabits all endeavors, and what it becomes after the Luciferian corruption moves in, as always, because it's light age, dark age cycle on all levels. So, again, I mean, if you like it, I love it. I don't see how there's power and value in that. I see disempowerment and devaluing in that. You don't believe you're powerful and valuable enough to show up as you in a pure or purest form of beingness with the universal law and stand on that and surrender the rest. So your endeavor can never succeed. That's what you folks are not getting. The modality and the intention's off, so the endeavor can never succeed. That's why folks got to lose their pretty and nice things and their formalities. The God of creation and you yourself and everyone around you will know when you finally get to the point where you don't have to dress up the lie to try to present it as God in this realm. You just become that and walk with that. And the lie just has no more power, inherently. Liberty and justice for all is not liberty and justice for those who show up dressed the right way based on the same culture and society that wants to overthrow the law of the land for corporate process and procedure. It's the antithesis of it. Liberty and justice for all is when I can show up in a fucking mohawk and a potato sack, and we're going to do Prince and the Pauper, right? Where if the Prince shows up in all his regal attire, he's still guilty. He's still not doing right. If the pauper shows up in a potato sack, he's still sovereign under God, in quotes. I don't like the term sovereign, but they know what I mean when I say that. So you could be poor and broke and show up with a bunch of jewels and riches. You can show up in a potato sack and be rich and powerful without all the extras. That's what I believe that this force wants from us. As soon as you deviate from that, you don't have it. You don't get it. As soon as you try to dress up like them and talk like them and be like them to get validation from them, you don't get it. This was about putting who and what we are on record, making a statement, and getting what's meant for us, regardless of how it turns out. You can't do that if you're acting and talking like them and dressing like them. It also takes away credibility for you if you ever want to move under the common law and common practice, because they're going to ask you why the fuck you thought it was appropriate to show up at court dressed like them if you want to live as a private man day to day with your own law and code, as long as you're not doing loss and harm. They're going to presume and assume you to be part of their legal society, and they're going to stick legal obligations on you because you showed up dressing and acting and talking and walking like them. That's just common fucking sense. This is how you know the Moors got it, because they show up in an outfit where, regardless of what you think about it, it's goofy. It doesn't look anything like anything else. Great. They got it. They figured it out. They get the point. This is why 9 out of 10 times they get dismissed and thrown out, even though they're black. And they say, black people can't do what you and others do, Paulie boy, because there's I'm not denying racism. Go ask about the Moorish folks who show up at court and win regularly without winning because they get thrown out in dismissals. Nobody wants to try the case. Why? Because they don't walk and talk and act like a bunch of British parliamentary slaves. They don't dress like them. Their whole energy and demeanor is different. It's 9 out of 10 a pain in the ass to try to charge someone like that and convict them and try them, because you can't establish that they're a part of your culture and society, and therefore you can't ascribe the same duties and obligations to them. But see, they're too worried about showing up to court and being thought of as silly and wacky and wild and crazy. I don't give a fuck about any of that. You will respect me in this truth, life, and way. If not, I don't want nothing to do with you anyway. Let's get on with it. The difference between cult of personality and judging the messenger versus the actual truth in the message and what really matters. Folks got all the extras and none of the real shit. Once they get all the real shit, they'll realize they don't need none of the extras. All this is. We need a little more to cash, so we got to get the hell out of here, too.
You get on the ground right now. Get out of
Yeah.
Get on the ground.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything.
That's how a slave gets treated.
Hey. Get on the ground right now. That's not cool, brother. You're fighting with us.
Person who would stop for license and registration, inherently expecting him to be reaching for things. So I'm not so sure the simple fact that at some point he reached for something else, oh, that trumps everything else. You're allowed to apply what seemed to be pretty dramatic force, up to and including a body slam, well after there was any risk of somebody reaching into the next seat. So it seems to me basically that your characterization depends upon your acceptance of, or the jury's acceptance of, your view of the facts. And if the jury could reasonably conclude to the contrary, how is this a summary judgment?
That force was applied, which is the point the court must look at. That's the point where the threat occurred. I will agree with the court.
You there. At the time of the body slam, exactly what threat was being posed?
The same threat that was posed before. The threat was not contained until Mr. Dominguez had been out of the car and handcuffed, searched. He had not been searched. The vehicle had not been searched. NIMS allows
You're
this
answering
officer
broadly.
All right, so now we got to correct this. By the way, this is laughable because DeCastro is playing a video that's undoing his non-logic, which is we should all have our license, registration, and all that handy so when we reach for it, we could be kept safe. You're playing a video of someone who, when they reach for their stuff, still got beat and whatever else, because it doesn't matter how hard you cooperate and comply or beg for validation. This is going to go the way it's going to go based on who and what we all are individually and collectively and what we've done over the course of time. So we need to stop with this thing too, because this is the other side of poisoning the well. There's a middle way here in all things. No matter how nice you dress, they don't care. You're a paycheck to them. That's not necessarily true. And I'll give you the allegory, the example. This is like when women say, all men want is pussy. They never ask themselves, is that all that you come to the table with? I don't, excuse me if I'm being rude, crude, and lewd. I didn't eat yet today. I got to eat something. I'm now vomiting. See, again, what you put out is what you get back to some extent. they probably see you as a paycheck at court, just like when you're courting with a woman, they see you as a paycheck on OnlyFans, because when they go to talk to you and interact with you, you don't have much power and value to bring anywhere else. This isn't that hard to figure out. So again, stop talking about how the court only sees you as a paycheck when I see you the same way. And the only difference is I'm not looking to grift on you because I got to live with me and deal with me, and I don't want to take dirty money from dirty people. Not all people is good people. Not all money is good money. I get it how I live, not any which way. Right? So again, Paulie boy meets a woman. Is all he's looking for pussy? At this point, no, because I don't believe, even if my flesh lusts for that, that ultimately that's what I'm meant to be and meant to do beyond the lowest level, right? But is that all you're offering? Is that all you have to show? If that's the case, that's all I'm gonna be looking for and be finding a value with you and on you. So again, when you show up as a real man or woman and you're inspiring and you're entertaining to them and you're empowered and you're co-creative and communicative, they can't just see you as just a paycheck because you showed up as a human fucking being. Most people don't. So stop crying and whining for how they see you when they just see you how you show up for yourself and each other all day, every day, the same way I see you. The only difference is I'm just willing to tell you the truth and get you to hate me and not pay me because you don't like the truth, and understand that that's my walk and my work here. Again, it's not a coincidence why the court administrators and the court personnel see you the same way as the majority of women who date in the dating world. It's not a coincidence. They see a walking paycheck. Because when they ask you to show up for who and what you are, as who and what you are with each other, you don't show up as anything but that. Same thing I had to tell my father at 16 years old when he was complaining to me that the women he's dating are all gold diggers. I said, Pop, you ain't going to want to hear this. But if we really survey the scene here on what your archetypal value and power is, what you stand for or don't stand for, you don't have much else to offer for value and power to a woman. So I guess you should be lucky that you have a good job and made enough money that you can trick for the rest of your life and not have to worry about it. See? And yes, it's still tricking even if you got it. I don't know who came up with that whole phrase, it ain't tricking if you got it. It is. Whoever said that phrase is lying. Okay? So not a wonder to me why the majority of women, just like the majority of court personnel, when they look out at and gaze upon a man nowadays, modern day inauthentic corporate beta male, they don't see anything other than a walk-in paycheck, because you don't walk in anything other than going out to get the money to pay your masters to rule over you. Show me, tell me. And you know what the other side of that dynamic is? We got a bunch of tricks and hoes, by the way. The whole world is pimping and hoe, and they just don't know it. It's no wonder why when you meet the average inauthentic corporate female nowadays, the only thing she's got to offer is that pussy that you're going to pay for, because she's a hoe and you're a trick. And guess who the big pimp daddy is? You got it, the state of. So again, for the males and females who want to come to me or any other venue, because I hear them on the other broadcast crying and whining, why is it all these men are only looking for pussy? Because baby doll, that's all you're offering. When it comes to mind and heart, principles and values, co-creative alignment with God, truth, life, and way, you ain't there. And I know why, because your daddy wasn't there. And corrupt begets corrupt. That's why men are only looking for receiving you on the level of pussy, because that's all you have to offer. The same way on the other side. Why are all these gold digging bitches out here only looking for a come up for me to pay for their shit? Because when they go to ask you who and what you are and what you stand for, nothing comes back. The best of a bad lot comes back as, you got a few $1,000,000 to get some pretty and nice things. But you don't stand for nothing here. You ain't convicted. You ain't honorable in good faith. You ain't courageous. You ain't free and brave. What is a hoe supposed to do other than find the best trick? What is a trick supposed to do other than find the best hoe? I say you motherfuckers are made for each other. But see, you want to demean and devalue and hate on it because you don't understand why it all takes place. It all makes sense to me. It's all right there. A society, a culture that's bereft of logic, morals, ethics, and values has to produce a whole generation of tricks and hoes that are being pimped on. Can't go any other way. See, there's a method to my madness here in this channel name and the branding and all the rest of it. They'll see it at some point. They'll get it, or they won't. You know, there's always that dual jurisdiction, right? 3 kind of people in the world. Those who see, that's me. Those who see when shown, that's the Unslavians. Those who don't see, that's everybody else. I definitely blew the 3-hour mark. Yeah, I always do. I came on feeling somewhat better, still with some pains. I said, I don't want to push and tax myself. Let me do an hour. Okay. We'll end at the 3. Now we're moving into 4. And I'm looping, but you got to loop and repeat here. These folks don't get it, if they get it at all. So you loop and you repeat and it clicks at some point. That's the clickage. Firmware update. Right. Again, you say it's weird, but I've already got it confirmed on record at court. There's dual jurisdiction here. It's not weird. Makes perfect sense. If you step back from court and you listen to what I'm saying and look at the dynamic here spiritually, there's an underworld and an overworld. You've heard those terms before. They're not accidental. They're not made up. There's the conscious and the unconscious. There's the masculine and the feminine. This is a world of dualities. So it would make sense that at any venue on the land at this point, this is what I used to tell my father when he'd say, Paul, I pay the bills for this house, so I make the rules and the law here. And I had to explain to him, no, Dad, this is another reason why you're not fit to be a father or try to teach me, because you are deceived. You don't have the wisdom and the experience. I intuitively had it. He didn't have it after 50 years of experience. I had to give it to him intuitively, and he still is ignorant and arrogant about it. I said, no, Dad, your house is built on a land. That land is in a universe. That universe has law. You don't get to make up your own law and your own code because you paid for someone to put some sticks up. See, that's your subjective morality again. That's your solipsism again. That's what got us here again, the Luciferian impulse to overwrite God's creation and do it better. Why? Because you got some false light, power, and value that is above and beyond the creators. Right, there's your fucking pride and ego again, the failing of all the human condition. Because you don't want to take the intuitive wisdom from a child at that point, without even the worldly experience beyond 12 to 14 years, that you don't get to make up your own universal law here. And don't come to complain to me about when they build a White House on America and say, because they built that house, they get to make all the rules here, dumbass. And when they call you their ward of the state, which means a child of that house, you can't cry and complain, dumbass. Because as within, so without, as above, so below, what you do to the least of us will be done to you tenfold. Don't you get it? Holographic and reflective. Everything you're experiencing on the world stage, you created in our home. You still to this day refuse to repent and reform yourself because you still got too much pride and ego to apologize and to have reverence for the creational force that put a law in me that was above and beyond your whole life's experience. We'll get there. They think they got to do it for me. I've been begging them all along, like God's been begging them all along to do it for them and what's true and what's right. They still don't get the point. They still think they're proving something to me or someone else. Yeah, how much of an ignorant, arrogant dumbass you are. You're proving it all right. Couldn't be any fucking clearer. Wonder why you all get the results you get. Tanawa slave Downing sits over there rattling off policies and codes and all the rest of the crap. He learns he is completely ineffective in any venue where honor and faith and respect matters because he doesn't have it at his core, and no amount of policies and codes and speeches is going to sublimate for that. Go off and get the true power and value, come back and present it to us. We'll know when you're there. Ain't got it yet. That's 90% of what goes on at court as well. I can't say it enough. It's not about the process, program, and procedure. It's about who's the most honorable in good faith, who's got the goods and the energy, and who's just talking the talk without walking it. And again, let's say court is not that. I don't want to be a part of any court that isn't like that. See the game? See how it works? I don't want to be a part of any court or game where you can show up and pay your way through and dress so nice that you get to... No, no, no. Bring the truth and the facts of the matter. Show you're honorable in good faith. Show the dishonor and bad faith of the other person, and we got nothing else to talk about. This is exactly the problem in this culture and society. You got all the style, all the formality, and no substance. Completely shallow, empty, powerless, valueless, talking head, empty suit culture and society. When the day comes where you get back in alignment with God, truth, life, and way, you won't need all the extras. It will ooze from your core. They will not be able to convict you because everyone in the room will be convicted by the energy that you hold and are. That's a different level. Questions, comments, concerns? You should check out Paul getting destroyed by Artie. The fact that you have to come here 3 years later and project that is proof you don't even really believe what you're saying. Right? Like, I don't even have to respond to that because you just continuing to repeat that for years like you guys do is evidence of your cope. As if someone who looks and presents and lives and sounds like Artie could destroy me in any venue more than I could destroy myself, I think is what you meant, right? Even at that, I'm better. I'm better at even destroying myself than he could be. Come on, man, get real. Artie is a dimwit. He can barely think on his feet. He can't walk and chew gum at the same time. He talks in circles. He's a double talker. He's a coward at his heart. His energy bleeds coward. He's an inauthentic corporate beta male. He looks like an absolute dweeb. I mean, you know, he's a perfect example of don't judge a book by its cover, but at least take a look. You know what I mean? 8 or 9 out of 10 times with these guys, you just take a look at them and you listen to them for 5 seconds and you already know what's at the core of their beingness. And they gotta have themselves on alternate accounts or their little sycophant group for years after just LARPing and coping and repeating certain narratives to try to change history. How could Artie destroy me in anything when he himself, admittedly in life, day to day, is an order-following cuck who needs a daddy and a master to decide what he's going to do today, this year, this lifetime? I'm the antithesis of that. I literally have done whatever the fuck I wanted, and it's worked out in my favor over and over again. And where it hasn't, I've been forced to get my act together and just do and be and have better. It's the antithesis of what you described. Artie's destroying himself by propagating and promoting and projecting the lie that he's bought into to remain safe in this world. I'm creating myself more and more by moving more and more into the scary truth and practicing faith. Come on, man. You know, this is, again, you all want a world where you can sit around with other beta male dweebs and repeat lies and it can somehow become reality. That is all of the legal system. That is all of the religionist system. That is all of mainstream media. You want a bunch of dweeby Poindexters who blow over in a weak wind, sitting around in their suits, crafting realities that the rest of us are going to buy into and accept and live by, right? Doesn't work with me here and with the rest of us. So I don't know why. I guess, again, you have a need to cope and LARP. So God bless you. Already proved you don't understand anything. Again, I'll even meet you guys where you're at. Let's say I don't understand anything the way you do. I still practice going past my fears and doing what I want to do and working in God's free will. That's infinitely more valuable. Me becoming what I'm meant to be and doing what I want to do here, which is like akin to being a grown man, because children do what they're told to do. Men do what they want to do. See? Let's just say Artie knows all about the legal system and I know nothing about it. Great. He's a punk coward child of the state who gets told what to do every place in his life. I'm the guy who gets to do whatever the fuck I want to do, and I'm still here running my mouth, and people are giving me value and watching me to do it. I would rather be me any day than be him, by far. You you think I'm not intelligent enough to go to legal school and learn all the words and terms and phrases and modalities that Artie's Corporate Friction and others have memorized? Come on, man. I've chosen my path and where I'm at. I do what I want. Artie and slaves like him do what they can and what they're allowed to do. That's the difference. There isn't a man among us who would trade being me the way that I'm me for being Artie the way that he's being Artie. Because Artie isn't even Artie. Artie is someone else's beingness that was given to him. Somebody gave Artie his whole life and beliefs and ways of beingness, and he replicated it. He memorized it and repeated it. I've been running on instinct, intuition, doing it my way this whole time in order to be introduced to the way. I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't trade it for 1,000 Arties. Are you kidding? But again, many will look with their eyes, not see with the ears, listen, not hear with the heart, not get the sense of it. And as the Tao points out, they will mistake the false for the true and the true for the false. I'm a real man and an actual person. Artie is an inauthentic corporate beta male. And by the way, I'll remind you again, that's why I can sit here and talk impromptu or extemporaneously for hours on end and hold some level of audience. Even if I haven't been on in weeks and I just randomly pop up. Artie, when he goes to talking off the top of his head and isn't presenting people like me, can't hold more than 20 people. I've seen it. I've watched it. So there goes your whole rap about power and value. Artie's broadcast isn't even powerful and valuable without him showcasing someone like me, the big dunce idiot who's interesting and entertaining, right? So therein lies another revelation of the dynamic. Without me and people like me, nobody shows up to watch and listen to Artie. They don't care what he has to say or what he thinks or how he feels or how he presents. That makes sense to me. I don't have to present Artie and other clowns here to talk and hold an audience. Do you see the huge difference there? In what you describe as power and value versus understanding or not, right? With understanding or without it. Just like Kfar over there, the Kevin, another guy, talks about his numbers and all the rest of it. The only way he gets numbers is when he showcases sovereign citizens. If he sits around in that dark hovel of his and goes to mumbling with that monotone, boring ass voice of his, everybody checks out. Nobody cares. What's it like to know that you have to focus on me or talk about me for anyone to care? And when you don't, nobody cares and they don't contribute any kind of value or support. I get to just be me and do whatever I want to do again. There's the same theme. And somehow everybody gets what they need and value and power and attention shows up. Maybe it has to do with who and what we are and how we live day to day and the audience that we've cultivated. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Maybe Artie, with all his understanding, could figure it out and come back and tell me all about it. By the way, would you like to challenge Artie? Would you like to? No, we couldn't because you would then tell him that I was involved and people would show up. So we couldn't do it. We would have to do it privately, where we agree that Artie one time next month is going to broadcast and not do anything about sovereign citizens and just sit there and talk like I just did for the last 3 hours and engage with the chat. And we're going to see how interesting and exciting and inspiring and entertaining it is. I almost want to pull him up for the people who don't know who he is. Yeah, why not? Oh, I got a full stack here. All right, you know what? I'm gonna nix the Castro. So I'm sick of him. Let me get Artie's carving station.
We'll begin with your second shift duty, greeting and serving guests.
Good evening. Fried enough to eat today? Boy, I'll say. Well, that's great.
Good evening. How's your slavery?
A little bit.
By the way, this is essentially me. I'm the metaversal carving station. I'm the guy at the metaversal carving station, but I didn't get the protocol that he gets. So like while I'm carving, I make small talk and I go, how's your slavery today? How's that going? How's your legalism, corporatism? Where you just sit around repeating a bunch of other men's words all day, exactly like a hoe would do. How's that going? So yeah, I'm carving station.
All right. Making friendly conversations like this is a big part of greeting and serving guests. At other buffet-style restaurants, guests often feel they're on their own. Once they've paid for the meal, no one pays much attention to them. At Old Country Buffet, we work hard to make sure our guests never feel that way. As a carver, you spend a little more time with guests and their team members. That means you have a great chance to make them feel.
Well, I got Artie's video right here. What's this person? This person is so confused. These people need my help badly. Artie's doing 580 views, 1,000 views. I've been doubling and tripling Artie's views here. And I haven't seen this guy's channel in like, what, 2 years? Now that I'm looking at it, everything I just said is proven true. He used to do 25, 30, 40,000 views talking about me and people like me. He's now doing 500 views to 1,000 views. We're doing double the views here at least than him, talking about whatever we want. The reason he's taken such a hit in views is because his new broadcast is by him about him. I love when you guys come in here, play these games with me. All you do is just re-verify that I know what I'm talking about. I don't even have to know the shot to call the shot because it's so fucking predictable. This is the guy this is the guy he's talking about who really wrecked me and showed I didn't understand anything.
Meanwhile, my my lighting up on the ceiling is broken again, as in like the adhesive will not stick to this side of the wall anymore. I'm assuming it's because it came off once before, but also maybe the heat. I have the temperature. I have the thermostat set. I guess probably a little bit too high for eco mode. Again, I'm trying to rein in my electric bill.
So again, you came here to tell me this guy is broadcasting and entertaining and inspiring and informing better than me. He's getting almost no views nowadays because he went from talking about me to talking about his electric bill and his home life, which is absolutely god-awfully boring. Beyond boring. Beyond uninspiring. Does anyone buy any of this crap? It's just like, I could never get laid again. I could perpetually have sex with fruit, organic fruit. I like my fruit to be pesticide free if I'm going to fuck it. I could never get laid again or have a woman ever express any interest in me again. It wouldn't matter how many of them are fucking him. You'll never get me to believe he's more interesting and entertaining and witty and attractive and whatever else than me. And I don't have high value and high standard for myself. I'm not a high self-esteem guy. Far from it. But this is what you bring here and try to say, this is what's better than whatever we're doing here. This is the guy who destroyed me in the debate. No one's buying that. It's ridiculous on the face of it. Now, this is who's running your culture and society. This is who's pressing levers to censor and shadow ban. This is who's paying other people to push certain things and deny other things. Absolutely. This is who's rigging and stacking the deck and then going around with morons like you saying, we're wrecking everything. We're winning. Look at us. We're so powerful and valuable.
I'd have to turn that down a bit. Anyway. So I got 2 videos left yet. One is a sovereign citizen. One is from Van Balian from yesterday.
Oh, I already lied. So this is even better. He's still making his whole rap about his eco flow vagina or whatever it is, heat, something flowing, eco flow heater AC. That's headline number one. Number two is more sovereign citizens and other people's channel, where they hate and have a whole bunch of fucking losers who collect over there and just network with each other to try to keep some kind of momentum going. And even still, he's doing 1.1 thousand views after 2 weeks on a live broadcast. The one the day before is 500 views. That one must be the one he didn't talk about anybody else.
So not too crazy, but thing I had. Love this thing.
Yeah, he quotes Van Balion. Could you quote someone with any less credibility?
It actually works too. This is ice.
Van Balion's the guy who continually showcases us and gets people to come over and hate on us and try to destroy the channel and says, we don't know the law and we never win or get dismissals. Yet myself, he did one on Cameron. Cameron's got dismissals out the ass at this point. We can disagree on how he's coming at it. It doesn't matter because again, this is from a different perspective. He's saying nobody over here knows the law or legal system. Nobody wins. Is he going to go back, Van Balion, and correct the record and say myself, Cameron, and so many others do know the law or legal system at least enough to do whatever the fuck we want and get dismissals regularly? No, of course not. He's a fucking lying, grifting swine. And Artie's going to quote that guy, right? Which reveals exactly who and what he is anyway.
Cold.
The sovereign citizens. Because Artie and Van Balion's biggest problem and issue with the world is us who want our rights and freedom and to be left alone by big government. We're who he's against and who he's mocking, right? Nothing weird or suspect about that.
I don't have... well, I'm Ed, I'm probably going to have to like dab a little bit of... front loader versus cops. I don't know what you mean by that. I might have to dab a little bit of gorilla glue or Loctite or something onto the adhesive to kind of get them to stick back again. That's probably my only option.
It's absolutely unwatchable.
Front loader is a type of construction. Jake, I knew one of you was going to make a reference to that, Jake. Congratulations. You were the one that did it.
God help us.
Hey, Celine. So this is out of
all right, I gotta stop it. It's absolutely unwatchable. The majority of it's dead air. The rest of it is his monotone mumbling and his dweeby personality, which quite frankly is off-putting. This is why a lot of you don't like me. You'll say my personality is off-putting because I have personality and I bring some kind of inspiration and energy, and you all want a world like this where this is who runs the show. A bunch of dead fish in a chair with glasses. They're so interesting and intellectual, don't you know? This is who they want to run their lives and do entertainment and information for them, right? Hey, you like it, I love it, right? Enjoy it. Get everything you came for. Okay, Sean Person, I'm going to remove you because you're scrolling my chat, fixated about me and Artie. It's 3 to 4 years ago. You must be trying to drum up some interest for Artie's shitty channel, just like he was doing years ago when he came over to find me. Another theme. I don't go to look for you losers. You come and find me, and then you want to get on my broadcast so you could try to drum up some interest. You know, so you could try to be relatable to the cucks and slaves and fools who occupy that area over there. Yeah, again, it all goes nowhere. Where does it all go, right? The rest of us can see it exactly for what it is. There's no other way you can spin it. We're at that point now. There's no other way to spin it. There's no more games. There's no more revelations. We see it all for what it is. And now the choice is be or not to be, right? That is the question. All right, I got rid of the Castro. I'm done with Artie. But there you go. Another loser hater came here to project and got attention. So we played the least common denominator. Thank me for that later. Get a little carving station. All right, let's finish Rubio up. Let's blow through some of these clips if we can. I'm going to try to control
He's
it.
talking about civilian infrastructure there. Do you think that is?
This is what he's talking about. Iran is begging us, okay, both directly and indirectly. Let's do a deal. Let's talk. Iran is begging every day. The problem with Iran is every time they make a deal, the people that are in charge there, they either break it or they want to change it.
Lies.
So
Projection.
It looks like they're not ready to make a deal.
Denial.
So they're going to continue to pay a price, and they're going every night the price gets higher. And
Gaslighting.
higher, and that's what's happening now. And until maybe in a few days, they'll be ready to make a deal once they realize that this is not a winning proposition for them. And that's what the president is outlining. The idea that this is going to continue, it's not going to continue this way. The price will continue to get higher every single night until they come to their senses. Right now, apparently they haven't come to their senses. And so the president doesn't see a lot of utility in responding to their overtures at this point, because frankly, Iran is clearly not ready to make a deal, at least not one they're willing to live by.
But is he talking about civilian infrastructure?
Yesterday you were saying you were hoping that there would be de-escalation in the Red Sea.
My concern is that they're LARPing between nations, or they actually are blowing shit up, and that the rest of them are LARPing and certain nations aren't, and they're purposely going to try to trigger some kind of nuclear war, or they're going to make it happen on purpose to try to have some mass casualty event so they can reshape the future of our existence. That is my concern, because they keep pushing it, they keep hyping it up. I would say it's an empty threat, but these are folks and organizations who are known for creating problems so they can bring in solutions, some might say. So that's my latest, that's been my concern for a while, that they're going to detonate some micro nukes on certain cities. They're going to blame Iran, and they're going to get everybody whipped into a frenzy of passionate false patriotism. And continue their New World Order push. It's already happening. You see these reckless people, these desperate people calling in here. They're all over social media. They're forming racial hate groups that are funded by George Soros. So they're not forming them, but they're falling into them. They're getting played once again for the psyops. Yeah, I guess you could argue on the highest level, though, whatever's meant to happen is meant to happen. So you can't really do anything about it on the world level.
Now attacked two Saudi ships. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, look, I hope that they'll stop. They shouldn't really do that. They got suckered into this by the Iranians. You know, the Houthis largely were smart and stayed out of all this throughout the conflict. But they now apparently have gotten themselves suckered into this, going after Saudi Arabia and their ships. And by the way, that's, you know, I was reading reports a few hours ago that there is actually a Saudi fuel ship that's flagged Chinese. It's a Chinese ship. Are they going to blow up the Chinese ship, and this becomes a problem for China? This will become a problem for the whole world. But I hope that will de-escalate, because I think the Houthis, frankly, got snooked. Let's play it again. I got to urinate. Let's remind everyone, there might be a few new folks here. For those who've been here a while, you got to deal with my looping. Clausen, Israeli lobbyist, stood up 12 to 15 years ago or more, stated that all the wars are organized to get to a certain outcome. And he even specifically says, let's blow some stuff up and blame it on Iran. Who would know why? And then we can get to war with Iran. Okay, so, you know, we're not going to forget this. We're not going to stop reporting on it. We know what you folks are doing. We're putting the word out, and we're creating a splinter group community, if you will. Not a movement, not an organized group, but a sentiment is moving all of us individually to collectivizing communities. To inherit the earth when you folks, I guess, inevitably, invariably destroy yourselves and each other in one form or another. So this is a cosmic great reset. It is necessary, you could argue, spiritually, biologically, and otherwise. And then we get to control, to some extent, where we and our lives go within that macro dynamic, right? You know, if we work together and do the right thing. So yeah, let's go to Clausen to remind everybody that this is all bullshit. I don't see any of these breakdowns anywhere else. I don't see any facts anywhere else. I see like half truths and the rest lies. And that concerns me. That in our little hole in the back of YouTube is one of the only places where we show these ideas and these facts and then connect it back to spiritual dynamics that apply to all of us, right?
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall we had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. Of, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
Right, so they're asking in chat, who is that? Patrick Clausen. There's a whole mainstream article, or a few mainstream articles written by official sources about that press conference and those statements. Yeah, you would think clips like this, including the other ones where they refer to the United States as a corporation, would get a lot more play. There'd be a lot more attention around these certain ideas, but I guess they're just not relevant.
Into this thing by the Iranians, and they were smart to stay out of it, and they should stay out of it, and they should stop. We'll see what happens there. Obviously, it's not a positive development. We'll see what happens.
Secretary, what prompted the easing of...
I'm sorry, man. I love his little court reporter thing. It's cool. Why didn't the rest of you guys have this? This guy's the smartest guy here. Look at that. I know he is. You better catch up. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. What prompted the easing of sanctions on Hong Kong last week? In terms of letting the executive order expire?
Yeah, no, there wasn't easing of sanctions. The executive order expired. The conditions underlying some of those elements no longer existed. There remain other individuals that remain sanctioned nonetheless, despite the executive order is a partial expiration on certain individuals, but not on others. It just depends on the light of it. And the justification and rationale behind that original executive order had the circumstances had changed in the president's judgment. But there are individuals, there's still a significant number of individuals in Hong Kong that remain sanctioned, that were not covered by the executive order, and that remains in place. And obviously that was raised with us yesterday, but we don't see a change anytime in the near future on that.
The Secretary, Russian leader of your meeting also once again mentions Anchorage proposals. Can you please clarify what those proposals are and how relevant are they today?
Yeah, I mean, there was no, proposals, we know they've been reported about, they call it 3+2, the trading of terror, but those failed. You can't have a peace deal unless both sides agree to it, and the Ukrainians would not agree to it. And so that's why that effort didn't work. So we'll have to find new suggestions and new ideas, because certainly that one, it was not acceptable to Ukraine at the time, and I don't think it's acceptable to them now either. In fact, it's probably less acceptable to them. So, when peace comes, it'll be because of some new idea and some new concepts. And we're prepared to offer some of those in the right setting and form. If the opportunity presents itself and the conditions are right, we're prepared to play that role in a positive way.
Will the president meet with strategy in assisting Manila in terms of putting more strategy in terms of the sites, in terms of freedom of navigation operations?
He's lying right now. They can't help themselves but to lie. They don't even know they're doing it. Peace comes when there are new agreements and acceptance. That sounds a lot like your dictation and control. Peace comes when everyone decides to stop fighting. See how easy that was? Didn't require any cooperation with the other person at all. I know that's difficult. Folks, slaves are, what? Peace doesn't require cooperation? No, it actually doesn't. It just requires the cessation of activation, if that makes sense, or aggression. Anybody who understands finding peace in an environment of chaos knows peace is an internal state of beingness in practice. It is not dependent upon other people, places, and things. That's not peace, that's control. So little lying Marco and his 3 sizes too big shoes reveals once again he's not looking for peace. He and his people are looking for control and manipulation. We know that because peace is attained by simply deactivating and just being. But see, peace is not prosperous because when you have moments of deactivation and peace, everyone starts looking around and asking questions about them Epstein files and everything else about this place and what's going on around here, right? And they don't really kind of like it. So we got a bunch of reasons why we need these wars and these distractions and these psyops, right? There's like many reasons. One of them is in times of peace. See, like we'll go back to pimping and hoeing, right? Fake ass pimps who don't understand the real game or want to comport themselves to that, which the real game, by the way, is somewhat spiritual. That's a whole other class in and of itself. They will seek to try to create strife amongst the hoes because they know that the more the hoes are competing with each other and fighting, the less chance the hoes are going to have to sit around one day and go, this nigga ain't shit. Excuse my language. But that's just everyday, regular, low-level street parlance, right? Just we'll be as modern day, low level on the ground as we can be, right? Straight to the point. There's a lot of men out there and people who do this in different ways in their life. There's a lot of content creators and panelers on here who do this. They create fights and controversy with a whole bunch of other people because they know if they sat around and peace was ever attained, everyone might start looking around and asking some questions about who was supposed to be the host and the creator and what the fuck they're doing and not doing. Nobody really wants that. Nobody likes that, right? So again, it's just more LARPing. We already know that, the slaves are never going to understand that, but many of us know that already. This is all just pimping and hoeing. And hey, for all we know, Iran's in on it, and they're masquerading as this to get us all to take sides on one side or the other, to get us all to support a mutually destructive outcome, because the spirit of kill, steal, destroy, and chaos doesn't give a fuck which side of it you're on as long as you're serving it, right? The lie don't care who tells it, as they used to say.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're a treaty ally. I mean, the United States and the Philippines have a treaty, and so we'll live by that treaty. We're committed to supporting our treaty partners, and obviously we've already done quite a bit. In fact, there was a U.S. Coast Guard vessel in the region at the time that this happened, and actually helped stand between the two sides and allowed the individual who was injured to be rescued and brought back for medical treatment. So we're already here, we're already present, we have a role, and we're not going to abandon our allies. We've made that abundantly clear. We're going to have a good relationship with China. Okay, these are the two most powerful economies in the world, two large militaries, two nuclear powers. We have to have a relationship with China. We want it to be as positive as it possibly can be. But that won't come at the expense of our allies and our partners in the region or our presence here either.
So it's been a day since we asked you about the Saudi nuclear agreement. Have you had it?
Well, let me refer you. I know that was in the press the last few days, but let me refer you back. I think it was in November of last year when the Energy Department entered into this agreement. So the details are there. Obviously, even when the official announcement is made, it will have to go through a congressional notification process, and then we can talk more in depth about it. But suffice it to say that the U.S. is always looking for cooperation agreements with allies. I mean, Saudi Arabia is a strategic partner of the United States, and I think, without speaking in specificity about that deal, but in general, we're not the only country in the world that offers nuclear.
Right. Strategic partner is code for you guys blame them for shit they didn't do, then went over there to fight and got them to agree that you'll leave them alone if they do what you want them to do. Just a really long-winded way of saying pimping and hoeing again. That's all these relationships of convenience are. I'd rather you be on my good side or be neutral, because the alternative is you're going to bring me problems and issues. We know a lot about that game and that dynamic, don't we? So That's all this is. Just like they say we have a strategic relationship, a special relationship with UK. Yeah. You uphold their parliamentary process and procedure and stick a legalist, corporatistic taxation system of Marxism and collectivism and socialism on everybody. And you do aristocracy instead of monarchy. But as long as you uphold that formality of governance, whoever, whatever that animates all these royalty, because they say they're inhabited by aliens and demons. I don't say that. I don't know. I'm not there. I believe them. They say, I believe them if they say it. Right? So whoever, whatever works through them, that at some point here may just reveal itself. If not, they may do a hoax of a revelation. Boy, won't that be exciting. Long as everybody agrees that we don't care what you all do with everything else, as long as we agree authority and legitimacy emanates from the corporation we call the state and all the cronies who are involved in it. And anything outside of that is not powerful, valuable, or legitimate, right? That's the whole game. That's the whole Luciferian simulation here. Doesn't matter all the rest of the isms and the pieces of the puzzle. That one main theme is what it's going to carry out here. Right? We see it over and over again, just like the Christ of being brought up on the hill and told, listen, I'll give you the whole kingdom if you just bend the knee and say that the kingdom of Shaitan or the Shaitan is the all end all be all, is the ruler of this world. Right? And of course, as the story goes, that cannot be done. I can't bend that knee. Right? Now, what I can do is meet you in the middle with the dual jurisdiction. Your system is spiritually legitimate for those who refuse to and cannot govern themselves because they don't seek God, truth, life, and way, and they don't know that, and therefore they're a danger to themselves and others. For the rest of us, we don't require governance. Okay? So I don't have to make a false statement that this kingdom of Shaitan, this legalism, this corporatism is the only game in town. Right? It's the only game in town for those who are in and of the world. For those whose kingdom is not of this world, it is just another delusion, illusion, deception, and denial of a greater power and force and value system, potentially. But again, still necessary because of that dual jurisdiction. So, the haves and the have-nots is another way you could put it. See, folks think when you say haves and have-nots, that means cash. Not necessarily. You either have it or you don't. You're either with it or you're not. So that's why they tell you, get with it. We use this language and these phrases all the time. It's interesting when you look back on it. Why do I still have this up there? Chat's relatively peaceful, unlike the Iranians.
Nuclear technology, and when countries decide they want to pursue a peaceful civil nuclear program, we prefer them do it with us than do it with some other country. It allows us to have influence over the direction that it goes. It allows us to make sure that there are safeguards in place, things of this nature. And in the case of Saudi Arabia, they've been an important strategic partner for us. So it would make sense for us to enter into such an agreement. But obviously the details of it, once it's released, you'll see it, you'll be able to understand it. And more importantly, it'll go through its congressional review process, which is a key part of this, so there'll be a lot more questions answered at that time.
Would you be comfortable with Saudi Arabia enriching and reprocessing uranium?
I'll let the agreement speak for itself. Suffice it to say that any agreement that we're going to make with any country in the world on civil nuclear energy is going to be one that will have safeguards in place to ensure that it can't be turned into a weapons program. And one of the best safeguards is to make sure that American technology and American companies are the ones that are involved in doing it.
Right, there you go. The only way they're going to be happy is if their corporations are involved. Right, fascism and corporatism. By the way, they keep using this term civil, just like all you legal gurus like to keep projecting and keep taking ownership of. Do you even know what civil is? You even know what it means? I know you think you do. Did you go to the etymology? Do you realize the implication? Because the best I can make out, it's basically like saying a Jewish star for a Jew in Nazi Germany. It's basically like saying, you're taking ownership of the fact that you're colonized and you're part of one of these 13 colonies and you got founding daddies and they're going to dictate right from wrong and you can't come to that determination on your own. It's the best that I can determine, and that makes sense to an extent. So, yeah, I don't know how we got into this world where regular old men under God with a supposed daddy are running around in suits with these ties on and talking in this affected way, and everybody's so civil. They think there's value and power to that.
On the other hand, a country pursues nuclear technology with another country, well, then we don't really control those safeguards. So again, Saudi Arabia seeks to have a peaceful civil nuclear program. Other countries do as well. We have a similar agreement in place now with the UAE, and U.S. companies are the world standard in providing that. Civil is, you gotta decode the language of the spirit that's behind these people to what it really, it's the deceivers. It speaks in tongues. So civil is a way of saying unwild, right? Just like they would categorize me and what I do. Paulie boy is wild, right? There's wild, like supernatural, natural, and then there's civil. And what it is a synonym for domestication, right? Because the modern day slave takes pride in its domestication and its ownership and the fact that it's unwild. What's the word? There's a word that means like free, powerful, and has wild in the word. I'm pretty sure. I gotta. May have to do a word class for ourselves here. But yeah, they much like with the animals, they want to do with the humans. They want to take away your wildy side, the side that is free and ungovernable, and they want to turn you into someone civil, domesticated, someone predictable, right? Someone who we know is going to come in, do what we say, follow all the procedure. When we lie to their fucking face, act like it's normal, and say, thank you very much, give me another. Sure you do if you're going to run an earth farm. You want a bunch of unwilded, domesticated human pig slaves to just put their fucking head down and act real nice and civil about the whole thing. I wonder if there's anything civil about the fucking poison gas they put in the water and the food over and over again that got released in the files. I wonder if there's anything civil about all the fucking lies they tell to do endless wars. I wonder if there's anything civil about the human trafficking. I wonder if there's anything civil about taking away somebody's life and livelihood because they didn't follow your fucking policies and codes. And you just get off on it. The fucking laughable irony of a bunch of slaves coming here and telling me I'm not civil and I should follow legal civil procedure when the motherfuckers involved in this on some level have given up all civility to the point of being outright combatants, some could argue. Not that I'm going to go there. I'm just saying it's laughable pimp game. Now, honor and good faith we could talk about, right? That's the interesting thing is, in the world of the inauthentic, this is my secret, but I'm telling you a secret. The microphone's in the way. In the world of the inauthentic corporate male, the word civil replaces honor, right? Honor and good faith, because they don't have that, but they have to pretend to be that. And the way you do that is you talk in a certain way, patronizing way, and you don't ever raise your voice or get passionate, and you lie like a rug. And you just deflect whenever you're asked a direct question and you just spin in bullshit, right? It's not really nice and civil. So it's either a synonym for domestication when they're using it against you, or it's their mask and their smoke and mirrors they get to use when they're pretending to be peaceful and confident when really it's just another energetic power game. Right. So then when you try to get passionate or interested or inspired and say, hey, there's slavery and genocide going on there. What the fuck is all this? And why are you're being uncivil? We've seen that game played many times. You know, it's just another Luciferian spiritual power game is all that civility garbage is. And again, these same people who love to throw around the civility, you'll never hear about honor and good faith. Because they don't have that and don't show that. And they know that. That's why they never talk about it. Now, civility, they all have a lot of that.
the false peace, the false love and care, the false diplomacy, you know, like they do on these panels. They get together, everything's great, we're having a great time, we're all friends here. You know, ask them about honor and good faith and sacrifice, what they're willing to give up to do what's right. No, they don't know about that, can't talk about that, but they sure know a whole lot about how Paulie Boy and others are so uncivil. Let's go to the etymology quickly. Why not? At your carving station here.
Welcome and appreciated. By greeting the guest warmly and holding brief conversations as you serve them, you say to our guests, "We're glad you're here." Let's take a closer look at greeting guests. Every conversation you hold with a guest should begin something like this.
Good evening.
Or,
hi, how are you?
Once you've greeted the guest.
Now, see, that's the part I can't get done that I'm learning from Gary Carver Station Guy. Gary Carver, what? Gary isn't that a Gary the Carving Station Guy? I'm learning from him, because if we review this week's Facebook matches, which, let's be real, I'm not ready to date anybody at this point. I may never be ready. That may never be a thing. Okay. That's a whole other issue. That's a whole other situation. Let's not get into it. What was I saying? Right. That's the thing I can't get done, is like, hi, how are you? Hi, how was your day? You know, I go right for, how many vaccines did you take? No answer on the other side, right? I got to learn more of that. See, there's a give and take. There's pros and cons with all this, with being authentic and direct and not wanting to waste time and shooting straight. It puts people off, especially in this world. You know, not even a hello right before you get to the how many vaccines did you get on the Facebook matching situation. Right, we're still looking for civil. All right, let's
start a brief conversation. Try asking a question the guest can answer in a sentence or two.
How many
you might ask
vaccines
something
did you
like
get?
this.
Is it still hot out there?
Yeah,
Or
see,
this.
I can't.
Did you catch a game last night?
Or this.
See, like, we are so different people and spirits. I can't even, right now in this room here, just you and I can't even get myself to say, how's the weather out there? Like, what the fuck is that? It's a nightmare. How was the game last night? Like, this is why you wonder why my life is just fraught with certain tests and challenges and even fears. I don't deny it. I don't claim to be fearless by any means. It's because I'll probably never be able to get that done. I can tell you, well, you go to court, all the right. Okay, great. I can't get this done. I can't go and put on the outfit and be Gary the Carver Station Guy and ask, how's the weather out there? Did you see the game last night? Because I'll stab myself with the carving station implements. I'll stab me or him, the carving station implements. That's why you probably shouldn't come here and probably shouldn't listen to me. Something is wrong with me. Again, God must use the least among us, because I got a whole bunch of stuff going on over here that I see power and value in. And then there's another side of me, there are aspects of me, and I go, we're in trouble here, folks. I'm going to have to print up some bifolds and start selling them.
Have you tried the lasagna? It's my favorite.
Don't forget to hold quick conversations with our younger guests, too. Children often play a big part in deciding which restaurant their parents visit.
Right. Like, okay, so like we try this out. She walks up and I immediately go, hopefully you were, and it's not even a question, but it's like a question / statement. I go, you weren't in the Epstein files, were you? Right away. Now we need a review. Is Paulie Boy really fit for the carving station? Is this what we want as a part of our country buffet branding?
We want them to feel welcome and special here, too.
Or like when he says, how's the weather? I go, they still chemtrail spraying outside? Bam. Carving station review, just like that.
So start conversations with children by saying something like this.
What grade are you in at school?
Or this.
Have you decided what dessert you're going to have?
All right, let me try. What kind of indoctrination slavery are they trying to push on you at school? Or you could say something like this. Do you know how many GMOs and poisons are in that dessert you're about to have?
Or this.
Do you like hot fudge sundaes?
Once you've held a brief conversation, it's time to move on to the second half of this shift duty, serving the guests. Begin by asking,
would you go for some ham or beef?
Ham, please.
Once guests have chosen what meat they want, you'll carve a slice of it. Exactly what size of slice you...
All right, now you know Gary's getting fresh there, right? When he asked the old broad, who is still somewhat attractive, if she'd like some beef. I'm watching you, Gary.
...will serve will be a judgment call on your part, unless the guest makes a special request. We don't limit the can have. We do, however, manage it to reduce waste. Here are some guidelines for knowing how much meat to serve a guest. When your guest's plate has very little on it, carve a full cut. Lay it over the bare portion of the plate. Children usually prefer smaller portions.
Slave gets
carve
one
them a
piece.
smaller cut. Place it on an open...
Okay, so now, like, I just, right there, bam. I just go into a fucking frustrated panic almost. Because I'm at the carving station. I'm getting like $18 an hour, and I'm glad about that, by the way. That's like upcharging. Yeah, I got to try to work in polite conversation about GMO chemicals and chemtrails. But now, I can't even fucking... This poor old slave who's in front of me who, you know, just fucking cashed out their health insurance for a new stent. They come here to try to live it up a little bit. I got to give them one piece of meat? Like, that's kind of weird. That's embarrassing in a way. You know, like I'm the only person there that, like, I'm the thin pink line between the pork roast and the country buffet, right? I'm directly interacting with the public. Now they're looking at me like I got a problem with them because I'm giving them one piece of meat. Like, where did you see how pathetic that plate looked, by the way? This is what corporatism does. The bottom line is all that matters. Fuck the old broad who's really there to get fucked. That's why she's like, hey, Gary, what's up with the beef? You didn't even give her beef. Like, after all that, you asked the questions, you did the conversation, you didn't even give her the fucking beef. You gave her like ham or something. And it was one thin, pathetic, weak ass little piece. Because Gary has a fucking corporatist, fascistic rubric to follow that says he can only give one piece to each slave for them to profit. Like, the slave can come up as much as they want, but they got to humiliate themselves by coming up 5 or 10 times to get it. That's part of a capitalistic ritual. I've learned that. Humiliation, sorcery is baked into the whole process. So they're like, okay, free buffet, all you can eat. The catch is Gary cuts you like 0.3 of an ounce, one slice for each plate, and you got to come up 5 to 10 times, and then everybody in the place thinks that you're greedy and selfish and obese, and they mock you and shame you. And I don't know if anyone else feels that, or if it's just me. I don't know if it's because I am those things, and I feel like other people know.
Section of the plate. If your guest's plate looks like this, quarter cut or a half cut of the meat the guest requests. Sometimes guests will tell you exactly what size of cut or number of pieces.
So now they just there's the communism, right? There's the socialism. Gary's now taught by the administration to fucking discriminate against prosperous people who got a full plate, right? Oh, what are you, some kind of elitist with your full plate here? Like, Gary, I just went around once. I got everything that I need. I'm hitting you last because I want my beef, non-beef to be still warm when I get to the table. And you made this into a whole political interaction now. This is why I can't go anywhere. I can't work at the carving station. I can't go to the carving station. It's a problem.
They want. Other guests will ask you to carve a slice thicker than our usual dime width. These guests all feel they're getting more when getting a thicker cut.
By the way, you see how this is what I mean. You say I'm paranoid and guilty conscience, but they just purposely used an obese woman for this latest point, right? They purposely sent the obese woman up to Gary's carving station so they could go, some guests, but they don't outright say, see, this is part of that whole unspoken social contract shit. I don't like it. I want directness, even if it hurts feelings. Some guests the morbidly obese ones and selfish ones that we mock and humiliate, even though this is supposed to be all you can eat, think like they get more because they get a bigger piece. That's not a thing. Now they're trying to gaslight us that bigger pieces of meat aren't bigger pieces of meat. And we're in trouble, folks.
The thin cut ensures them a tender piece of meat, which is why we carve dime thicknesses.
Harry the commie.
If a guest asks you,
Are you worried about
that roast beef, please?
say something like this.
I'd be glad to carve you that. Thinner slices are more tender, though. Would that be all right? You can always come back up for more.
All right, so see now, that's what I mean. Gary's now being taught to lie to the fucking, not only to be gaslit and gaslight them, but to lie to them now and go, hey, you want a thicker piece? Cool, but I'm just letting you know thinner pieces are better. You could always come back up. I don't need this much interaction with Gary. He's supposed to be carving. If I'm Gary, I'm supposed to be carving. I need an extra $18 on top because now you got me doing public relations and all types of shit. Political management. This is why, and they say I'm like a black person because this is what black people do when they go to work somewhere. And it's not because black people are bad. It's because the white man's the devil. I didn't want to say it. Okay. Imagine M. Davis down there shows up to work at the carving station. Now he's 8 lessons in on how he's going to gaslight this poor white woman, lie to her, skimp on her beef cut because she's presumed to be a criminal, and then try to like cajole her and convince her to just go sit back down and just keep eating something else and maybe you come back later. He's like, just like me, he's like, you guys gave me $18 an hour to carve the fucking meat. Now you want me to talk about chemtrails and the weather and all this shit and get depressed? And you want me to play games with this woman and her meat? That could go bad easy. Today's world. Yeah, I'm going to need another $18 an hour on top of that for whatever the fuck else that is. Or I quit. I'm out. I'm done. And by the way, I'm not, but my cousin, M. Davis's cousin, might just steal some stuff out of your freezer on the way out of the walk-in, Maybe. I'm just saying it's not me. I don't know.
Okay.
Of course, if the guest insists on a thicker slice, honor the request. No matter what the topic of your conversation has been or what size slice you've served, you will end each guest contact with the same phrase.
How's that for you?
That's fine, thanks.
Asking, how's that, makes sure guests are happy with the slice they received.
But see, even that is fucking bullshit and insulting to the intelligence. Gary, you just try to deny me a thicker piece of meat. I had to fight you to get it. Now you want to ask me if that's enough? Like you're really going to get this? Are you guys starting to see the whole world of the inauthentic corporate males and females that I just can't fucking deal with and put up with? That all the Keith Williamses of the world? Just the fucking lies and bullshit and power games and deflections and just nonsense. And then like that's not passive aggressive. Had enough? Like, Gary, like sometimes he's gonna end some of them with, is that enough for you? And then other times, had enough? See, they give him that phrase so he can run that game on you. I don't appreciate that. And it's like, what if it's not enough? What if I want more meat, Gary? Do I have to go through this whole ritual with you again? Every fucking time?
If they're not, or if they also want a slice of a different meat, you can correct the situation promptly. Guests will sometimes ask you questions about the food we serve and how we prepare it. To be ready for these questions, make the most of opportunities to learn about our menu items. If you are asked a question you can't answer, find someone who can answer it. The nearest manager is usually a good place to start. Your third shift duty is maintaining the carving station. As you carve and serve meats, your station quickly loses the cleanliness and appeal it had when the restaurant opened. Throughout your shift, you'll complete routine cleaning and maintenance tasks to return your station to its original appearance. That's another
$8. You went from 18 to 36, and now another $8 on top of that. 44, I believe, if my math is correct. Last time I tried to do math on a live broadcast, it was really bad. I swore I would never try it again. But yeah, so now we went from I'm cutting meat to like I'm public relations and I got a whole rap for these people and I'm like first line defense from the meat. I got to keep these fat slaves from wanting too much meat because they're going to waste it. Now I got to clean and shit and do all this other. This is what I mean. And they'll try to get this all from you for $18 if you don't watch him or you don't carry yourself like M. Davis or his cousin. Get what you need. You got to get it how you
Some
live.
of the tasks you will complete. Wipe grease from the carving board with a paper towel. Grease and meat scraps spoil the appearance of your station. Wipe them away frequently.
These people don't care.
Discard the used
Yes.
paper towels in the wastebasket
People have 15
immediately.
vaccines.
Keep the
For real.
wastebasket in a spot that is. Then, wipe the carving board, front board, and stainless steel surfaces with a clean, sanitized towel. In between groups of guests, to wipe your carving knives and chef's forks with your clean, sanitized towel. Keep an eye on the walls, mirrors, sneeze guards, and floors around
Am
your
I getting
station
trained for
to make
this?
sure they stay clean.
This training video?
If
Do I
they
get
aren't,
paid training
use
or
the
what?
time between guests to clean them. Floor spills immediately by guarding the area personally or putting up a wet floor sign until the spill can be cleaned up. Damp mopping the area with hot, soapy water.
Looks like Bill Clinton.
And leaving the wet floor line in
restaurant.
place until the area is completely dry.
Gary,
Be sure to wash your hands after performing every
thank you for
cleaning
cleaning up
task.
my mess, Gary.
Rinse out your towels
You're a real
frequently in
patriot.
sanitizing solution. Towels that aren't sanitized frequently not only are unappetizing to look at, but they also leave streaks on the stainless steel. Maintaining the carving station includes maintaining carving knives. To keep your knives sharp and ready to carve, you use a grooved steel rod called, appropriately, the steel doesn't actually sharpen the knife. It hones it by aligning microscopic burrs on the edge of the blade. After cutting about 10 to 15 slices of meat, you will notice that your knife isn't cutting as easily as it was when it was first sharpened. It's then that you use the steel to restore the knife's edge. Here's how to use the steel.
Okay, can we verify this? Is this true? Like 10 cuts of meat, he has to sharpen the knife? Like what kind of cheap ass cutlery are they using?
Note that the process is described for right-handed carvers. If you are left-handed, reverse the process. Before you start, put a carver's protective glove on each hand. Hold the steel in your...
Anyone remember those old like bread knives you used to buy off TV back when they used to, well, I guess back when TV was even a thing and anyone watched it? And you'd buy like an $8 fucking knife that will like cut through the drywall. Like this guy, I'm telling you, man, it's all gotten worse. I think this is from like 10 years ago too, but it's all just getting worse. And I remember those days like it was yesterday. Billy Mays, OxyClean, the guy with the slap chop, the other guy with the fucking bread knife that was a everything knife. He would like weld with it, cut through drywall, like run it over with a car and shit like that. Beat his wife with it. Like they would do all these things to show the durability, right? This guy's like, oh, you cut 10 pieces of meat, you got to sharpen. Now I'm sharpening knives every 10 cuts. See, they just added another responsibility and obligation. That's dangerous. That's hazard pay. I need hazard pay for that.
left hand, hold the steel so the point is up. You will keep the steel's tip up throughout this process. Hold the knife in your right hand.
Yeah, remember the
Place
guy
the
chopped
blade
down
of
the
knife
fucking
at
tree
the
with
base
the
of the
ginsu.
steel on the side furthest from you. The cutting edge should be
We used to, believe it or not, we used to have a time in this country where people were free to do whatever the fuck they want to do. They show up to the carving station. The guy's got a ginsu knife next to the slap chop. They just cut a fucking tree down with it out back. And now he's cutting meat for the rest of the night, for the rest of the week, without having to sharpen this thing. All while being on cocaine. And not that shitty cocaine that Artie and his dweeby friends get nowadays. Like real cocaine. Those were the days, people.
facing up. Blade up the steel, working left to right. Make sure the entire blade is drawn across the steel.
All right, that's not creepy. You walk in and
next.
You walk in and Gary's like doing this weird creepy stare at the you see that one before? The creepy stare at the fucking yeah, you walk in and Gary's just creepily staring at his knife. And then you realize, oh, he's decided that he's cut 10 pieces of meat and this Korean knife needs to be, this aluminum Korean knife needs to be sharpened, and then you turn around, you look back, and he's just there with that, just stroking up and down.
Blade of the knife at the tip of the steel on the side closest to you.
Fucking
Again,
Gary, man.
the cutting edge should face up. Draw the blade down left to right.
Like, look at that. He's not even.
This hones the
he's not
other
even
side of the
sharpening.
blade's cutting edge.
He's not even really honing.
Repeat this process several times on each side of the cutting edge.
You're creepy, Gary.
Draw
You're
the blade
simulating
over the clean,
some kind of
sanitized
masturbation.
towel lying on the
That's a
carving
reaction.
counter. Do not hold the towel in your left hand. Your carving knives are sharp enough to slice not only through the towel, but all fingers. Remember, knives are never taken to the dish room for cleaning. Once you have wiped the steel with your clean, sanitized towel, return it to its appropriate place. Your fourth shift duty is assisting when the guest flow is light. When there are no guests at your station and you're caught up on your own tasks, you'll assist line attendants. Your final shift duty is doing whatever it takes to take care of the guests. At Old Country Buffet, serving guests is our #1 priority. You have many opportunities throughout your shift to lend a helping hand to our guests. Every time you offer that helping hand, chances are you increase guests' satisfaction with his or her visit. Before we leave your shift duties, let's take...
Okay, so now all of a sudden we learn at the end of this video that you should also just do whatever the fucking guests say. They went from don't give them more meat if they ask for it, or even like a thicker piece, to just do whatever the fuck they ask. So now they got me like loading stuff up, like office equipment out back. Like arguing with them over cuts of meat and then just loading up the car.
Take a minute or two to look closely at something you need to be aware of every
Nothing
minute
makes
you're
any
on the
sense.
job.
Is it me, or does nothing
Safety.
make any sense?
As a carver, you work in an area with a high potential for accidents. Sharp knives, grease from the hand, and the rush of a busy shift can sometimes combine to create a disaster. That's why you need to always work safely. Here are a few things to keep in mind. Treat your knives with respect. They are razor sharp, honed to an edge that cuts through meat with only a little pressure. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter to the knife if it's cutting
Gary,
through a
I got
ham
some
or
stuff
your
out
finger.
back I need you to move.
Don't grab for a falling
Remember what
knife.
boss said.
Let it hit the floor. In your haste to prevent it from falling, you stand a 50-50 chance of grabbing the blade, not the handle.
What?
Take extra time and care when you're washing knives. When both your hands and the knives are wet, it's easy to slip if you're hurrying. Slow down and complete the job safely. Never place knives in bus tubs, Lexans, or sinks full of soapy water.
If that wasn't the most useless piece of information, like they're really just like in these videos, they love to talk down to you like you're a stupid fucking slave, but they also realize how stupid the average slave is. So they like include little facts that don't even matter, that are obvious. Like if you drop a knife, you have a 50% chance of picking up the handle or the blade. Yeah, because there's only two fucking things there I could grab. Like, what are you saying? It's not even a statistic.
Use only sharp knives. Believe it or not, dull knives are more dangerous than sharp knives. Because you have to work harder to get a dull knife to cut, the chances of cutting yourself or a guest are much greater. Finally, be aware at all times of where the guest's hands are. Without realizing it, guests may move their hands in the path of your knife. Keep an eye out for this potential.
Right. And every so often, after like 3 or 4 drinks and the shitty conversation from Gary and having to fight him for an extra piece of meat, they move their neck accidentally in front of the carving station knife. So be on the lookout for that. This is where, by the way, we like take that video and we make our own video and we do the bit non-bit where we bring a Muslim in. Muslim, like with the big knife, works the carving station, and we just, the bit writes itself pretty much, but yeah, we just run the whole video back, but it's just, you just replace everything with a Muslim, and it's like, As a Muslim carver for the carving station, be sure to have polite conversation, right? And then you cue to him. I have a vision, right? You guys probably won't see it, but they never do. They never do. Depressing and celebrating. No, that's Thursday night at the carving station, is what that is. And you should be thankful and grateful that you get the opportunity to be at the carving station, either on the carving side or the receiving side, okay? Could be a lot worse. Rubio?
Always looking for opportunities, by the way, not just in conventional reactors, but in small modular reactors, which is an area that we are increasingly around signing MOUs all over the world to help do as well.
By the way,
countries that are exploring.
One bumper sticker. This is my new currency for Enslavia. This is better than a dollar bill. It's more valuable. One bumper sticker to anybody out there who can tell me how the hell, without cheating, how the hell we got to Gary at the carving station. And I know you can't, and that proves why I'm a god of all media and a master of segues. You just did 30 minutes with me at Gary's carving station, and we have no idea how we got there. We don't need to. That's the beauty of a segue. Somehow I got us there. I'm going to do it again.
Peaceful nuclear energy. The United States wants to be their partner of choice, and we're always looking for opportunities to be able to make sure that our technology and our companies are the ones that are providing.
Yeah, you don't want to wish that. Be careful what you wish for.
Go ahead.
Very dark in there at times.
Shot AI for apparently distilling.
I don't have any announcement on that today. Go ahead.
The Saudis agreed to the additional protocol. It's sort of the gold.
Right, looking up civil, okay, but you can't tell me how the hell I took us from looking up the word civil to Gary's carving station. Try it right now. Try it. I bet you can't get it done. I am the segue. I am Gary and the carving station and the meat on the carving station. I am the knife. I am the obese woman who walked up to get more meat. Gary told her no. Don't you think maybe you should go sit down? Right, look up the word civil. Relating to ordinary citizens as opposed to what? And their concerns as distinct from military or ecclesiastical members. Ooh, it's like a god on earth. Troops and fake preachers. Like God on earth. That's what gets all the slaves inspired to kill themselves and each other for a Luciferian master. Courteous and polite. We tried to be civil to him. I love that. Courteous and polite. We tried to be civil to him. And the next phrase is, and then we beat him and tortured him because we fucking tried to be civil toward him. He just wouldn't cooperate. The Tao talks about that too. The Tao has, you guys, this number 1500 years before Jesus. Talks something to the effect, I'm going to butcher it, but when the Tao or the way to the way is lost, patriotism arises. Goodness is lost. Morality springs forth. When the moralist dictates his morals and you do not comply, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force on you to get you to comply. Thus, and I'm adding this part, thus making him not a moralist. Okay, but the idea that Tao was trying to bring forth there, Lao Tzu was trying to bring forth in the way to the way is the exact times we're living in now. Where the truth, life, and way is lost, filial piety and false patriotism comes forth.
Standard, and if the administration is trying to stand up to say that non-proliferation is a problem in the Middle East, shouldn't that be the base?
Any agreement that we would make on civil nuclear energy with Saudi Arabia or any other country is going to have safeguards in place to ensure that those cannot ever be turned into a weapons program. I mean, that's the gold standard. And obviously, we live in a new era. There are competitors that we face, so we'll have to adjust individual deals.
Right, we're going to hide behind the mask of morality to push control. We know some people like that who claim to be loving and caring. We're going to hide behind morality to push control. And then when you seek the truth, life, and way and question our bullshit, we're going to roll up our sleeves and use force on you because we were never moralistic to begin with. The gambit as old as the hills.
to that reality. We're not the only show in town, but we're the best show in town.
This
But we wanna
existed
be-
before
we wanna make
time
sure that it's
itself.
our companies that pick it.
Dynamics.
So again, we understand any deal we enter into with any country will have to go through a congressional review process. And so we will ensure that in order to get congressional approval, we're going to need to have those safeguards in place, whether they're structured differently, how they are from other deals in the past or not, will depend on the individual deal.
On Cuba policy, you said in recent.
I'm in Asia. You're asking me about Cuba. It's far.
But you said yes, so you're the main guy on Cuba policy, so we should ask.
No, I said I'm most of all. You guys were somebody asked me a question about people that are involved in Cuba policy. So no one's more involved in it than me. So go ahead.
This is a good question for you. So you said in recent months that the economic system can't improve unless there's a change in the political system. But you've been very vague about what that change in the political system would entail. Can you give us some more details with the Communist Party staying in power but a different leadership, with the Castros still being in power? With
So you want me to give you details on our plan?
Yeah.
Okay, not today. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you this. No, here's what I told you, and this is the truth. The people who are in charge of the country don't know what they're doing. They don't know. They don't know how to fix their economy. They don't know how, they don't understand basic concepts. And I think the challenge that Cuba has faced for the last 15 years is they want to somewhat improve their economy, but they're afraid that if they improve it too much, they'll lose political control over people. That's the challenge that they face. So I think for us, we're looking for an opportunity to.
He just literally admitted the thing that I said that he and everyone is doing. It's so fascinating when they admit others are doing it while they're doing it, but deny that they're doing it.
Influence the direction that goes, because it's 90 miles from our shores and we want Cuba to be prosperous. We want Cuba to be free. But in that sense, on the level of detail you're asking me, suffice it to say that as long as the people that are in charge think the way these people think and act the way these people act, it's going to be difficult for them to make the changes that need to be made in order for Cuba to have a better future, because they just really, they don't understand it. Some of them are incompetent and some of them just basically don't understand, and others are just so recalcitrant that they'd rather destroy the country than ever walk away from a failed ideology. Although I think the number of people in that category is less than it's ever been. But for the most part, it's just people that don't know what an economy is supposed to look like. They really don't. And because they've always relied on foreign sponsors. That regime has survived on
Right. Ian points out in chat just a few weeks ago, Donnie said they're going to take Cuba and a few other places as well, just like they did with Venezuela. Is it possible that's what they're doing with Iran as well? Because they'll come out over here and go, oh, we're just going to take Cuba. We're going to have it. We're going to take Venezuela. We're going to have it. But Iran, we got to do something because they're unsafe terrorists. Or you're just doing global governance for your central banker cabal masters. And you have to take a whole bunch of nations that don't want to comply with your central banking scheme. So you can insert them into your new cryptocurrency economy, tokenized economy, where everybody's tracked and traced and tokenized, and you generate value off of people just existing in your slave matrix.
On subsidies from the Soviet Union and then from Chavez. This is the first time they don't have a sponsor that's giving them subsidies for free. And they don't know what to do with themselves because all they've done is freeload off these countries for all these years. The people of Cuba deserve better than that. Did you have a question? Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the appropriate defense spending for allies like Japan and the Philippines?
What is my opinion on
defense spending? Appropriate defense spending.
Well, we've communicated that to them. But look, at the end of the day, I still think that these are partners and allies, but we want countries to assume more responsibility for their own.
All right. I'm done with little Marco. I barely got through any of this. Let's go to this. They're now pushing the fake attack. They're gonna allow her. The elements of these folks are gonna fund the fucking attack on this land. They're gonna blame it on Iran. It's obvious.
Epic fury. The head of U.S. Central Command is set to go to the White House later today. He'll be meeting with President Trump and the national security team. Among the issues in the briefing, the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports. Brian Yanis, live in Tel Aviv with more. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Dana. Good morning. Well, Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei has released a new written statement today that was read aloud by a presenter on Iranian state TV. It calls the United States the Great Satan and vows to protect Iran's nuclear and missile capabilities. The statement, also posted on X, says this about Americans, quote, "Those foreigners from thousands of kilometers away who are greedily carrying out transgressions in the Persian Gulf and Sea of Oman have no place here except at the bottom of its waters. Iran will put an end to the hostile enemy's exploitation of the Strait of Hormuz." Now, Khamenei
Ethan White, go ahead and call in. You're another one who comes in here like so many. You project onto me. You're already doing it. This is how predictable you are. You're going to say that I'm a leftist because you're a right-wing magatard. I'm not, but you can call in and we can have the back and forth and you can convict yourself in front of everybody because it's what we do here. Okay? Don't tell me what I care and don't care about. Don't presume and assume me to be a leftist because you're indoctrinated on the right side. Okay? No matter who's in and what administration's been in, I've been doing this broadcast and I've been talking about the same dynamic on both sides. I was forecasting and talking about changing what we do on the ground if we can't change where this is going to be able to deal with the aftermath of this before the wars were ever started, these last rounds of them. I predicted they were all going to come about using intuition that led me to certain texts, because that's exactly what it was. God put an intuition in me that I followed and led to some texts that revealed the rest of what we're seeing as history unfold. And it's admitted that it's a Luciferian spirit doing it. Okay? So crazy as that sounds, that's just what I'm going off of because my intuition led me to that to begin with. As much as I couldn't believe it, they, the ones involved in it, admitted it themselves. So argue with them. Okay, don't tell me I don't care about rights and freedom and principles of spiritual faith and war and all the rest of it when that's all and where I found meaning and purpose and value in myself and in life when I didn't have any. Okay, so you don't know who and what I am and what I'm doing, so don't presume and assume because it's just going to undo you and convict you of your ignorance and arrogance with projection. Nothing new.
Went on to declare that the Strait of Hormuz is under Iran's new management and rules, reiterating Iran's intent to control the strait and continue charging some ships tolls. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Fox that this would be completely unacceptable to the U.S. and the world. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps commander Ahmed Vahidi is thought to actually be the one calling the shots in Iran. The supreme leader, who is said to be seriously wounded from Operation Epic Fury, has not made one public appearance since he became the Ayatollah 2 months ago. But for now, President Trump has opted to extend the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports and continue the economic sanctions with the goal of collapsing Iran's economy, forcing them into a deal to end its nuclear weapons program.
We were able to grab about 350 million crypto assets, and then on top of another 100 that we had recently gotten.
The guy is admitting now openly on TV that they're stealing people's wealth and resources, and you're all supporting it, and you're saying it's for anti-terrorism. It's not. They're just stealing, and they're going crazy, and they're losing their minds, and they're literally saying we're going to force nuclear war to bring in a messiah, the religionists, along with the statists. The religionists control the statists, always have, always will, and the bankers control the religionists. Always have, always will. Back to the times of scripture. The Jesus creature spelled it all out for you folks. So, yeah, once again, we're admitting this was never about nuclear weapons. It's always about expansionism and globalism and putting everybody under the kingdom of Shaitan and stealing your fucking rights and assets while doing it and using legalities and civility to do it.
So we're almost at $500 million
Surprise,
there.
huh?
And we are freezing bank accounts everywhere. More importantly, we are making people less willing to deal with the regime.
President Trump has not taken new military strikes off the table and has warned Iran to get smart soon, or else. Dana.
Or else we all see what that means. Thank you, Brian.
So retired Lieutenant General Karen Gibson's here, former Director of Intelligence for U.S. Central Command. You got quite the resume, General. Thanks for your time. And now we have decisions before the president as to what to do next. Here was the question and then the answer.
All right, great question. What do we do next? Let's go to the godfather of the vax. Why not?
Yes. Have you ever used the mentally handicapped to study an experimental vaccine?
I don't recollect ever doing studies in mentally handicapped individuals.
They were all mentally handicapped. I'll confirm that.
In the 1960s, it was not an uncommon.
Imagine this reality. We're in a world where you have to question and second guess that all the participants were mentally retarded who would subject themselves to this member of the synagogue of Shatan's experimental medical treatments. Unless you were deathly ill and had no, and even then, you could argue. Like, how could I don't see how I can't make the case that all the participants were mentally handicapped.
Practice.
So, you're saying, I'm not clear on your answer. I'm sorry. Have you ever used the mentally handicapped to study an experimental vaccine?
What I'm saying is I don't recall specifically having done that, but that in the 1960s, it was not unusual to do that, and I wouldn't deny that I may have done so.
Okay. Have you ever used babies of mothers in prison to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Have you ever used individuals under colonial rule to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Did you do so in the Belgian Congo?
Yes.
Weird. It's almost like the whole point of prisons and society and culture and all the rest of this crap, like he just said, your civil colony, because that's what the civilies are. It's another colonization program. You could argue. I could make the argument. It's not hard. See, they sit right in front of you and they tell you who and what they are or what you are spiritually, and you just don't get it. You want to dress up like them. Let's go to court and dress up like this guy. And talk legalese and corporatism. Let's be real civil and do civil procedure. What's civil procedure? Well, colonizing whole islands, raping women, doing genocide, experimenting on the fucking children, making money off of criminalizing them their rights and putting them in a fucking box. Shit like that. Right.
Did that experiment involve almost 1 million people?
Well,
Paulie's uncivilized.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever used orphans to study an experimental vaccine?
Yes.
Have you ever used the mentally handicapped to study an experimental vaccine?
Okay, so that's the restart. It restarted. They don't understand from day one. My spirit, I didn't know what it was. My spirit always told me, Paulie boy, you should be proud and get off on it and be excited when they tell you you're unsophisticated, uncivilized. This is what civilized is. See, I didn't know. My flesh, my mind, whatever, what I thought was me, didn't realize this other aspect of me, and the other aspect of me gets off on that every time one of these inauthentic corporate beta males and females from day one, like middle school, when they would tell me, you're not like us and you're uncivilized. And all these other words and terms they would put on me, my flesh would feel bad and ashamed, and my spirit would go, that's exactly where you're supposed to be. Love it. Laugh at them. Because little did I know, the creative force, the intuition in me knew all along, this is what your civilized amounts to. Anthony Fauci and these Poindexters in a lab somewhere with a whole system backing them, cutting dogs' heads off and showing that you want to go to that video? While they tell me I'm uncivilized here and I should shut up. Well, all these loving, caring, nice, kind, polite, professional people, they're sick. They're insane. Their heart and soul broken. They don't care. And then they come here and tell me that I don't care. No, all I do is care. That's all that this has been this whole time. I've suffered in this world because I care. Surrounded by a bunch of motherfuckers who couldn't care less. You want to get down to it. You know, because really you don't have the experience of life on life's terms, because if you did, you would understand that life in that creature is equivalent to the life in you. I could argue is more intelligent, loyal, and co-creative than the average human being. And what do? You take it to a lab and you strap it down, you cut its fucking head off, and then you point its head back at itself to look at itself so you could witness the fucking terror in its eyes, because as a spirit, as a soul, who and what you are a fucking terrorist. And that's why you call everybody else out here who and what you are, and you try to marginalize them and attack them, because really you're attacking a reflection of you. And that's their only weapon these demons have here, is your fear and your terror. And as soon as you don't have that anymore and you go with God, they don't know what the fuck to do with you. I guess that's the whole point of coming here. You can call in and talk to me, but you're not going to because you don't have it. And if you do, you're going to degenerate into back and forth nonsense. More has been done in the last 30 days than in the last 30 years, and people like you want to go back to the status quo. Unfucking believable. You don't even know who I am and what I believe or what I want. It's more projection. And I got to wrap up here. So, yeah. I'll bite somewhat. I'm having pains in my sides. That should be my signal to leave here, but I don't. That might potentially be my signal not to come here, but remains to be seen, I guess. All right, Ethan, I'm going to remove you because I don't need you cursing and scrolling my chat. Thank you for being here. Yeah, if you want to call in or click the link and tell me all about what's been happening, all the stuff that's happened in the last 30 days, I'll listen to it. Much as I can stomach. But yeah, I mean, forgive me. I got a hard time believing that the average everyday citizen slave is going to be able to know something that I can't know and have an understanding I don't have and make connections I haven't made. I haven't seen it yet. Quite the opposite. It's like you guys are churned out of a factory is really what it's the experience. I can't describe it any other way. You're beyond mind and heart control, and you're beyond predictable. And again, we all loop. This is a looping simulation. So my loop is observing you and every other unconscious person's loop while you claim to be aware and have the understanding. While the more that you speak, the more that you reveal, you don't have the understanding and you're not aware. And that's what entertains me and everybody else who comes here. And it entertains you for different reasons because you get to then deflect and demean and devalue, run off and say you owned a lib today or whatever it is. And you get to cope even harder. But that's basically all of what this broadcast is when we take calls is just I'm betting and banking on the fact that any of the average person calling in is not going to be able to find their ass with two hands. They're going to come at me with one of two sides of propaganda. The two sides of the propaganda is easily defeated and revealed through simple question and answer or presupposition based on the historicity and repeating themes. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes, one or the other. All right. And again, using logic, morals, and ethics, and by virtue of that process being foolproof, 8 or 9 out of 10 times, it's revealed that you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about, what you're doing, what you're a part of, who and what you're serving, and why you're doing it. I do. You're not willing to listen to that or accept that because of who you think I am, and more importantly, what you think I'm not. So that's also part of what makes the interaction entertaining and fun and interesting while also making it frustrating. Everything is as it should be though, right? All right, I'm getting the hell out of here. Chimping out. This is great too, by the way. I live in a world where it's constant synchronicity at times, and then it may bleed over into like what would appear to be schizophrenia, but it's a really good parlor trick. Because, like, I never heard anybody use the phrase chimping out until I used it with Zach Hubbard. And now they're all using the phrase everywhere. And I go, what's the trajectory on that? How does that work? Like, did we all just, am I just a front runner for ideas and I have them and speak them and then the wave catches up and other people have them and speak them? Because I see so much of that happens that it can't be everyone watching this broadcast. Or could it be? Some folks watching things from the broadcast and then spreading it, and it just spreading like telephone game, right? But yeah, I guess my point is that's a fascinating thing to observe. Is there are certain things that I've said here, or bits that I've done that I've never seen or heard before, that I've seen and heard frequently other places. And I guess then I ponder on how much of that is my influence, or if there's any my at all, and how much of that is just the influence that the human vessel picks up on. If that makes sense. An idea whose time has come. Second one, probably more likely. First one, better for my ego. Second one, more likely and explainable. All right, yeah, I'm out of here. Back who knows when. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. You are the angels of all media. And yeah, links up top. Contribution support, if not email, or email regardless, because folks got questions, comments, concerns, articles, historical context. Maybe they make videos and musical segments for us to premiere here. That's where to send it. Proper instruction motivates people on the way out. Gorilla Gems. Bye.
They turn birth right into paperwork. Stamped your spirit with a barcode. But laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, they'll sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was scrolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. 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 Just a system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. Then no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla.
This woman is harassing and stalking me, and I like her to stay away from me.